Okay, it's time. Before we begin, just a heads up, this video is a follow-up to my previous video on Tombi 1. Whether you're familiar with these games or not, I highly recommend that you watch that video first. I know, watching a 2.5 hour video before another lengthy video is a lot to ask for many people, but I will be referencing that video and the first game in general a lot, so it's important for context, and getting the most out of this video. But first, before we continue, a few corrections and addendums from the first video. First up, there was a lot of confusion surrounding getting the gold flower, as many people who don't find the flower seed and plant it until very late in the game were unable to get it to bloom. I theorized it was tied to how many events you complete, but as JZNES pointed out, it's actually tied to how much AP you earn. So even if you've completed every other event in the game, you can still earn the AP necessary to get the flower to bloom by either collecting more jewels and fruit laying around, or grinding AP from throwing enemies into walls for 500 AP a pop. The exact amount required is not known, but it's certainly not as missable as I initially thought. Secondly, that long awkward pause that the 1,000-year-old man does after you rescue him is apparently a design oversight. In a more recent playthrough, I learned that during that part he mentions the fire jewel if you haven't already collected it. If you have, the game doesn't give you that dialogue and just kind of hangs like it's forgotten its lines. Additionally, in the motocross course section, I said that earning the silver medal or gold medal first locked you out of earning the earlier medals and thus rendering the game impossible to finish 100%. As it turns out, this isn't true. Loose Goose pointed out that if you check the times on the scoreboard at the end of the track, and attempt it again while finishing within the right time criteria, it is indeed possible to earn the bronze medal after already achieving the silver medal. I confirmed this for myself in a recent playthrough. Lastly, that part in Phoenix Mountain where I mentioned a vague memory of seeing the needle gators stretching out, Falcon on Twitter brought to my attention that it indeed wasn't my brain going full Mandela effect, and these things do stretch out. It's a very situational animation where if you're latching onto a wall slightly out of their reach, they'll extend upwards and move towards you. Yet another mystery in this game solved. Now then, on to the main event. Tombi as a game is something that I was passionate enough about to discuss at length for several hours, but now it's time to tackle its sequel, Tombi 2. Also known as Tomba 2 The Evil Swine Return in NTSC territories, and Tomba the Wild Adventures in Japan. If you were mad enough to sit through my tirade of the first game, well, hats off to you first of all. But you may have also noticed that up until the very end of the video, I didn't directly mention Tombi 2 even once. This was because I wanted to talk about Tombi 1 in isolation, discuss the game on its own merits as a new IP. This time it's going to be different. Tombi 2 was a follow-up that came out 2 years later and had a noticeably bigger budget behind it, despite Tombi 1 having tepid sales numbers at best. I will be talking about Tombi 2's merits as a standalone game, but at the same time, as a sequel, it's kinda hard to talk about it without also holding it under a microscope and analysing how it built off the formula the original established and comparing the strengths and weaknesses of both games. The original Tombi was very much Tokuro Fujiwara's baby. He served as the director, producer, lead programmer, lead designer, and lead artist on the project. His fingerprints were on just about every aspect of the development process. Tombi 2 on the other hand is very different. Being fully rendered in 3D this time around only scratches the surface. Fujiwara stepped down as the director in favour of an executive producer role overseeing the development, while the New Blood and Whoopee camp oversaw many of the roles he spearheaded in the original. Kuniaki Kakuwa took over the director's seat, Hiroshi Onishi took over as the lead artist, which gave the game a familiar yet distinctively different art direction, and instead of veteran Capcom composer Harumi Fujita, the music this time around was handled by Shina Ozawa for the original Japanese version, and Ashif Hakik for the international version. I sincerely hope I'm pronouncing that right. Needless to say, the result is a game that, while carrying much of the spirit and elements of the original, looks, sounds, and plays very differently. Writing a lot of the script was something of a journey for me, because over the years and through several playthroughs, my opinions of this game have shifted to and fro significantly. Tombi 2 is a good game, a great game even, but making an assessment on where it stands compared to its predecessor, it's something that has people very largely split even to this day. As I said in my previous video, my first exposure to Tombi 1 was the demo in 1998, but I didn't play the full game itself until around 2007. Tombi 2 on the other hand was a surprise gift I got from my old man in 2000 when we went into the city one day, because he saw how much I played the demo of the first game to death. Much obliged, Dad. God knows I wasn't getting a copy of Tombi 1, because even around launch, copies of that game were about as easy to find as a games journalist with some integrity. By rights, I'm more familiar with Tombi 2 because I completed it at least a dozen or more times before I was finally able to get a hold of the full version of Tombi 1. It also seemed to be the one that people had more commonly played due to how ridiculously small the original game's print run was, so we were able to actually discuss it at school and share some of the secrets we found back in the days before the internet was more easily accessible. What I'm saying is I have very fond memories of both of these games in very different contexts, but I'm not going to let that stop me from putting this one under the same amount of scrutiny I did with the first. Once again, I'll be playing this this game on an emulator because it's easier to record that way, and because of that there will also be some minor audio-visual quirks that aren't otherwise present when playing it on native PS1 hardware. Also, for the sake of comparison, I'm playing through this game 3 times over on each regional version, for reasons that will be clear soon enough, so I hope you'll all appreciate the extra effort going into this one. While it's a minor detail, one of the first things I noticed about this game, even as a kid, was that the Whoopee Camp logo is presented a little differently. It's the same animation and sound, but the whole thing is pre-rendered in a comparatively lower quality FMV than the original. It's like they lost the original files or something in there to crudely re-record it off a ROM. And just like the first game, we get another FMV movie that leads into the events of the game, showing right off the bat that Tombi and Charles remain friends and are messing around in the jungle together. Though this time around, instead of 3D backdrops with an overlay of 2D animation that the original had, we get a sequence fully rendered in 3D. While the environments are certainly more colourful and detailed than the jagged plains and mountains we saw in Tombi 1's FMV, the way the characters move around leaves much to be desired. Granted, they're leaps and bounds above what a lot of PS1 FMVs look like, and they're at least trying to make them expressive, but they still look so stiff in motion compared to how well the 2D animation flowed. But that's just me. Maybe I'm just spoiled by having seen my brother play Oddworld Abe's Odyssey around the same time, and I'd argue that game had the best looking FMVs in the entire PS1 library. Even rendered in 3D, you get a good look at just how different the art style is now. Tombi's hair is much spikier and more vertical, his muscular build is more defined, and he looks a fair bit taller, giving the impression that he's aged a bit since the first game. Like the original opening, an altercation happens and the circumstances lead to Tombi getting knocked out cold. Thankfully, this time after being woken up, Tombi doesn't have his grandpa's bracelet stolen, but Charles points to a flying letter that lands in the mailbox next to the pig snout house from the beginning of Tombi 1, with the mansion of all beginnings strangely absent, I might add. It's also here that we get one of the few major differences between the Japanese version and the international releases. The opening FMV in the Japanese versions has an entire segment that was never seen in any other versions, involving a fully 3D recreation of Tombi's battle against the final evil pig at the end of the first game. Some serious creative liberties were taken here, however, because unlike the actual game, the boss is actually putting up a fight. After he's captured, the intro transitions into what is seen in every other version. Though as I touched on earlier, the soundtrack in the Japanese and international versions is almost entirely different, with this opening being the first example of that. Ashif Hakik did the soundtrack for the international release, also known for composing the original Sly Cooper, Fantavision, and Crash Nitro Kart, among others. If there's one thing that really stands out about his version of the soundtrack, it's Caribbean steel drums. Steel drums are to Tombi 2's soundtrack what trumpets were to Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire's soundtrack. These things are everywhere. Of the 46 tracks in Tombi 2, 23 of them feature steel drums, with 15 tracks not featuring them and 8 tracks being holdover from Shina Ozawa's original soundtrack. Although credit where it's due, it's amazing how many different level themes and motifs Ashif was able to get something like steel drums to mesh with, considering the very tropical connotations that sound usually carries. I'd go out on a limb and say I enjoy a good portion of the soundtrack even more than the original game, but I'll elaborate on that later. Also another minor difference, but there are 2 shots towards the end that play out in a different order between the Japanese and international versions. These comparisons will be relatively minimal because after playing all 3 versions of the game, there are nowhere near as many comparisons to be made as the original game. Ore Tomba very much felt like an alpha build a few months out from release, while Tomba the Wild Adventures is nearly identical to the international versions bar the localization and soundtrack. Thrust right into the title screen and you see some of the little details that make it clear this game had more of a budget going in. Rendered backdrop with a huge cast in the back, the stylized font on the options that are leaps and bounds above the text screen of the original game, especially the Japanese version. This artwork is what was used for Tomba the Wild Adventures, and it does a great job of placing our heroes front and center with the Rogues Gallery in tow, and a good look at a few of the environments we'll soon be exploring. It hasn't quite aged as gracefully as the detailed statues made for the first game, but it gets the job done. If there's one thing I'm not really a fan of, it's the subtitle for the NTSC version. The evil swine return? That just sounds strange. I guess the evil pig's return didn't sit as well with marketing, but swine? Almost feels informal. PAL Regions had the right idea, and that was just not having a subtitle. Sometimes less is more. Starting a new game, we get a first look at an actual in-engine cutscene, and see a lot of major differences to take in. The decision to make Tombi 2 full 3D was largely based on wanting to have a bit more cinematic flexibility with the presentation, allowing for dynamic camera angles, animations and expressions that weren't possible in the original due to the fixed 2D side-scrolling and isometric perspectives, and the incredibly limited sprite animations due to the first game's presumably meager budget. While I don't find the art direction in this to be as charming or pleasing to the eyes as the original game, it's aged relatively well overall and stands out a lot. After the end of the first game, Tombi went back to living in the wild with Charles, but this mysterious letter brings about the next call to adventure. Rather than the hunt for a MacGuffin in the first game, this time we get what is basically a Save the Princess story, with Tombi's childhood friend Tabby having been kidnapped by the evil pigs. A character who, by the way, was never seen nor mentioned before now, which kind of clashes with the idea of Tombi being a wild boy, living alone in nature and divorced from civilization as established in the first game. Another thing worth noting is that in the manuals, Tabby is referred to as Tombi's girlfriend, which is not at all what is said or portrayed in the actual game. We also get introduced to Zippo as well, who was also never seen or mentioned until now, but will be playing a very big part in this game. Now, I played the PAL version of this game growing up, so this whole intro was presented as text on screen with music playing in the back. It wasn't until I played the PSN release years later, which was the NTSC version, that I learned this intro actually had a voiceover. So yeah, this game has voice acting now.
Tomba is living peacefully in the country when Zippo finds a mysterious letter addressed to Tomba. The letter says that Tomba's childhood friend Tabby has disappeared.
It's not great. I was playing this on my PS3 before I started making the video just to trial it, and a friend of mine was laughing so hard at just how monotonous the delivery was here. Oddly enough though, the PAL version is the only release of the game that has no voiceover in the intro. The Japanese version actually has it.
自然の中で平和に暮らすトンバのもとへ届いた一通の手紙。そこから現れたスカラは幼馴染のパンジーが帰らなくなったことを知らせます。
Which is a bit of an oddity. Because of the 3 versions, the NTSC release is the only version that is fully voice acted. The Japanese version has voices for all the main story events, but most of the secondary events are left voiceless. And despite being the last version to release and also including voiceovers from other European territory languages, the PAL release voiceovers are as incomplete as the Japanese version. Anyway, after learning that their friend in a distant continent has been kidnapped by the evil pigs, Tombi and Charles take the most logical course of action by hurling themselves into the ocean.
Ocean man, take me by the hand, lead me to the land that you understand.
You know, I'd really like to know how far away this continent is from the one in the first game, because it's really impressive that Tombi made it this far after just jumping into the sea and getting washed away.
Hey, you scared me. What are you doing in the water anyways? You scared the fish. No wonder they weren't biting.
Okay, I really like this game's soundtrack, but the music they use for the in-between conversations and cutscenes is ear-gratingly awful. And for some reason they play a lot louder than the stage music as well. You know, when you're actually supposed to be listening to dialogue. Basic audio balancing, guys. The Japanese soundtrack overall I don't think is that great, especially with some of the weird low-quality sound fonts they use in certain tracks. But if I can give it some credit, the conversation music is much easier on the ears than this. It's like shooting fish in a barrel to criticize English dubs in Turn of the Millennium video games, but the Japanese version, while also not being fantastic, just puts so much more effort into how they express their lines.
いてー！びっくりした。いきなり噛みつくなんてひどいじゃないか。あいててててて。 今日はろくなもんが釣れねえな。
Though I will say, the almost Brooklyn light-sounding accent this fisherman has is still kinda hilarious. Then we get on to the topic of Zippo. The conversations in Tombi 1 are the kind where you're technically a silent protagonist, but NPCs will still talk to you as if a discussion is happening anyway. Tombi 2 being fully voiced and having a more cinematic presentation changes this up a little. Zippo is present in almost every conversation in the game, either being there as an interpreter for Tombi, discussing matters with other NPCs, or explaining things to the player in place of a disembodied voice. I'm kinda mixed on Zippo's inclusion. On one hand, I get why he's here. The game would feel very different without him. On the other hand, you get to spend most of the game listening to one of the most omnipresent voice actors in the cast, huffing helium.
Do you smell something burning? Tombi, wait here. I'll go check it out.
I mean, at the very least, they're not trying to play him up for comedy. I appreciate that they made an effort to have a take for both versions of the name as well.
My name is Zippo, and this is my friend Tombi. My name is Zippo, and this is my friend Tomba. Oh no! A fire!
I'm still not entirely sure what purpose destroying that Spidget serves from either a story or gameplay standpoint.
Tombi, look! That house is on fire! And it looks like there's something inside the house. If we don't do something, it'll burn to a crisp. This is unknown territory here. Before we go, you better take this. This is an adventure journal. This is where your progress will be recorded. Press triangle to see.
We're presented with our clear goal right away in a much more straightforward way than the first game, and once we're let loose in the proper gameplay, we're left to explore in a sectioned off area that does a pretty good job at introducing you to the basic mechanics without overly intrusive tutorials. For instance, the first evil pig you encounter in the game is laying prone and stationary on the nearby seesaw. If you're not familiar with how the original game works, then you have some options. You can hit it with the blackjack from a stationary position that will rotate the seesaw and knock the pig off. You can jump and hit the pig from a distance with the blackjack, or you can jump either to traverse it, take damage from a misplaced jump, or land on it to bite it and throw it away. In a subtle way, it leads you into how to approach basic fodder in a more effective way than the original game did. There is a hell of a lot more to take in here than there was in the Village of All Beginnings, however. First up is in an effort to show off the full 3D approach, the seesaws in the middle act as a conduit between the background and foreground, but mere steps into the start of the game, there's events hidden involving these. First up is the egg sitting in the middle that can be knocked out of place by whacking or biting them, causing them to roll into the barrels on the end. A curious detail, though, is that if you whack the seesaw, the chick will fall out of it the exact same color as the side of the barrel it fell into. There's 2 of these eggs on the first 2 seesaws, so you can have 2 chicks of the same color, or 1 red chick and 1 blue chick. What color you go with is entirely up to you, and I'll go into more of that much later. Next up is a red fish dangling from a fishing line in the back area, a rare one at that. So whether or not the fisherman who caught it knew that or not, it's just lucky that it's still alive. Right over in the back area is a tree, and right at the top of it is a nest where you leave the chicks so they're safe. For the sake of showing every difference in this event chain, I had 2 blue chicks in the US version, 2 red chicks in the Japanese version, and 1 of each color in the PAL version. The AP gems from the original game are back, but they're absolutely everywhere this time, with values ranging from 100 to 100,000 AP. If you plan on finishing this game completely with as little backtracking as possible, you'll want to grab every one of these things that you possibly can, because AP can't be obtained effortlessly through grinding like the first game. Throwing enemies into surfaces yields no AP bonus, and throwing enemies into each other not only gives you only 200 AP as opposed to a total of 1,000 from the first game, but there are a lot less opportunities to throw enemies into each other like this, so grinding for AP that way is a complete waste of time. As well as that, initiating events rather than approaching them with the solution is another way to get easy AP. The first main story event of the game presents us with a crab trapped in a burning house.
Are you alright?
I'm fine, but the crab, the precious golden crab is...
Hurry! We've got to put out the fire!
Right, we can get water from the pump spigot, but how do we get it over here?
The solution to this brings back the bucket from the first game, except much earlier since we'll actually be using it more than once this time. Back in the foreground, the bucket can be found dangling from another fishing rod. Water can be collected from the hoses attached to the seesaws, the easiest one of which is the one directly left of the house with only one barrel attached because it doesn't have to be set back manually. Mercifully, the bucket is filled up with only one droplet of water rather than the 3 from the original. A small but helpful quality of life improvement in Tombi 2 is the inventory system. Items in Tombi 1 were color-coded to indicate their use, but it's never really explained to you. There's blue, green, black, and red items. And even then, certain items you can't use when they're highlighted in an awful shade of green, as opposed to the brighter shade when you can. But there's no real way of knowing until you actually move the cursor over them. The system in Tombi 2 is much more streamlined. Green items are equip items, blue items are used manually but can only be used if the text is light blue, and pink items serve as key items that will be used automatically when their time comes.
Whoa, slow down there. Are you trying to put the fire out? Leave that to an adult. All right, take that. Oh, this isn't enough. We need one more bucket of water.
First main event in the game, and this bucket is already put to more use than the one in the first game. Second verse, same as the first.
Hurry, hurry! Ouch! Hot, hot, hot! You need some cooling off.
Good job, Tombi. It's finally out.
Well, thank goodness the crab is saved. I was getting worried for a minute there. What's your name? I haven't seen you around here before.
My name is Zippo, and this is my friend Tombi. We stumbled on this place when we were looking for the coal mining town.
The coal mining town. You should be able to get there from the windmill shed. Just cross the net bridge over the valley ahead. You'll see a place called the Great Waterfall of the Heavens. Wynn's windmill shed is past that.
When?
He's the boat builder of this town. He's also the caretaker for the windmill shed. Oh, by the way, if you're going to Wynn's windmill shed, can you give him the crab we rescued?
As a bit of a mirror to the first game, you need to find 3 small yellow critters and bring them to someone, except this time it's crabs instead of chicks.
This is a golden crab. Wynn wants to use it for something. If you bring it to him, Wynn should be willing to help you.
Okay, thanks, old man.
I am called Kynan. Actually, I was just on a trip too. Maybe we'll meet again sometime. Oh yeah, here's your bucket back. It's probably useful for more than just water.
No, it can't. It can be used for different kinds of water, but you're not going to be using it to cart around anything like milk or sand. Before heading off, fill up the bucket with water again and go to the start of the level where you'll find a little purple flower. There's 5 of these little flowers in the game, and each one will bloom when given water. The significance of which, as usual for these games, will come back up much later. They also give you magic wings. They're charity wings from the first game, but with a different name this time. I'm not even going to act like I know how that difference came about in translation. Fill up the bucket with water once again because you'll still be needing more later on. Also, before heading off, make sure you've knocked every barrel in this area to be the same colour. Doesn't matter if it's red or blue, as long as they're all the same. As a side note, a word on the topic of frame rates. Anyone who spent a significant amount of time playing games before the 7th console generation is likely familiar with how refresh rates of old TVs differ between regions, namely NTSC and PAL. This was back in a time when these regional differences really meant something more significant than the regions they were sold in. NTSC TVs had a refresh rate of 60Hz, while PAL TVs had a refresh rate of 50Hz. Because of this difference, consoles, and by extension the games that they played in PAL territories, had to have the frame rates altered to properly work with 50Hz displays. And as a result of that, PAL versions of games generally played and performed a bit slower than their NTSC counterparts due to the reduced frame rate, and the games had to be programmed around this difference. Tombi 1 in the US and Japanese versions ran at a silky smooth 60 frames per second, which looked and felt great to play. The PAL version on the other hand ran at only 50 FPS. While not exactly a deal breaker and still looking and playing just fine, the difference is certainly noticeable. Many people may not see the difference at first glance, but actually playing them side by side, it's very clear. Tombi 2 is a different beast. Being full 3D, having more polygons on screen, and having to render more due to the way the camera sways and shows things ahead of you, this game runs at 30 FPS in the US and Japanese versions. Quite a downgrade from the first game, and the difference can be felt in the input and how smooth it feels to actually play. Although 30 FPS, while hardly ideal, still at least looks presentable enough, which most frame rates do if they're a multiple of 30. The PAL version unfortunately is where this especially becomes a problem. With the 50Hz restriction on PAL TVs at the time, games that even natively ran below 50 FPS still had their frame rates reduced. Because of this, the PAL version of Tombi 2 runs at 25 frames per second, and despite this being the version I grew up with, playing it side by side with the US and Japanese versions is like night and day. It's amazing what a difference 5 FPS makes. It looks choppier, it feels choppier, and I just can't imagine wanting to go back to this version again after this. Anyway, back to the game. If there's another nitpick I have, throwing enemies in this game just isn't nearly as satisfying as it was in the first game. In the first game you get a great rolling animation, the effect awarding you the AP points, and then rolling off screen in a hilarious cartoon fashion. In this game the roll animation looks a bit more awkward, and they just disappear in a pile of bubbles with a sound effect that has no impact to it whatsoever. You're also introduced to another element here earlier than the first game, climbable poles that you can shift from one side to the other. And also just a note about berries. Unlike the ones from the first game, they come back after you revisit areas, but you don't get any AP from them anymore. And if everything else wasn't enough, we get a bit of intrigue regarding tiny mice that live across the continent, signified by these tiny little doors. And with setup like that, you already know you're going to wind up shrinking down at some point. And now we come to the first roadblock that is basically this game's version of the fog from the start of the first game.
This is a steep cliff. I don't think we can cross it even with the animal dash.
Hey guys, you want to cross? You should go ask Fisherman Ark. He should be at the shed on the cape at the end of this road. But
Toby, look! This machine is missing a part. It looks like a star-shaped cog.
yeah, Ark's pretty upset about that. If you find it, could you bring it back to him? Then the Valley's net bridge can be raised.
Well, we already picked up that cog from the drying net, so we need to go talk to Ark about it. Now, Ark is one of the earliest examples of really weird choices for voiceovers. He quite frankly sounds like a voice you'd put on if you were mocking someone.
Please don't talk to me right now. I'm trying to find that star-shaped cog that goes to the bridge.
Compare that to the Japanese version where he just sounds like an ordinary guy.
谷の仕掛け網のことかい？すまねえな。俺もあげてやりたいのは山々なんだが。
A bit bland, maybe, but at least it isn't this.
Here goes. Cross your fingers. Almost there.
That bridge raising music is one of the handful of times the game still uses music from the original Japanese version. You could generally tell because of how those compositions have a very different sound to them.
Look out for the golden crabs, though. If you get too close, they'll bite you unless you have a crab basket. They're pretty nasty critters.
Well, Kynan didn't seem to have any issue picking that crab up. Where was his crab basket?
And remember, buckets are for water, baskets are for crabs. Don't get confused.
What an odd thing to say. The crab basket?
That's right, a crab basket. I believe I saw a winged pig with one not too long ago.
Okay then. first, let's go get that crab basket.
Of all the things that got fished up in that net, there was a boomerang for some reason. Some Australian bloke upriver is probably really missing it right now. Yet another great quality of life improvement in this game is that rather than having to go into the menu to equip weapons like the first game, here you can cycle through your weapons anytime you want in the field using the L1 and R1 buttons. A simple change that goes a long way, especially since this game has a lot more weapons than the original. And you get this boomerang just in time to use it on a nearby flying pig with a crab basket in hand. Well, that's inconvenient. Once you get up there and grab the crab basket, it will auto-equip and stay on hand until you've captured the other two crabs. There's also a few more coloured barrels amongst all the regular ones, so flip them all over to the same colour you did for the ones back in the village and then this will happen.
I wonder what that loud sound was. I'll go take a look. If you move all of the barrel seesaws, the water from the bridge gets drained. Look, it looks like there's something at the bottom of the bridge. I wonder if someone dropped it.
From memory, I don't think I found this on my very first playthrough, but I do remember that the thought process that led me to finding it wasn't so much, I wonder what happens if these are all the same colour, and more, I'm gonna make these all blue because the consistency is nice. Not in those exact words, obviously, but with this hidden mechanism triggered, the water in the ducts up ahead is drained, revealing a gold hook. And all the seesaws move on their own now, making getting around these areas and getting water much easier. And speaking of water, I want to bring something up that still bothers me to this day. In the first game, two skills Tombi learned from Charles were the animal dash and swimming. The animal dash is retained in this game and can be used right from the beginning. Swimming, completely gone for no adequately explained reason. Tombi jumped into the ocean before ending up in this place. Are we to believe he just rode the current all the way here, or did attempting to swim all that way traumatize him so bad that he just can't bring himself to do it anymore? Falling in water doesn't make him jump back to the surface like it did in the first game. He just flails around and returns to the shore, one hit point taken off after a fade to black. I can say with confidence that if Tombi could swim from the start in this game, very little would be compromised, but I'll be getting onto that much later, don't you worry. This part here is completely optional and doesn't really matter in the long run, but on your way through you'll notice a spoon laying between these two aquatic plants, but you're unable to squeeze between them due to them changing size opposite to each other. It is possible, however, to knock one of the coloured barrels back to stop the automated process and have both of these plants small enough that you can walk between them and collect the spoon. It won't be needed until much later, and there's an easier and proper way to get it, but I just thought it was worth mentioning. Over at the ducks, you can now collect that fish hook sitting at the bottom, and some more fish if you so desire. I do like how the swinging tutorial is handled here. Like the first game, it does take a while to wind up the swinging, but the way they lead it into this pulley that helps you get across the duck does at least make it feel like more progress is being made. Up on the top of the roof on the other side is the second golden crab, also a fishing lure that's stuck in the roof right next to it. Just jump onto it and you'll knock it loose. Whoa, the reeling strength of this guy.
Great! You released it! Thanks, that really helped. I got this a long time ago. Take it as a gift for helping me.
What is this sound balancing? The waterfall is so loud. I understand it being noisy in gameplay, but can't you at least tone it down a little for the cutscene? The fisherman gives you the bird clothes. I almost never use these things, honestly.
If you jump while wearing these clothes, you'll flop to the ground. Give it a try. What? Hey, the fish hook's gone. It must have flown up when the fishing line got stuck. I can't believe it. It was a gift. Oh, my gold fish hook.
Well, hey, you're never gonna believe this. For returning the fish hook, the fisherman gives you this mermaid scale. Once you have this, falling into water won't make you lose health. Yet another addition that makes the removal of Tombi's ability to swim seem even more pointless. I get that it's still a hidden collectible, but once we leave this area, we don't see water you can actually drown in for quite a while. The final golden crab is just above this platform. The jump can be a little difficult, but if you're able to latch onto the edge, pull yourself up just after the crab has jumped and you can grab a hold of it nice and easily. On the handful of small platforming areas like this in the game, I've come to notice that the precision of controls has loosened up quite a lot. While not without its flaws, Tombi 1's general movement controls were incredibly satisfying. Movement is quick and responsive, and Tombi's jump and mid-air movement has a nice weight to it that makes it easy to traverse even small platforms. Tombi 2 on the other hand is a lot slower, and it's not just the frame rate, the jump feels a lot more floaty, you can't cover as much ground while moving in mid-air, and it feels like he has a lot less traction on the ground, so landing after a big jump can have him slide a bit and sometimes fall off platforms. The only saving grace is that there's a lot less treacherous platforming sections compared to the first game. That windy death drop in Phoenix Mountain would be even more of a pain in the ass if it happened in this game, is all I'm saying. If you use the pulleys in the second section of the aqueducts with a bit of help from the extra airtime the bird clothes give you, you can get up onto the roof of the windmill shed and are instantly shown a cutscene. Secrets Behind a Waterfall, the eternal classic. Head inside the windmill shed and you'll finally meet Win.
Excuse me, are you Win? We heard that you collected golden crabs, and we have some for you.
You got it? Thank you so much. Hurry, put it in the water.
More so than most of the voices in this game, I really like the guy who voiced Win. He has particular inflections and energy to his performance that make it far above many of the others you'll be hearing. Throwing the crabs into the water, we're almost ready to be introduced to Win's invention, the entire sequence of which is so impractical and nonsensical, even for this universe, that it has to be seen to be believed.
Ready, set, go!
Whoa!
Come on man, at least put some energy into it.
What the world is that? Whoa!
It works! It works! We finally have a shortcut to the next town!
Surely there must have been an easier way to do this when your house was being built? This is basically the same idea as the 100-year-old man's house leading into the dwarf forest with a tightrope, only somehow more impractical. Using a propeller to carve steps from your ceiling to form a spiral staircase, while people are still in the room and could potentially get crushed? And the real kicker is that the entrance at the top is already made and looks pre-built, which only raises further questions. Then again, it's fruitless trying to talk sense in these games, so let's move on.
Such intelligence. Be careful when you go there, though. There's an evil pig spell in that area. I recall talking to some miners about something called catters. Well, I'm off to brag to Ark about my latest invention.
After Win goes off to brag to Ark about how he nearly killed himself and two other people, Kynan comes along to see us off. And here we get the first key of this game. Unlike the keys in the first game being tied to each of the Old Men of Time, the keys in this game are just 4 different colours: red, green, blue, and white. And while this does make the chests easily identifiable, these designs are a far cry from the ones in the first game. Look at these, distinctly different designs reflecting their increasing value, varied colour schemes, different shapes, and trimmings and jewels. I have always loved how these look. The chests in this game, they're all the same exact design, save for the primary colour. I get that designs like the chests in the first game likely wouldn't look anywhere near as good rendered in 3D on the PS1, but they could have done something to spice them up a bit. Give them a unique pattern or texture beyond the basic colour. Change up the shape a little. Or hell, even just change the colour of the trimming rather than having them all be gold. Just anything to make them more visually appealing than this. But I digress. The first red chest is here inside Win's hut, and it's the first pair of pants you get. They function the same as the pants in the first game, and that each pair you get makes you slightly faster. They also equip automatically upon acquisition this time, so you don't have to fumble around in the menu. Before moving on to the next area, we'll do a quick sweep of the town. The chest in the hut between the aqueducts contains a 5000 AP gem, which is particularly valuable this early in the game. Just past the point where you collected the crab basket, you may have also noticed the AP box back here. The adventurous chests in this game are basically a more streamlined approach to how the AP boxes from the first game worked. In the first game there were 2 AP boxes in the game and 1 AP ring. It very much felt like something that was supposed to be more prevalent in the game, but it's just not really seen later on. The items you get from them also feel like the kind of things that could be found in any old chests, that being cheese, berries, and the ordinary mushroom. The adventurers chests in this game are a bit different. There's 5 in total, and each one presents you with an increasingly high AP criteria to reach. When that criteria is met, you're given a gold pig nose panel. All of the chests are part of a centralized event that have a grander purpose, a concept that I really like. The drawback is that this is the only use for AP in the entire game. Tombi 1 could have certainly handled AP a bit better, but with how often you were rewarded it for even engaging with enemies and it was always present in the HUD, they made it a focus. Beyond the AP boxes, there were several NPCs and locations that have AP criteria to meet. I like the idea of the adventurer's chest, but it feels like it's a waste having AP not used for anything else throughout the game. 2 more red chests in the opening area also contain another fundamental change. The pots of life found throughout the game take the place of the Vitality Max items found in the first game. The difference is each one of these is only half a hit point, so you only gain more health for every 2 pots of life you find. If you only have a half pot of life stocked, you can check on it from the status menu. I'm kind of torn on this change, because having 12 Vitality Maxes in the first game makes them less common, but getting one gives you that instant gratification of gaining more health. With the pots of life, there's 24 to find in the world, which can be more fun to track them all down, but gaining health doesn't feel as satisfying, especially with how in the first game you'd see your health bar increasing with every Vitality Max collected, whereas pots of life will only visibly show your health increasing if they're restoring your health. Otherwise it's just a little message at the bottom of the screen. One last red chest on the way back is another pot of life above the seesaws on the way to the waterfall. Hope you're keeping on top of these gems, by the way, you're gonna need them. Head on back to Wynn's Windmill Shed and walk up the spiral staircase to head off to the next area. Would it be considered a subversion of platformers to have the fire level be the second area of the game? If I'm gonna be honest, I never really liked the underground mine. It's visually unappealing, most of the side events aren't really all that fun, and the music in all the areas around here are amongst the weakest in the game. It's a stark contrast to the Dwarf Forest, that's for sure, which not only served as an introduction to many more challenging elements of gameplay, set the stage for some of the most significant events in the game, and branched off to many side areas that really fleshed out the world and made it fun to explore. But anyway, our task here is to clear away the kappas that have been blocking the airflow to the pipes.
What am I going to do? I can't get back to town now.
The town? Are you referring to the coal mining town?
Yes, I am. How do you know of it?
A friend of ours lives there.
Is that so? Well, in order to get there, the cappers need to be taken care of first.
The cappers? Wynn told us about it. What exactly are they?
They're these dangerous blobs of fire that are clogging up all of the pipes. And since they're blocking up the pipes, the machines in the town have stopped running.
Well, we came all the way out here. We certainly won't let these cappers stop us.
We don't have anything to get rid of them. Oh, where's an ice boomerang when you really need it?
That's always been such a strange line to me. Are ice boomerangs so commonplace around here that one would misplace it like they would a hammer?
Do you know where we can find one?
I seem to recall the evil pigs throwing it to the lava below. We couldn't get to it, though.
Well, we need to get it. We must get into the town.
Well, if you know of a way to get it, be my guest. But be careful. You don't want to get yourself killed. Use the chains to get to places you can't reach. Well, good luck.
There's more than a few things around here that are on fire that we can't do anything with yet, including this pit fire treasure chest, so we're gonna have to track down one of those boomerangs. In the room just up ahead, we find the first of many travelers in this game stricken with some sort of ailment.
Water.
And this right here is why it always pays to have a bucket of water on hand. Hand it over and he'll lap up the whole lot. Something the various travelers in this game all do after you help them is give you details on certain legendary towers hidden in the world. These towers and the intrigue surrounding them are probably one of my favourite parts of this game. I've always loved the idea of side content in games involving long hidden ancient secrets that you can uncover of your own volition independent of the main story, and the way this game handles them is one of my favourites. but we're only drip-fed a little information for the time being, so we'll slowly get to see more and more of this uncover as we go. Not all of these travels are going to be saved by a bucket of water though, so don't think it'll be that easy. Now that miner at the start mentioned a pig threw an ice boomerang into the lava below, so you'd think it'd be hidden away somewhere tough to find. Well, you'd be wrong. Apparently no one travelling to and fro in this area pulled the chain for long enough to pull it up. Lower down on this chain you'll find another chain to the left of it, with a red chest sitting on the platform. You have to be careful with this jump, and make sure not to stay on the platform for too long. Falling too far is an instant death, and even the chains will eventually reach a depth where they become hot enough to hurt you on contact. The power coal inside the chest is a crucial item for time saving in many of the side events in the coal mining town, so it pays to get it as early as you can. One of the kappas ahead is completely blocking the way forward, so you're kind of railroaded into getting the ice boomerang before anything else. These sea anemone creatures can be defeated normally by biting them and throwing them away, but will continue to respawn. Grab an enemy and throw them into their mouths while they're not bent over to set them on fire. After that, simply cool them off with the ice boomerang and they'll leave behind dregs and never respawn again. Now that we have the ice boomerang, we can start clearing out the kappas. The flat ones crawling around on the pipes don't matter, only the dome-shaped ones sitting in place. On the pipes just below this area are two more. The second releases steam that breaks part of the pipe above to create a shortcut. But first, climb up the chain at the end of the road and cool off a smaller chain next to it to open up one of the door stops up ahead. Off to the left on a bit of rock is also this area's adventurer's chest. The criteria for this one is 100,000 AP, something which should easily have been met if everything has been done so far and most of the AP gems have been collected. You can see a few gems and pots of life floating underneath the pipes in the back. The bird claws are worthless though, so you won't be getting to them with that. We will have the means to reach them soon enough though. It pays to return to the start and take out the kappas here before going forward, because these ones are generally the ones that get missed. There's also another sea anemone near the start here, which could be sorted by waiting for the kappa above to expand, cooling it off, and riding underneath the platform. 2 dregs down. The chest near the start that was on fire can be opened now too, and boy does this game love showering you with magic wings. After clearing the final kappa right at the entrance, the rest are pretty straightforward. Back near the catwalk halfway through the stage, you can ride up the steam of one of the pipes to reach another red chest. This one contains chick feed, something that would feel particularly out of place if you somehow completely missed the chicks in the first area. The last 2 kappas are down here to the right side, and there's also a bunch of bananas just sitting here next to a chain. There are 3 bananas found between both of these games, and these ones by far make the least sense. These chains down here lower the drawbridge to access an area we'll be heading to later. Even without the lava from the evil pig curse, this whole place is really dangerous to traverse. I wonder how many casualties this mine has a year. The platform at the bottom of the other chain has a mudball surprise on there, one of 2 you'll find in this area. You can keep dropping the platform below and bringing it back up to collect regular mudballs. You can do that as many times as you like, but you'll probably only need 1. Now that all the kappas are gone, we can head on down to the catwalk towards the entrance to the coal mining town. One last chain to open the door and we can proceed after talking to the beefcake over here.
Well, thanks to you, we can go home now. Thank you. We don't have much to offer, but please feel free to stay as long as you wish.
Hi, Gran. Long time no see.
Why, hello there, Zippo. How are ya?
This is Gran, the foreman of the coal mining town, and someone who Zippo apparently knew by extension of knowing Tabby. And this whole dynamic just makes me wonder how Tombi and Tabby knew each other as kids. Did she always live on this continent, or did she move away from Tombi's homeland years ago? Zippo too. Did he know Tombi and Tabby from back then, or is he just native to this continent too?
Ah, who cares?
Fair enough. On to the coal mining town, the first of the top-down village areas in this game. Villages in the first game always served as sort of hub areas, safe zones that gave the player a break from the platforming and enemy encounters. They're presented from a top-down perspective in pre-rendered environments with 8-directional movement. The walking animations look incredibly cheap and floaty, but I always liked these. I'm slightly less of a fan of them in this game, for 2 main reasons. The movement is a lot more loose and it can feel more like you're steering Tombi than actually moving him most of the time. And this camera is awful. The town starts out with the camera facing where Tombi came from, and the way forward requires you to walk down, which is technically forward, but the camera has to jerk around as you move down, and you have to move along with it. The camera is designed to follow the direction that you walk, which is fine in theory, but it always takes so long to actually catch up with you, so it's always sickly swaying around, and just makes navigating this place feel awful. I don't suffer from any form of motion sickness, but I can't imagine this would be particularly particularly fun for people who do. The worst example of this is the first task you have at the top area of the town. You have to grab this wheelbarrow, direct it over to a conveyor belt to collect sand, and dump it into a hole to fill it up. This task is not only completely asinine and something you have to repeat 3 times, but it just exemplifies how awkward the movement is. The swaying camera, the obstacles that get in the way, it's just not a good time. Thankfully that's the worst of it out of the way. Now we can head off to Tabby's house.
Just as I suspected, she isn't here.
We established in the opening that the evil pigs kidnapped her. Why would she be in her home?
Do you hear that noise? What the?
Hey, what's all this ruckus? Wow! What is that?
Bringing up the Japanese version again, I love Gran's reaction in the original version.
どうかしたのかい？なんだいこりゃ。
You took the words right out of my mouth.
That is one huge dirt ball. Why don't we use the washing machine in the underground machine room to figure out what it is?
There's also a bit of a difference in Gran's inflections between the US and PAL versions as well. The US version sounds almost heroic,
I'll carry it for you, Tomba.
while the PAL version sounds a bit more like he's offering you a favor.
I'll carry it for you, Tombi. I don't want you to hurt yourself. Let me know when you're ready. Make it quick, though. I want to see what this is, too.
I wonder what's under all that junk. Let's go to the underground machine room and find out.
Now we're heading off to the underground machine room, the path down the ladder beyond the hole we just filled in. The indoor areas in this town have a more fixed camera, which makes the movement feel a lot smoother. It really makes me wish the town itself was designed more to facilitate something like this.
Whoa! Who would have thought that something like this would be underground? Go figure.
Pretty cool, huh? Well, let's find out what this thing is.
Oh boy, I hope it's a bicycle.
Monkey!
Charles?
You know him? It's a small world.
Now coming up is one of the most baffling line differences between both English versions of the game. If you played the US version, you're probably not even sure what I'm talking about, because you got this.
Thanks for all your help, Gran.
Not a problem, Zippo.
But in the PAL version,
Thanks for all your help, Gran. What the hell is that?
I understand why they use different takes with Tombi or Tomba, but what exactly happened here? My theory is either the PAL dub was the first run-through that was recorded and this was just a placeholder line they forgot to record over in the final game, or the PAL dub was handled afterwards and they for some reason lost the original line and Peter Kepler wasn't around to re-record it, so they just had an intern do it or something. It's very likely the former, but good lord, what a baffling slip-up. Now, on to the topic of Charles. For those of you watching who may not have played Tombi 2 before, or haven't even played either of the games and are only watching these videos, based on what was seen of Charles in the first game, his cheeky nature, how he's presented, what do you imagine his voice to sound like? Because I can tell you now, on my first playthrough after having played Tombi 1's demo countless times, I did not expect this.
Zippo, Tombi, what are you guys doing here?
Based on how his text in the first game was presented in a higher pitch than most of the other NPCs, I was imagining something more akin to, I don't know, a child, not Bullwinkle J. Moose.
Bullwinkle, what are you doing here?
Far as I can tell, I'm freezing to death.
The Japanese version is a lot closer to what I imagined. But at the same time I can kinda see why they went with something a bit different so he doesn't sound too similar to Zippo. But back to the matter at hand, how exactly did Charles make it all the way out here before us? And where exactly did he fall in enough mud that it stayed stuck to him long enough to reduce him to a big lump? This right here, ladies and gentlemen, is why you don't travel by hurling yourself into the ocean.
And that's how you became that lump? Alrighty then.
For crying out loud, I can't find that thing anywhere.
What seems to be the problem?
I can't find my hammer.
A what?
You don't know what a hammer is? You know, a hammer.
Oh, a hammer!
This line always bothered me because it sounds like a joke or something that got lost in translation. I asked a few colleagues who knew a bit of Japanese, but all they could really grasp from it was that either they used tonkachi, the word for hammer, in an honorific sense, and Charles thought they said tomba, or it had something to do with Mole describing what it looked like in a way that could be interpreted as a dirty joke. I don't know. Whatever it was supposed to be, this is a weird and clunky way to translate it. Mole is basically Peter Kepler just doing his grand voice in a slightly different tone. And the guy also voices Charles and Zippo as well. I don't know why he voices such a large portion of the cast when his range really isn't all that great.
Okay, don't you worry. I'll find it no matter what the cost.
Hold up, since when has Charles done menial tasks for anyone without first expecting bananas in return? This seems very out of character for him. I mean, he saved Tombi from drowning, sure, but helping a guy find his lost hammer? Nah, I don't buy that. But anyway, the hammer. If you spent time wandering around the pipe area before heading to the coal mining town, you may have wandered into the trolley stop and seen Mole working on fixing the trolley. But he also outright says it, so he clearly hasn't bothered going back to check. The trolley stop is through the red pipe-looking entrance found just past that fork in the road in the pipe area. Head inside and sure enough, there's the hammer.
Mole will be so happy to hear that we found it.
There you are. Where did the two of you run off to?
What are you talking about? You're the one who went running off. What's the matter anyways?
The foreman is looking for you.
You mean Gran?
Right. He said he saw Tabby.
Tombi, hurry! Let's get this hammer back to Mole so we can find Gran.
Help! Help!
Oh, so you did remember where you left it.
Speaking of which, we found your hammer, Mole.
Forget the hammer. This is more important.
What's the matter, Mole?
Gran is trapped in the pipe area.
Trapped?
Trapped by a huge boulder. And that place is unstable. If it collapses, you'll fall in a pool of hot water.
Why can't we just use the hammer to break it?
No, it's too big. We need something stronger. Gran mentioned something about getting the bombs.
Don't worry, we'll find some.
Thank you. Please hurry. To activate the bombs, you'll need this. I'll see you guys later. I need to let the others know. Remember, use the hammer to activate the bombs.
So according to this timeline of events, Gran saw Tabby during the time he left to do his errands and getting stuck on the canopy at the hot water area. The details are nebulous at best, but how exactly did Tombi, Zippo, and Charles miss her on the way out here? And why didn't Gran make any effort to call her or follow her if he knew something happened to her? We may never know. The bombs needed to help Gran are in the building near the start of the pipe area. Use the hammer on the peg on the walkway near the locked door and it'll blow it right off. Just for those occasions when handles and locks just won't do. Head back over to the drawbridge, lower it with the chains, and we'll find Gran on the catwalk. That's real weak sauce, Gran. Chris Redfield would be disappointed.
We're really gonna need those bombs.
Gran, stand back! We're gonna blast the boulder out of the way!
Shouldn't we think this through a little? If the bombs can easily obliterate that boulder, then surely they'd decimate the catwalk as well.
Hit the switch with the hammer!
Well, here goes nothing. That won't be the last time we'll be seeing an explosion like that.
Are you okay, Gran?
Woo! That was close. I thought it was over for me. Thank you.
Anytime. Did you happen to see Tabby around lately?
Yes, I did. As a matter of fact, I saw her headed for the Kujara Ranch.
Kujara Ranch?
That's right. It's only a trolley ride away, but I tried to stop her because of the evil pig smell.
An evil pig spell is there, too?
Hopefully, she isn't in any danger. What am I saying? She'll be fine.
Oh, so we can blame what happens next on you not actually going after her? Good to know.
The mountain itself is dangerous, but if you ride the trolley, it's fairly safe. Oh no, I forgot to fix the rails.
I understand we need a real suspension of disbelief in this world, but between the sounds and the weight lifted off his back, how did Gran not notice that? Working in the mines for this long has probably made the poor guy go deaf. Well, while we're here, pull out the bucket again. Now that we have the hammer, we can access the hot water pipe. Once again, a very inefficient way to access something. Both hot and cold water can be used to revive the magic flowers, so use the water bucket on this flower here and then immediately go back to fill it up again for the next time we'll be needing it. Head on back to the coal mining town and go right up to the top area to meet up with Gran.
Gran, you dropped this on your way back over here.
There it is. I was looking all over for it.
Clearly not, you dumbass. Try retracing your steps next time. I love how Gran fixes the rails here. The absolute beefcake of a man just slams them down and everything is all sorted.
All fixed up. Tabby should be back any minute now.
Wait a minute, she left town on the trolley when the rails weren't even fixed?
Hey, wait a minute.
What's wrong?
Tabby isn't here. This doesn't look too good. Help! Help!
You ran off without the trolley being available as well? Why am I the only one abiding by the rules here?
Control yourself. Tell me what happened.
The pigs, the Tabby!
They tried to steal her pendant. She wouldn't give it up. She fought them for a stupid necklace?
That stupid necklace was a gift from Tombi long ago. She treasured it.
I love how Zippo says stupid necklace with no quotation marks. Like, yeah, that thing was pretty tacky. I mentioned this earlier, but the opening of the game seems to imply that Tabby had been kidnapped prior to Tombi and Charles coming here. It was the call to adventure after all, but this part of the game for some reason is just like, nah, she was here the whole time, but she just passed by while you were somewhere else. Oh, Butterfingers, now the evil pigs have her. Also, we don't know what the evil pigs are actually after this time around. In the first game, the evil pigs stole Tombi's grandpa's bracelet because they were collecting gold. Because gold is where they got their magic powers from. It was completely incidental, they didn't do it out of malice or anything. In this game, the evil pigs kidnapped Tabby because they wanted her pendant, but she refused to part with it. Are the evil pigs in this game also trying to gather gold? Because it's never said or even implied at any point in the game aside from this moment. If you never played the first game, this would seem like a very strange motive for kidnapping because this pendant isn't anything special aside from it being a gift. Hell, even if you did play the first game, this is a very loose connection that I doubt most people would put two and two together. And now we've got evil disco balls coming after us apparently.
Who are you? Where's Tabby?
Tabby's just fine. Don't worry about her. In fact, you'd do better to just forget about her.
I have never liked this voice. It just sounds like Mole's voice with a filter put over it. It doesn't sound remotely threatening at all. Though in fairness, the Japanese version isn't much better.
Gran, what was that?
I haven't the slightest idea. It took that pig bag, so it must be the evil pigs.
Evil pigs?
That's right. They appeared a little while ago on this continent, and they've cursed the entire land. There's even a spell on this mine. I have something that can break it, but I don't know how to use it. It's a pig bag for the flame pig. Legend has it, where a spell is cast, you can find a pig bag. And if you have a pig bag, it reveals their hiding place.
If we ride this trolley, will we be able to get to the Kujara Ranch?
You're not going, are you? I understand. Well, at least take this to help you on your journeys. It may be our only hope.
Now we get the first pig bag in the game. Unlike the first game where pig bags were identified by colour, this game presents them as elements, which I honestly prefer. Now that that's over, we can ride the trolley to the next area. We can, but we're not quite done here yet. First up, if you go through Grand's house, you can go through a door upstairs that leads onto a conveyor belt. At the end of this is an otherwise inaccessible part of the town where this guy is loading up coal. He notices that power coal we found back in the pipe area and loads it onto the conveyor belt. Before having the power coal set onto this belt, the machinery in the underground machine room wasn't working to full capacity. In particular, cooking stuff in the oven requires 2 uses to cook it all the way. Something I only found out from one playthrough years ago when I tried cooking the meat before doing this event. Once that's gone through, head on down the other conveyor belt to the lower area and go inside the house here. This is where Charles ran off to while everything else was going on.
Please, help me. I'm so hungry and weak.
And my pink hair is giving you a headache, right? You knew those bananas were going to come into use at some point, but Charles is still a picky eater who won't eat the same thing twice. First he wanted you to turn the bananas into a drink in the Masakari jungle, and now he wants the bananas baked. Are baked bananas even a thing? Oh, yes apparently. Some of these look pretty nice actually. Head off to the underground machine room. Now that we have the hammer, we can open up the oven. Once again, such an inefficient way to operate machinery. Jeez, and people usually turn their nose up at bananas if they have a few black spots. Take it back to Charles and he'll eat it right up.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. That was a lifesaver. I really owe you one, Tombi.
Thankfully Charles is still decent enough to give you things to repay you for doing his busy work, but in this game they're not as interesting as stuff like the animal dash, funky parasol, or swimming. You do get a pot of life though, so that's at least something.
Now, let's go get Tabby. Let's go.
Sure. See you next time you're in a pinch, buddy. In some of the housing areas further down here, there's a little series of events you can do. Talk to this man in the far right area of this connected building and he'll talk about how he's an artisan pot maker, but has misplaced his spatula, seeming to remember leaving it in the last pot he gave to the miner across the way. Going into the house back in the corner here, we'll see this man with his pot, and the way he talks is...
What do you think? Is this a great pot or what? A master potter here in town made it for me a long time ago.
It sounds like he's doing an impression of Mr. Jinx.
Look at that gloss and that form. It's wonderful. Oops. I've got to get to work. Don't touch that.
Now the context for this scene is that you're trying to get the pot down to check inside it for the spatula, but you can actually do this event out of order and come here first, as I did on my first playthrough. Without the context of the missing spatula, this just makes Tombi seem like a malicious asshole breaking this man's precious pot for no reason.
Can't imagine. What's that sound? Oh! Oh no! My precious pot! And I like it so much! Ah! You didn't do it on purpose.
No, I absolutely did.
It's alright. Things always break eventually. It's okay. I'm just not asking too much. Could you help pick up the pieces? I can't stand to look.
I feel like this man is more broken than his pot. Sure enough, the spatula is among the broken pieces. Head on back to the potter in the other house and hand him the spatula. And not only does this guy not have a backup spatula, he doesn't even have any clay on him. What kind of potter are you? He outright tells you how to get it though. I grabbed a mud ball a little earlier though, so I'm ready for this ahead of time. You can only get clay from a mud ball after this event has been triggered. I assumed the odds of getting clay was 100% after starting the event, but in my Japanese playthrough it was the second item I got out of a mud ball. Collecting other mud balls to watch is a waste of time, by the way. You only get berries and low level AP gems. Not worth the effort at all. Take the clay pack to the potter and he'll whip one together in seconds. Doesn't even need an oven or anything. Deliver it to the miner across the way, still grieving, and he'll feel much better. As a reward, he teaches you an incantation, the first half of the Spell of Courage. This is the first glimpse we get at the grander mystery and the side events that the Thirsty Traveler alluded to earlier, but for the time being, we're still told very little about it. Back in the shack where the potter was, there's a man in a cast you can talk to who will tell you about his job at the trolley stop, but since he can't do it anymore due to his injury, he gives you his trolley pass to try it for yourself. While on the topic of injured people, there's also a woman in another nearby house who talks about how her son left home to find something to help her, but still hasn't returned home yet, so there's another long-term event to keep in the back of our minds. Heading back out to the pipe area, there's a particular pipe near where the second sea anemone and the ice boomerang were that you can whack the switch with a hammer to increase the steam flow. This allows you to reach a platform that was originally suspended just out of reach, with the second mudball surprise sitting on it. And one of the few times the bird clothes comes in handy, if you equip it here you can gain a little extra hang time to reach this other platform off to the right that contains another pot of life. Head back to the coal mining town and make your way up the first set of stairs. To the left is the cafeteria. There's 3 little side events here that I've always really liked. You examine the 3 signs here and it presents you with directions to make 3 different types of sandwiches that can cure status ailments. Finding and preparing the ingredients is a journey in and of itself, but they can be done as frequently as you like. It's a neat use of item management that they never really explored in the first game. The first one is really easy since the ingredients are pretty much handed to you. Grab the 2 pieces of meat sitting behind the counter and head off to the underground machine room. And while we're here, we can watch the 2 mudball surprises and get what's inside them. Unlike the regular mudballs, there's only 2 of these in the game, as they contain ores required for an event, lightermite and hardonium. They're unrefined though, so to purify them, throw them into the same oven you use to cook food, and that does the trick. Now, introducing the combination machine. This right here is a bit of an oddity that I was always confused about as a kid, because this thing only has one purpose in the entire game, and that's combining the 2 ores to create a light alloy. Having it in the same area as the oven and washing machine feels strange to me, since both of those have multiple uses, and it feels like combining these 2 ores could have been done just as easily by putting either of them in the oven together, or handing them off to an NPC who can combine them for you.
How did you make that light alloy when you're not a miner?
I don't know, man, I'm just winging it here. He takes the alloy off your hands and intends on using it for the trolley stop. Probably going to take all the credit too. Go back over to the oven and use it to cook both of the pieces of meat. It's one of those hilarious transformations where a raw, unprepared piece of meat pops out as a fully prepared steak. Just for safe measure, it always pays to have 2 prepared. Once that's done, bring the steaks to the chef in the cafeteria and he'll wave his cleaver at them for a few seconds until they transform into sandwiches. There's always something really appealing I found about pixel food, especially the food in this game. Next, head off to the trolley stop in the pipe area. That guy in the cast gave you his trolley pass, so now the trolley is accessible. The miners here use this trolley to transport a bucket of cement from one place to another for some reason. They never really explain it.
Shall we start the hoisting? Deliver it to that point over there.
What point over where? I don't know. Let's go. Well, at least that's finally out of the way. I won't have to do anything like that again, right? Right? Alright, I've been playing coy long enough. Just about anyone who's played Tombi 2 will tell you all about the trolley, the most infamous part of the entire game. And honestly, it's really not that bad. I'm sorry, I couldn't say that with a straight face. While the infamy of the trolley is incredibly hyperbolic a lot of the time, this minigame is far more frustrating than it is fun. People like to laugh about the whole trouble with the trolley, eh? thing from Spyro 2, but that minigame is nothing compared to this one. Here's the gist of it. You have to ride the trolley to the end of the track in under 1 minute and 16 seconds, or else the cement you're carrying will completely harden, navigating the inclines, slopes, and turns. The challenge is that this thing can get really fast, so you need to alternate between shifting your weight and applying the brakes to make it around corners without derailing. The biggest issue that most people have with this minigame is that the time criteria you need to meet to beat it is ridiculously tight. Like if you do everything right, you'd be lucky to make it over the finish line with a second to spare. You need to shift your weight to the opposite side of turns where you can to avoid the trolley shifting onto two wheels. There are many faster sections where this is unavoidable, but having it happen too often will slow you down. Like honestly, if the criteria to meet was 2, maybe 3 seconds more, I can guarantee this would not be nearly as infamous as it is. Most of my playthroughs I would finish it with milliseconds to spare. The best of my 3 playthroughs for this video was my Japanese playthrough, where I cleared it in 1 minute and 14 seconds. By the way, the Japanese version has the speed displayed as kilometers per hour instead of miles per hour. I just thought that was neat. Also kinda makes me wonder why the PAL version didn't do that. I don't have a particular strategy for these things honestly, but the way I measure my progress is with the 2 pit jumps on the course. If you pass the first jump before the 28-second mark, and the second jump before the 47-second mark, you're on good pace. Beyond that, shift your weight where you can and brake conservatively only on sections where you're approaching over 120 miles per hour and have tight corners. After a while you get a feel for it and can use trial and error to figure out what sections require braking and knowing how much to apply without breaking your pace too much. Oh yeah, and there's also these 5 Seeds of Strength items along the way. These things aren't really that important, but if you are going for them, the first 4 are easy enough. Just lean off to the side. It's the 5th one that's a complete pain. Not only is it right near the end of the course, so it takes the longest to get to it, but it's also on the inside curve in a very awkward place that can't be reached with just normal leaning. You need to shift your weight left and right to get enough tilt to reach the seed, which is not as easy as you might think. Don't bother trying to get these things while also going for the time challenge, just do it separately. Why are they even here? The event they're used for later makes their placement feel completely arbitrary, honestly. Once that's over and the bucket of concrete has been delivered to wherever it was supposed to go, you get a relatively measly amount of AP, but you do get to keep the bucket, and I cannot stress enough how much of a convenient time saver that second bucket is. I wouldn't say it makes the minigame worth it, but it is a great prize. Sadly, this is immediately followed by the news that there's another one of these goddamn challenges left to do, this time with cement that hardens even faster. Thankfully, the light alloy from earlier went into making this shiny new trolley, much lighter and much faster. You can feel the difference almost right away when you get into the minigame. You have to readjust your strategy this time around because there are many corners you could otherwise clear easily that will derail you in this new trolley. The criteria to meet this time is under 1 minute and 10 seconds. However, despite the fact it's much easier to fall off in this trolley, I've always personally found this one much easier to clear, because that 5-second difference in time to clear is really not that bad. Hell, in my NTSC playthrough I beat it on my first attempt. It's a similar strategy to last time with a bit more frequent braking. On the jumps this time, aim for 25 seconds on the first and 42 on the second. The last section with the sudden hills and curves right near the end is honestly the biggest hurdle to pass, but if you time your braking carefully, you can make it through to the end. And there you have it, I just did this nonsense 3 times in a row for each version of the game. Damn right that was worth 100,000 AP. The reward this time around is a little something called the Golden Sun. Introducing the golden items really early this time, except unlike the 5 in the first game, there's only 3 in this one. The minus is you can come back to ride the trolley anytime you like, but why on earth would you want to subject yourself to that voluntarily? With that headache finally cleared, head over to the hot water area and fill up the second bucket you earned from that. One last detour, use some magic wings to fly back to the starting beach. I'm not that much of a fan of how they drag out this animation for flying when it was much faster in Tombi 1. The only saving grace is that Tombi 2 has slightly faster loading times. Once at the beach, head into the foreground and climb up the tree to deliver that bird seed from the pipe area to the chicks. This metamorphosis allows them to grow from sprites into 3D models, hilariously shrunk down models of the bigger bird with hued textures at that. Next up is the drying net next to Kainen's house. If you swing on the handle next to the net in clockwise motion, the net will come down. Once it's on the ground, you can approach it and select some small fish you found in the menu to hook them onto it, having to hear this irritating music break every time. Could they not have just kept the overworld music playing? There are plenty of times where using items doesn't do this. You'll only need a minimum of 2 dried fish for later events, but you can hook up to 4 fish on this net, so it's entirely up to you. Swing on the handle counterclockwise to raise the net all the way up. These fish will take a little while to become dried, so we'll come back here later. That's pretty much everything done for the time being, so now we'll head off back to the coal mining town and board the trolley to finally head off to the next area. As I said earlier, in my opinion, Tombi 2 doesn't really start with a great first impression. The town of the fishermen is fine as an opening area, but the whole underground mine was always really dull to me. The events range from uninteresting to aggravating, the music is kind of and visually it's incredibly dull. But what it does do is serve as a great contrast for the Kujara Ranch, which in my mind is where the game really starts coming into its own. As far as leitmotif in video game music goes, a test I like to apply all the time is whether or not music in a snow level can give the impression of a cold environment without taking the lazy route and resorting to sleigh bells. A few of my go-to examples are Arctic from Cooler World, Winter Tundra from Spyro 2, and Snows from Tetris Effect. And right as you get off the trolley, Tombi 2 fails the test right out of the gate. Though I must stress that this dumb test is completely arbitrary and doesn't really have much effect on my enjoyment of a track, because when the music in the Kujara Ranch does get going, oh, it's so goddamn good. Back when this game first came out and the internet wasn't nearly as versatile as it is now, I remember this being one of the first instances of me wanting to find a way to rip music from a game to listen to in my leisure. I'd have to wait about 6 more years for that dream to come to fruition. Hats off to the composer, this is easily one of the best tracks in the game. Just down the slope, you'll run into a little girl.
Hi, I haven't seen you around here before.
Whose VA is making no effort to make her sound like a little girl. That casted up mum from the coal mining town sounded more like a child than her.
I hurt myself in the coal mine and now I can't even move.
Not to sound like a broken record, but in the Japanese version...
Boss! お兄ちゃん、見かけない顔だね。ここはクジャラの牧場。
This is the Kujara Ranch, or at least it used to be. It's just cold land now because of the evil pigs.
Well, we are on a mountain. Are you sure it's not just winter? Also, the Kujara Ranch introduces a trend of dialogue where Zippo speaks on Tombi's behalf periodically, like what Tombi would say in that situation.
You're saying I'll freeze, but you're okay?
It feels a bit jarring because Zippo hasn't done this at all up until this point, and he keeps doing this in pretty much every area up until the end of the game. But anyway, the weather here means that Tombi will freeze and take damage if he stays still for too long, and movement in general is very slippery. But you're told about a costume called the Flying Squirrel Clothes that you can find somewhere on the ranch to help you out. Also, Zippo refers to this girl by name even though she didn't introduce herself, not in the English version at least. Ima also mentions another elemental version of a weapon we already have called the Fire Hammer. Just like the ice boomerang, it makes the regular weapon completely redundant just one area later. I've always been partial to snow levels in games, and the Kujara Ranch as a whole is one of my favourites. The atmosphere, the music, the visuals, it's definitely one of my favourite areas in the whole game. You'll notice sooner or later that there are some snow fireflies that come out of the snow as you walk along, this game's version of the leaf butterflies from the first game. As a little aside, this other girl here mentions seeing Santa Claus going down the nearby chimney. I thought it was worth bringing up because Charles's name in the Japanese version is Santa, or Santa. Though I'm not sure if they make a joke about that at any point because Charles doesn't appear again until a bit later. If you clear the snow and head down the chimney, sure enough, Santa is downstairs. I wonder if the Easter Bunny exists somewhere in this world as well.
This isn't good. What? Oh, sorry. I was just busy thinking.
Is anything wrong? You seem to be troubled.
Oh, I guess you overheard. Well, it's really embarrassing. I seem to have lost my big sack somewhere around here.
Must resist obvious joke. Before leaving, over in the corner here beyond this crate is a chest containing a journal. Back on the main path there's yet another sea anemone here. To subdue this variant, you have to grab the snowball and throw it into its mouth to freeze it on the spot. Don't stay on the snowball for too long though, or it'll roll you up and the sea anemone will eat you. Like how the burning anemones in the pipe area need the ice boomerang to cool them off, you'll need the fire hammer to chip away the ice on these things. I think it was a smart move to reduce the amount of snow fireflies found in the wild. In the first game with leaf butterflies, you found 25 of them in the dwarf forest, one held by the collector, and the rest in the Masakari jungle later on, with a total of 30. This time there's 20 of them. 10 here, 3 handed out in an event later on, 5 in a nest, 1 found in a later area, and 1 held by the collector. It's a much better balance of obtaining them that doesn't mean you're finding the lion's share near the start and only finding a handful later on. Up the ladder to the left, there's a pile of snow hiding a giant peach that goes drifting off into the sky. Sadly, you can't grab it before it goes up and out of reach. There's also a totem pole of treasure chests just over here to give you a sneak peek at all the other chests yet to come, much like the mansion in the first game. There's also this traveller over here who I swear is wearing an outfit made out of leaves. That's what it looks like, at least.
Brr, cold, cold. It's cold when you don't have flying squirrel clothes.
What are you doing?
Hey, kid, how about playing a little game with me?
What do you mean?
Actually, I've hidden my journal somewhere on this ranch. Well, I don't think you'll find it, but if you do find it, I'll give you something good.
Did this guy really sneak into Santa's house to hide his diary from some random passerby? For what purpose?
Ah, my journal. Drat, I was so sure you wouldn't find it. You haven't read it. You haven't read inside, have you?
Then you shouldn't hide it.
God, this sounds like something out of a Nick Jr. cartoon. The Green Man does give us the key though. I've noticed that unlike the first game, each time you get a new key in Tombi 2, there's a chest of that colour in the immediate vicinity just for that instant reward. The green chest here especially is great because it contains the flying squirrel clothes. Get used to this look by the way, there's very few times in the game where you won't be donning the flying squirrel clothes. It's essentially the funky parasol but with better movement capabilities and a far better balance with airtime and how fast you descend. Out on this ledge jutting out to the side, there's yet another pile of snow that has Santa's big sack inside of it. And while you're up here, there's more gems to help pump up your AP. Head on back to Santa's house and deliver his bag.
What am I going to do? What? Kid, that bag!
That line always felt weirdly informal to me.
Oh, so it was around here. Well, thank you. You really saved me. I can finally get on my way. Oh my, it's all frozen.
How exactly did that bike freeze down here right next to a fireplace?
It really saved me. Thanks.
Proofread your scripts. You pretty much just said that.
This is called a fire hammer. As you can see, it's a hammer that has the power of fire.
What an odd thing to say.
So, when you leave from this chimney and climb the ladder, there should be a big piece of ice you can test the hammer out on. Be careful though, a big freeze pig might be hiding inside.
Oh, thanks for the warning?
Well, I should get going. Hope we can meet again. You have good eyes, little boy. Okay.
He just flew away. I wonder who he is.
All that knowledge Zippo has and he doesn't even know who Santa is? With the fire hammer, we can now collect the anemone's icy dregs, as well as the one to the left of Santa's hut. There's also one on a hill accessible by gliding there from the pole near the start of the level. Further up, there's also this tiny tree trapped inside stone. Yet another event trigger that won't be resolved until much later. Okay, make sure all enemies and the chest on this hill have been cleared out and head right to the top and you'll find a rope. This is something I never figured out on my first playthrough back in the day, but while you're trapped in the snowball, you can actually slightly adjust your speed in this thing while rolling. And if you do it in just the right places, you can launch it off the hill and onto this trampoline down the bottom, sending you way up into the sky to find the most devilishly hidden pot of life in the game. I had no clue this even existed until I saw a bit of it shown off in the credits of the game, probably very intentionally. I appreciate that. Both that trampoline and the rope disappear after the evil pig curse is lifted, so do it now if you want to max out your health bar. With the flying squirrel clothes, you're now able to traverse the caverns beneath the hill, and this is one of like 2 places in the game where you're navigating a larger area surrounded by bottomless pits. It's like the lava caves light, except the flying squirrel clothes make this child's play. Try to avoid the icy ceiling, it'll hurt you on contact like the ceiling in the lava caves. Flying through the lower area to the other side, there's a snow firefly nest suspended over the pit, yet another mini event setup that we'll be coming back to later. There's also a hidden aquatic plant up the top here too, and a blue coca bird of all things. It's a lot bigger than the ones in the first game. There's also an egg sitting in the nest that it's flying over, but instead of a chick it contains a mystery reflector. Oh, just you wait, the payoff for this thing is really dumb. The AP chest criteria here is 500,000, sadly a bit beyond what is reasonable to have at this point, so we'll have to come back a bit later. Head on back to the area near Santa's chimney and climb the ladder to the next area. These poles are still as slow to ascend as ever, but among these seesaws in the sky are more coca birds, the garden variety red ones this time. Oh hey, that's where that peach went. On the way down, there's also yet another pot of life in a chest just under the wooden walkway. Head on back to the wall of ice and talk to the third little girl.
Are you a traveler? Sorry, but you won't be able to climb any further. You can't melt such a big piece of ice unless you had a fire hammer, but no one's found it. I've heard, though, that a big freeze pig might be hiding inside.
You've heard? Is this just a common occurrence around here since the evil pig curse? Giant pigs hiding out inside ice? Once you hit the ice with the fire hammer, what could be very charitably called a mini-boss appears. The strategy here? Just keep whacking it, and give it a few seconds between whacks to bypass the invincibility frames. After 2 hits and a brief flash, it's revealed to be little more than a regular ice pig. This is such a weird obstacle, and what's even stranger is there's another one casually waiting up the next ladder. Same strategy as before. Did they feel the first one wasn't enough of a challenge, so they just copy-pasted another one here? It's probably one of the most baffling parts of this game from a design standpoint. If you wander down this cave here, there's a few berries, magic wings, and a gem down the slide, so not a bad idea to go through. Right back to the top, there's a little something called a ghost sticker up here. Something that feels very underdeveloped, but we'll get to that. Also an infinite spawn of potatoes for some reason.
I just think they're neat.
Just inside here we meet Fam, another character I honestly think has one of the better voices in this game.
What's the matter, kid? You need something?
How does the lift here run?
Well, just look at this.
Seems like it doesn't have any energy.
Yeah, this lift is powered by the Kujara, but...
With those stubby little legs, surely there are more efficient ways to get a lift to work.
If it's fed its favorite mountain peach that's found in the snow, it might feel better.
Once the Kujara are fed that peach we found, they're back at it. Hopefully they can keep running on just that because there aren't any more peaches left.
Oh, it's moving! Thank you. Now the gondola that connects the summit to the forest can finally be completed.
In the upper area of the ranch, we're almost immediately greeted by a familiar face.
Ho ho ho! So we meet again.
Kynan, what happened? What are you doing here?
Well, for a tired traveler, spas are great. But in this case, the hot water's all gone.
So you've just been sitting in an empty spa pool in your bathing suit in freezing cold weather. Why don't you just get back out? This is where one of our hot water buckets gets its time to shine.
Hey, wait a minute. I need hot water, but you're going to get it on me.
Sure, it'll hurt less, but have you ever stepped into hot water when your feet are freezing cold? It feels like 1,000 needles on your nerve endings.
I think I'm going to freeze to death.
Then why didn't you get back out and change into your clothes then?
Ah, nice and hot. I was about to catch a cold.
Kynan looks so relaxed in there, Tombi.
This bar is a nice pit stop area though. Walking into it will completely restore your health, like that fountain in the Haunted Mansion from the first game.
I'm about ready to get out. You guys ought to try it. You'll feel better afterward. See ya. Maybe we'll meet again sometime.
That second bucket of water can go to the magic flower, which probably appreciates having a warm drink right about now. Since we're in the summit now, the area beyond here will freeze you instantly if you're not wearing the flying squirrel clothes. You'll also start seeing a lot of these things. These weird six-legged tiger-striped octopus-faced abominations of nature are called Torodako, a name literally meaning tiger octopus. They're an odd breed that are immune to most attacks that aren't being bitten and thrown or the fire hammer. Or this. Now, as much as I love the music in the lower ranch, the Cursed Ranch Summit theme may be my favourite piece of music in the game. This stuff is just fantastic. What does it say when even with something as tropical as steel drums in the mix, it can still convey the atmosphere of a cold landscape? Climbing up the ladder into this rare area, you'll have to navigate your way by destroying these blocks of ice with the fire hammer. The green chest up in this little nook contains another pot of life. You have to be careful when breaking the blocks containing Torodako because these little bastards will smear you with projectile oil if you get in their line of fire. It's not a huge inconvenience, but you take damage from the initial smearing, and then take a hit again if you come into contact with fire. This includes your fire hammer. There's a very different block of ice down the bottom here. By pushing it, you can knock it down here and have it slide into some poor blighter's house. There's also some events at the wash house later on that can only be unlocked if you talk to this guy here.
I've just been over to the sculptors to see his sculptures, and they truly are amazing.
This NPC was unvoiced in the version I played as a kid, so I honestly thought this character was a woman. My mistake. Also, is it just me, or do all of these side NPCs have some of the weakest voices in the game? Popping down into this hut, we find that block of ice we pushed down here. Pretty convenient this was a house of a sculptor and not a baker or something. Now this sculptor's voice is just something else, man.
Oh, this ice sculpture. It's great. The luster and clarity, everything's first class. And that color, rumor has it, it's famous, the eternal ice.
What is this? I get they're trying to put on a sort of Austrian accent or something, but that sounds like Tommy Wiseau.
What a story, Mark.
Okay, I'm going to do it. The Supreme Ice Sculpture.
Well, he'll be chipping away at that for a while, so we'll come back later. If you didn't already notice it on the way down, there's a Kujara in a block of ice just over here. If you jump on it, you can collect it and wear it like a fancy hat, which I always found equal parts hilarious and adorable. This entrance up ahead here has two Torodako in the way, so it can be a little tough to get past them unscathed and unsmeared. But behind them is an item called the Hexagon Gear, in the same family as the star-shaped cog. The top right area here has a really neat looking frozen aquatic plant, and inside of it is a funny looking winged squid. You can't get it at this point, but you'll want to remember that for later. Back down on the main path, there's this big stack of blocks here with another Torodako waiting on the other side. Once that's cleared out of the way, there's some magic wings and another Kujara hiding in the ice. And so our hat gains another tier. Up near the top of the summit is where the crank that this gear belongs to is waiting for us.
That ladder can be raised with this crank. But someone's taken the hexagon gear.
There's no evil pigs this high up in the mountain, so who would steal something so mundane?
Hey, you found it? Good. Let's get this thing going.
Tombi can also backflip with two Kujara on his head. That's pretty impressive. The crank in the starting beach made sense, since the net bridge connected the two bits of land. This, on the other hand, is just a ladder that leads to, well, a massive drop. Unless everyone around here has access to flying squirrel clothes, it's no wonder someone made this access limited. Also, are these lantern torch things just hanging suspended from the sky? The wall over here has a few goodies to grab among the ice. Itching salve, for some reason, more magic wings in the red chest, and the third stray Kujara. There's also a white chest stuck further down, but one of the stone blocks is on top of it, and it can't be broken or pushed aside with what you have now. So there's a little something to stir the imagination. The drop-off here will take you back to the lower area, and directly to the left is the tool shed. And this is where that cheeky chimp Charles has run off to, and he's a little more erratic than usual right now. Just jump on his head and bite him to get him to calm down. Hey man, do you like my hat?
That itches. Oh, it itches. My head's all itchy.
I have 3 live animals squatting on my head. Don't be such a baby.
Oh, I have something for you.
I'd love to, but I don't know.
Help me. It's so itchy I can't stand it.
In case it weren't obvious, this is where the itching salve from the wall comes in handy.
Itching salve. Hurry. Put it on.
Did it work? Charles!
What? Oh, yes. The itching stopped.
Maybe you were bitten by a bug.
Just like last time, Charles rewards us with yet another pot of life.
Hey, Tombi! Zippo!
They've run off by themselves again. I guess they can't wait to meet Tabby.
They? Charles was the only one who ran off. Is this a mistranslation, or did the scriptwriters have no context for what happened in this scene? Once that's all over, there's a funny wrench-looking thing in this box that's apparently a fuse for a washing machine. Now that's all cleared up, head off to the main building at the summit and head inside.
Hey kids, welcome.
Hello?
Oh, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Fam. I own this ranch. Pleased to meet you.
Bam! Is the gondola for going to the forest ready?
It is, but...
What's wrong?
Well, just come here.
What? Whoa, what is this?
It's a machine to collect the Kujara's static electricity.
Static electricity? Is that the little shocks you get when things rub together in the winter?
Yeah, or the awful shocks you get from touching the bars on a trampoline in the middle of summer.
On the other side of that rock wall, I'm building a gondola that can go to the forest, but the rock wall is too hard and I can't break it in the normal way.
Wait, was this gondola being built and then a rock fell blocking the way? Because the dialogue makes it sound like he was working on it in spite of the rock. I don't know, it's just more dialogue in this game that feels strange.
I see. So you're gonna cause an explosion using static electricity.
Wow, you're pretty smart, little fellow. That's exactly right.
So you have a fundamental understanding of all this Frankenstein-looking machinery, but you don't know who Santa is?
Lots of static.
That's where the Kujara comes in. When it's cold, their hair becomes long and has lots of static. Let me see. I think if I have 3, that should be fine.
Sure, but where are we going to find 3 more Kujara? Oh fine, you can have the ones from my hat. Like lambs to the slaughter. The poor little fellas have no idea what's going to happen next.
Bam! We've collected 3. Is it gonna work?
Well, just watch and see.
I always feel bad for the Kujara here, but I don't see why they couldn't just jump over that little fence. Invisible walls are a blight even in cutscenes. Yeah! That was awesome. So much cooler than that boulder in the pipe area.
Wow, that scared me. Same with Win, but... Fam, you do some crazy stuff.
We did it! Kids, it's a success!
Oh yeah, no one will ever know we were here.
I feel sorry for the Kujaras.
Oh, don't worry about them. They're pretty tough.
I'll keep that in mind. Oh yes, I certainly will.
Oh, I almost forgot. As promised, I'll let you kids be the first on the gondola. If you want to go to the forest, you can use it any time. You also mentioned something about the evil pigs. Let me give you this.
Thank you very much, fam.
Well, now we're done with the main story events on the ranch, it's time to do a little backtracking. Now that we have both the green key and the flying squirrel clothes, we have a lot we can cover. Fly back to the starting beach. There's a chest in the front area containing a 10,000 AP gem, and in the background area next to Kainen's house, the dried fish are all ready to collect. Further along past the seesaws right before the waterfall, there's a green chest above that area with the 2 aquatic plants that contains a pot of life. There's a 5,000 AP gem on the lower area of the thin platforms near Wynn's Windmill. Skipping on to the pipe area, you're now able to collect the various items below the pipes thanks to the flying squirrel clothes. There's a pot of life and 5600 AP worth of gems in the first area. While we're on the other side here, we can go to the hot water area to refill our empty buckets. This is also where those potatoes from the Kujara Ranch will come into use. If you select the potato from the menu, Tombi will place it down on the grate and you can smash the switch to boil it. You need to make sure to do this twice though, because irritatingly enough, doing this once will only give you a half-boiled potato. A similar thing happens to the big pieces of meat if you haven't bought the power coal to that one miner, but that seems to have no effect on the hot water. It just feels like a waste of time, but at least it isn't like waiting around for the fish to dry. You'll need a minimum of 2 potatoes, but it doesn't hurt to have 3 or more ready to go. In the lower area near the trolley stop, there's more goodies under the pipes. 6500 AP worth of gems and yet another pot of life. Last but not least, one final pot of life on the platform in the chain near the entrance to the coal mining town. Go into the town and head up to the cafeteria. We can make another 2 sandwiches. We can make as many of these things as we like if we have the ingredients on hand. It's best to have at least 2 each of all 3 types of sandwiches for both the events that require them and having some on the side in case of emergency. So you have steak sandwiches that cure oily smear, dried fish sandwiches that cure invisibility, and hashed potato sandwiches that cure laughing and crying. Once that's all done, it's back to the Kujara Ranch again. At the ranch summit, there's an entranceway behind all those blocks near the start that leads to the operations room. Right at the very back of this room is another afflicted traveller. He's been sprayed by a Torodako's oily smear, and let me tell you, playing this back on the day on a CRT TV, he was incredibly hard to see. Some of those old TVs made it very hard to see the finer details unless you were playing in a pitch black room. But you already know the deal. Go into the menu to give the man a steak sandwich and he'll be right as rain. Seems like the kind of thing a shower and a washing machine would be better suited to handling, but what do I know? Like the thirsty traveller, he vaguely touches on another legendary tower that he's been looking for, the Tower of Strength. Shame he'll never get to see it though. Next up, talk to the 3 girls we met on the lower ranch. These 3 are Fam's daughters, by the way. They want to play a little game of hide and seek on the lower ranch area, which is fair enough considering the summit has a much more simplistic layout and less places to hide. They say no one has ever beaten them at hide and seek, but they're not quite as good at the whole hiding thing as Yan of the Hidden Village was. Head on back to the lower ranch via the elevator, and the first girl can be seen very nearby where the big ice hunk was. This one is probably the hardest to get. There's a snowball here you need to throw into the hole in the wall nearby, but you have to do this without accidentally breaking the snowball on the nearby snow lump or missing the hole. If you do miss, you'll have to leave the area and come back to make it respawn. When you do manage to push her out of there, they apparently don't want to concede until Tombi bites them.
I thought you'd never find me here.
Finding you was easy. It was just getting you out of there that took the effort. You get a snow firefly from her, and there will be 2 more to follow after finding the other 2. The second girl is very straightforward. Go up the ladder and slide down this tunnel, and she'll be waiting at the bottom. Same as last time, bite her and she'll give you another snow firefly. The third and final girl is the most out of the way, but not that hard to get to. Just go into that cavern area under the hill and glide across. We've now earned more than enough AP to open the adventurer's chest down here, and while doing that we can see the last girl hiding away just on the other side of this wall. Glide underneath, bite her, collect the snow firefly. They have another game to play though, so head back up to the operations room and talk to them again. This time we're playing detective. You're given the badge of liars and have to hand it to one of the 3 girls after they tell you something, and you have to deduce which one of them is lying. It's a 3-stage game that you need to pass all 3 in a row to complete. If you lose on the 2nd or 3rd stage, you have to do the first one all over again. The first stage is very easy, ranging from basic gameplay trivia to world details, so if you've been paying attention it shouldn't give you too much trouble. There's a pool of different things they can say each time, but the lie is usually pretty obvious. Hand the liar the badge and they'll go to the next round. Round 2 I always personally found the hardest because I've always sucked at riddles like this, so more often than not I just take a stab in the dark if I can't pick out the obvious answer. The third and final one can be a bit tricky if you have the short-term memory of a goldfish like I do. The girls will throw 4 different coloured balls to each other 9 times before making 3 statements about which ball they have. While it's not a foolproof method, I just keep track of 2 balls which will usually get me by. Now that that's over, they talk about playing with them again when they think up a new game, but this is the last of it, so no need to check back. As a reward for outsmarting a bunch of 8-year-olds, you get the first half of the spell of strength. Heading back outside, there's another hidden ladder on the main path that leads down to the collector's hut. I can always appreciate a fellow collector. He's not really got much to show for it though, just a jellyfish. This is where that rare fish from the starting beach gets used though. There's still 3 more rare life forms out there, but we'll find them soon enough. Okay, one last stop, and that's this area's minigame, the Kujara Wash. Inside is that guy from earlier who was hanging around outside the sculptor's hut, and he tells you about how this place is used to clean the grubby Kujara, who when dirty turn from yellow to white for some reason. Although unlike the trolley minigame where we were covering the guy who broke his arm, we're being dragged into washing the Kujara because this lazy muppet doesn't want to do it himself. The Kujara Wash minigame isn't as difficult as the trolley minigame, but it's much more tedious to complete. You have to run through this course with several tiers, jumping on the Kujara and throwing them into the chutes to wash them up, watching that little cutscene every time they go through. Once you've washed all 6 Kujara, the supervisor will shut off the machine and set up the next game. Guess what? It's almost exactly the same. Same amount of Kujara, same chutes, same level layout. The only difference is that the Kujara gradually get more erratic and the chutes move up and down much faster, eventually having the openings periodically close on you. You're on the clock as well, so I hope you don't mess up too many times or you'll be doing that stage again. There are pros and cons to doing this minigame with the flying squirrel clothes equipped. On one hand, you can maintain the high ground and have many chances to grab Kujara mid-jump, and can cover a lot more area faster. The drawback is that being much floatier can waste time floating back to the ground and make some jumps less precise. Combine that with Tombi's bad traction, and sometimes trying to line up with the ladders to climb can cost you a few seconds. Kujara also have some obnoxious knockback which only gets more obnoxious as they get more erratic. Biting them becomes a bit easier if you hit them with a weapon. They'll spin out in the air for a few seconds and that will give you a brief window to clip through their model and bite them without worrying about knockback. Like Fam said, they're tough little birds, so they can take as much abuse as you can dish out and still keep going. After 3 rounds, the supervisor pulls you aside to thank you for your effort and even gives you something that can clean off the oily smear status effect. After all that nonsense, the fuse finally dies, putting this wretched minigame out of its misery. Except it doesn't, because you give the washer the giant fuse you found in the shed to get it back up and running. And you get to do this for 7 more goddamn levels. 10 levels of this. Why did they drag this out for so long? You could easily have 2 levels before the fuse breaks, and 2, maybe 3 levels after that with an escalating difficulty, and nothing would have been lost. It still would have been tedious doing this with barely any change, but it would have been better than this. It's not fun, it's not even that challenging, it's just frustrating and really grating. The trolley may have been overly difficult with that really tight time criteria, but at least there were only 2 stages. This minigame has no business going on for this long. After replaying this 4 times over during my trial playthrough I did for my PS Vita, and the 3 different versions of the game I recorded for footage, I think I actually hate this one more than the trolley, and oh god, it's still going. I'm just gonna skip to the last stage. The final stage isn't too much more difficult than the previous 2 or 3, which again begs the question why they even have so many of these goddamn levels. The knockback becomes especially obnoxious at this point, and sometimes after Kujara escape your grasp, they'll fly right back over to the other side where they started. So it's generally easier to just grab one at a high enough point and just throw it off to the right and hope for the best. In the off chance that it hits the mark, it saves a lot of time. Thank God that nightmare is over. Another 100,000 AP is a nice reward at least. Plus we get the second golden item, the Golden Moon. He says you're welcome to come back and wash any time, but I couldn't possibly fathom why anyone would want to. Leave it in the same bin as the trolley and the Tombi 1 motocross course. Now that the Kujara Ranch is all cleared for now, head back to Fam's gondola and onward to the next area.
Spooky, scary skeletons send shivers down your spine.
Forget the Haunted Mansion from Tombi 1, this is the real spooky level we needed in these games, and this one is actually haunted. The Donglin Forest is second only to the Kujara Ranch as my favourite area in Tombi 2 because everything about this place is great. The art direction and use of colours, the atmosphere, the vertical level design, that music. Most people with even vague memories of playing Tombi 2 will likely remember the Donglin Forest for that music alone. It's absolutely iconic and arguably the most memorable track in the entire game. And right at the start, strangely enough, there's a single snow firefly that emerges from the undergrowth. Be careful not to land on the gondola again, these things can be a bit tricky.
This is the Donglin Forest. The evil pig's magic has scattered ghosts all over the place. Look, there's a ghost over there. He doesn't like the cold. If you cool it and bite it, it'll disappear.
Yellow was an interesting choice for these things. I always thought it looked a bit like a decaying teddy bear. Cool it off with the ice boomerang and bite it to... What the hell is that thing? I'm assuming these ghosts fall under the evil pig curse, but you do see ghost pigs floating around and they're very much in line with the rest of the pigs we've seen so far. Visually, these ghosts almost look like they're from a completely different game. These flaming skulls always confused me as a kid. Small sprites like that usually represented items, so I always thought you could grab them mid-air to collect them. I tried over and over, clipping through it a few times before finally concluding these aren't actually items. These big bagworm looking things allow you to pass over these divides, but they'll disappear after this area is cleared. They almost feel superfluous with the flying squirrel clothes. Closer to the giant face is the second teddy ghost, just one more to go. For whatever reason, swinging on this handle here lowers this big blue eggplant thing from above. Jump on it to grab it and keep gliding over to the right, and use the white chest as a buffer to make it to the platform over here. The third and final of the teddy ghosts is just off to the right. Jesus. If I played this game at the age I was when I played Tombi 1, these things would have been terrifying to me. Also, it says kill the guards when there's only one guard. Jump up the ladder, and just inside this hut we'll get a glance at yet another artist in a slump. I never noticed it before, but this is the third one so far, along with the sculptor in the Kujara Ranch and the potter in the coal mining town. It also won't be the last.
I'm almost finished painting, but it's missing something. Of course, something blue, but the blue fruit is all gone.
Oh cool, more bad accents. Did they just make him sound French because he's a painter? Ça alors. What on earth prompted him to run at us like that? Damn, I wonder if stack sandwiches can cure this too.
Oh, yes, that's the color I want. Thanks. You know what?
The scene lives rent-free in my head. I love how ridiculous it is.
Hee, I just had an inspiration.
Really? What is it?
Just watch. It will be a masterpiece.
Whoa!
Splendid. So dynamic. So intense. It's perfect.
Whatever you say, mon ami. I don't get the appeal in modern art.
Tombi, are you okay?
I think my brain splattered all over the front of my skull, but at least that kink in my back is gone. And hey, for helping progress the medium of painting, we get the blue key. Like the other two times, we have a chest nearby immediately to open. It's only magic juice though, nothing that great. It does tease you with two chests outside that are far out of reach though. Now it's time to take on that guardian ghost. This thing is another mini-boss akin to the big freeze pig, the fire hammer also being the weapon of choice here. Except I'm not sure if it's something I'm missing here, but this thing always seemed really badly designed to me. You have to smack that head on the end of its tongue, but this thing reaches right to the edge of the platform when there's no footing on that level. It backs up every now and then, but the tongue still comes all the way out to the edge. The only way to really approach it without getting hurt is to jump out of the way and whack it with the hammer. But you're stuck between the ghost and this platform, so it feels really awkward. Whack it 3 times and the spirit will vanish. After that, the blue ghost wall will give you an item called the Donglin Bell and vanish as well. The first game had 4 bells, while this game has 3. The ones in the first game took you to the huts of the Old Men of Time, but the ones in this game take you to what feel like very randomly picked places, aside from maybe one of them. Alternatively, you can also get grabbed by one of the ghost pigs nearby, and this will inflict you with the invisibility status. You can't wear special clothing or talk to NPCs, but you do become invulnerable to most hazards, including this ghost, which makes this encounter completely trivial. Though I wonder if this was the intended way to beat it, because while invisible you ordinarily can't talk to NPCs, and the bit of dialogue where Zippo explains the Donglin Bell to you has Zippo completely absent. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not, but either way it feels like a bug. On to the next section of the forest, we're almost immediately met with a familiar face. It's Baron, our sweet infinite flying baby boy from the first game, except he's not exactly doing a lot of flying these days from the looks of it. I'm just wondering what exactly Baron is doing here on this continent. Sure, he left Tombi behind at the end of the first game, but I can't imagine any reason for him to have gone further away than Charles would have. Also, apparently he was turned to stone because he disobeyed the evil pigs. What did he do exactly? Piss on one of their legs? Whatever the case, that's the second thing we've come across trapped in stone. I wonder if there are some gold needles in any chests around here. As you may have guessed from the distant tiny sounds of laughing and crying, this section of the forest is basically this game's rendition of the mushroom forest from the first game. except there's no demonic flowers or bottomless pits, and there's only 2 types of fruit that clearly distinguish which status effect they give you. So basically it's the mushroom forest, except not completely awful. These plants do periodically switch from laughing to crying though, so be aware of that. Also, I just want to say, while I like most of Tombi's new voice lines in this game, the laughing and crying are just a straight downgrade. The laughing in this game sounds incredibly fake, and the crying sounds like they left a mic in front of a baby. Neither of them sound right to me. Not far into the area, there's a big wooden stake poking out of the ground, which you can smack with the hammer and trigger a fuse connected to a nearby wall. I have several questions, but I already know I'm not going to get any answers. There's another one just down here in the area below, and since the game loves to do things in threes, there's one more stake left to go, but we'll get to that. Off to the right in the lower area, there's a suspicious looking flat mushroom next to one of the fruits. Whacking this with the hammer will cause a new rare life form to pop out of the water, and whacking it subsequently will sometimes yield AP gems, but like the mud balls, they're low enough that it's not worth wasting time with it. Get yourself into a laughing state and head on to the hut near the second stake. There's 3 rapid fire events you can get out of the way here. First is the laughing door for actually getting inside. Second up is switch with Donglin, something I was confused about on my first playthrough. The reality is this is really easy. Push the panel on the left into the slot, and then jump into it to activate the switch that flips over this plant. This will also flip over some of these platforms in the other parts of the forest, which will tie into other events later on. The third event in here is this man here, yet another traveller afflicted with a particular status effect. This time the poor guy ate one of the mushrooms outside and is stuck with a case of the giggles. Rather than directing him to eat one of the pink mushrooms outside to cure it, we have to feed him the world's most unfunny hash potato sandwich. Like the other 2 travellers, this guy tells you about the third hidden tower, the Tower of Wisdom, which is hidden somewhere in the forest. Once again, too bad he'll never get to see it for himself. After heading back outside, grab a crying mushroom and head up to the house in the highest area.
Put that away here.
Put what away where?
Whew, it looks a little better. Oh, it's a customer.
You're very talented.
Pretty useful, isn't it? If humans wanted to do the same, they couldn't without a grapple.
You don't really learn much about these guys, but they have leafy looking clothes and even leafy looking hair, seem to be able to hook onto surfaces with a string they launch from their hands, and the way they talk about humans could only do that with the grapple seems to imply that they're not human themselves. But hey, we're getting the grapple soon, that's exciting. Out the door to the left is the final stake, but you'll first need to eat the normal mushroom to be able to use the hammer again. I do appreciate that the normal mushroom is used automatically in the field, rather than requiring you to go into the menu every time. It saves a lot of hassle from not having to have it as a separate item for the sake of one event like they did in the first game. Head on back to where the wall was, and the grapple will be waiting inside the blue chest. Finally, fully explorative freedom, and combined with the flying squirrel clothes you can get to just about anywhere. It functions basically identically to the grapple from the first game, but the swinging feels significantly less janky now. Grab a laughing mushroom and head back to the first area of the forest. Now it's time to go all the way up to the treetops. Swing up the handles, climb up the platforms, and ascend to the right, and you'll find a laughing door. And inside it is something I wasn't able to appreciate on my first playthrough. It's Witch Mizuno from the first game. Set up shop in a different continent apparently, and she's the same height as Tombi now, so maybe her sprite in the first game really was badly scaled. They do give her the voice of a stereotypical old lady though, even though she's applied to be much younger than that.
What, child? Need something? Oh, I'm a little busy right now, making some magic powder.
But that's on the English voice direction. They probably didn't even realize she was a returning character. This also seems to come across in the localization, because for whatever reason she doesn't recognize us or even acknowledge that she's met us before. After all that effort collecting her missing items, ingredient for her candy, and bringing her cold medicine out of kindness. I'm honestly not sure if it was an oversight or if it was deliberately written this way in case people never came across her event. It's not exactly like any of her events were story crucial. Anyway, this is where the hot and cold anemone dregs come into use. Mizuno uses these as ingredients in her pot to create new items, just like old times. But irritatingly enough, even if you have both of each of them, she only takes one at a time, so you have to sit through the dialogue and then get more for her out of the menu again. This extra flab could be easily mitigated if they were just changed to pink items and both of them used automatically. It's not like there's any point in selecting them one at a time. It's not like you can give her one cold dreg and then one hot dreg to create some combination item. It's just pointless padding for its own sake. And once you have two of the same kind of dregs in the pot, you get this.
Money, money, see an enemy, shooby dooby doo wah wah, see oh, and anemones chuka.
I would love to see what kind of direction the actress was given for these lines. That is something else. And it's the same song and dance for the other type of dreg, so I'll just skip over this. While Mizuno doesn't really explain it that well, both of these will protect you from fire and ice elemental damage. This includes stuff like coming into contact with kappas, the damage taken from being frozen in the Kujara Ranch, getting burned from clearing up the oily smear, and the flaming skulls in the forest, among others. And it's a passive ability, so you don't have to worry about it being equipped. Now that she's been taken care of, float just down to the area below her house and there'll be a blue chest containing a pot of life, another one off to the left with a 20,000 AP gem, a red chest on the other side with a couple of magic wings, and a green chest just down below with yet another pot of life. At this point we've reached the health cap of 8, but just like the vitality maxes in the first game, these will all be stocked for you for when you finally get the health upgrade. Back in the Laughing and Crying Forest, if you go to the entrance of the librarian's house, there's a red chest that can be accessed with the grapple just outside. Inside of it are the third and final pants in the game, Turbo Pants. Pass through the librarian's place and climb up the ladder on the other side to reach the final area of the forest. Interestingly enough, without any loading screen or transition. The deep forest is where the grapple really gets a lot of mileage, especially in this first part right here, which you can't traverse with the squirrel clothes alone. And down the bottom of this large ladder on the other side is where I'm finally going to show off the ghost sticker. Let the nearby ghost pig here grab you to inflict invisibility. Walking through the ghost sticker here, you'll get an item called the Clear Fruit, an item whose purpose is to cure invisibility. For the record, there's 5 ghost stickers in the entire game, only 2 of which are remotely useful for completing the game. And the reason is this: idiot proofing. Invisibility is a status effect which renders you unable to talk to NPCs or equip clothing like the flying squirrel clothes. The only way to cure it is by biting a ghost pig, eating a dried fish sandwich, or using the Clear Fruit. Let's say for example a player used the magic wings to travel to a certain part of the game while invisible, and they somehow had no magic wings left. Assuming they didn't have either of the items to cure it, they'd have to get back to the Donglin Forest on foot. 2 of the ghost stickers will transport you back to the sticker at the start of the Donglin Forest. The one in the Kujara Ranch, and one in an area later on, which exists entirely because the path to get back to the forest on foot is impossible in the event the player was both invisible and afflicted with laughing or crying to prevent the use of the grapple. I can appreciate that this level of care was taken to make sure that players can't go out of their way to get stuck somewhere, but at the same time the invisibility status and by extension the ghost stickers feel like a severely underdeveloped concept. But I digress. Right in front of where the sticker was, we see the first non-frozen aquatic plant in a while, this one having a very different look from the others, likely to comply with the lighting here. This is also a great aha moment for many players, as it's the first time one of these plants is seen since the grapple was introduced. Surely enough, a sharp-pointed weapon is enough to break it, and it triggers an event suggesting that the plants themselves are tied to some kind of secret, thus confirming that these are Tombi 2's equivalent to the pump rocks. Walk backwards into this little grotto, and we're once again greeted by Charles, who has, once again, gotten himself into trouble.
Charles? What are you doing in there?
I'm all wrapped up in these leaves, and I can't move.
I kind of understand the whole thing with him getting trapped in a mud clump, but how in the hell does something like this happen?
Tombi, can't you do something?
Use the fire hammer, use the fire hammer, use the fire hammer. Oh, forget it. Come on, Charles must have a whole surplus of pots of life. A few third-degree burns won't kill him.
Charles, why don't you try eating the leaves?
Don't be ridiculous. We don't eat leaves.
Let's see here. Yeah, the facts say otherwise, Charles. Maybe a life of people bringing you bananas and itching salve has spoiled you.
I'm not a caterpillar, you know.
Well, there you go. He's pretty much given us the solution right there. Back on the main path, this final part of the forest has a lot to take in. Visually, it's a mess. There's items floating all over the place. And there's a whole series of seesaws suspended over trees over a death drop. Standing on one side of these seesaws for long enough will cause these blades and spikes to pop out, and you'll hear some sort of thumping noise in the distance. And on the PAL version running at a slower frame rate, this always sounded like someone very enthusiastically using a hammer to me. Basically, you have to spring all of these traps with the eyes on it so that the eyelashes are facing downwards, and that will open the way forward. Just a quick aside though, there's actually a hidden room up ahead that you can unlock if you have all of these facing with the eyelashes up. If you walk into the room at the end and go in the lower pathway, there's a small isolated room. Jump on the switch to the left and this chest will fall down from the ceiling containing a healthy lunch. It's not really worth going to this secret room. I just thought it was interesting. It might have been intended for something more at some point. What I really find interesting though is this. As I've said, I grew up playing the PAL version, and in the PAL version of this room, you can actually jump above the entrance and pass through the collision onto the bit of pathway beyond where the level transition usually occurs. Continuing to walk in this way will eventually cause you to fall into the abyss and die. I tested this on all 3 versions. The Japanese version does this too, but the NTSC version is the only one where this glitch doesn't exist. And I think that all but confirms my hypothesis that despite coming out after the US version, the PAL version runs on a slightly earlier build of the game, hence the lack of side event dialogue and this glitch. Pretty impressive that they found this, because in my experience this is the only bug of this caliber in either of the 2 games. But anyway, back to doing these seesaws the proper way. Once you have all the eyes facing the correct way, the hammering sound will play again and the event will be cleared, indicating that the way forward has opened. But first, oh look, a caterpillar. I wonder what this could be for. Wait, potato bug? They're not even remotely the same thing. Now this bit here always felt a bit finicky to me. You have to lead this caterpillar through the seesaw gauntlet while carefully gliding between the traps. You have to keep relatively close to it though, otherwise it'll get confused and go back the other way. Once you make it to the end, it'll drop onto this leaf sitting down on the thorns. For the next stage, float down and land on the caterpillar, and it'll start crawling and transport you to the cave where Charles is. This little thing is crawling across a huge stretch of thorns with the boy twice its size riding on its back. What a champ. Now this part did confuse me as a kid, because the first time I figured out how to get the caterpillar here, I hadn't even found Charles in the event in the coal mining town, so this room was empty and the little guy would just crawl back where he came from. This right here is the last time we helped Charles in the game, so this time around he has something for us a little more substantial than another pot of life. It's the item that doubles your maximum health from 8 to 16. A golden bowl in the first game seemed a bit strange, but I like how in this game it's represented with a big bundle of berries, which is very in line with the regular health pickups. I'm still not that big a fan of the colour of the health bar though. Whether it's 1 or 16, these bars are always the same colour. This berry was a gift courtesy of Kynan apparently. The old man's always looking out for us. Now one thing that these seesaws do that isn't directly explained is that the very left of the foreground area has blocks with eyes that appear over the spikes that let you into this little grotto. There's a little turtle creature in here you're able to pick up if you whack it and... Wait, rock crab? That thing is clearly a turtle. They're called rock turtles in the Japanese version. How do you mess something like that up? I don't know anymore. The Forest's Adventurer's chest is here as well, but the 1 million AP criteria is a bit high to get at the moment. Go through the series of seesaws and up to the top to the treasure house, and through the top pathway. Well, this is a lot to take in. Hey buddy, what's going on?
There's so many ghosts here, I can't take it anymore!
This is an amazing number of ghosts. What's going on?
Well, do you see that book there? That's the treasure of the forest. It's the evil pig book. The ghosts are after it.
Can't we get rid of them somehow?
I thought if I read the evil pig book, I could do something. But one of the rock crabs that's used for the contraption seems to have gotten away.
You guys have a huge weighted mechanism to keep a book safe? Ever heard of a safe, or even a lock and key? Also, can these rock crabs fly? Because there's no way it could have made it to that grotto past that huge pit and series of seesaws. Hell, Tombi couldn't make it past all that without the squirrel clothes and the grapple. Much like those Kujara that power the lift in the Kujara Ranch, these rock crabs just get to sit here on these scales for the rest of eternity.
It's no good, Tombi. This book has too many hard words. I can't read it.
Oh sure, you get us to lift the cage on the evil pig book and then just bail and leave us with the ghosts.
Oh, what are we going to do, Tombi?
Hooray! Santa came to save us. Oh, it's just Kynan. Wait, how did he get here? Can he fly as well, or is there just some shortcut nearby that someone isn't telling me about?
Oh my, there's a lot of them here.
I will eat your soul!
I don't think so. Mind crush!
maybe I overdid it a little.
Man, you never saw any of the old men of time packing magic power like that.
This book also has a hidden pig bag. Here, this is yours.
Oh, thank you very much.
Let's see. This book is too difficult for you. I'll study it for you. Maybe the next time we meet, I'll know a little more.
Excuse me. Where did this hole lead to?
The circus town, or should I say pig town.
Wait, this hole that got blasted in a wall entirely through crazy circumstances actually leads somewhere naturally? And I thought the path to the pipe area in Wynn's Windmill was a bit hard to swallow.
Tombi, who is this kind of?
Somehow I don't think we'll be getting an answer to that, Zippo. Alright, now that the main story in the forest is all tied up and we have the grapple, it's time to do another dose of backtracking. In the starting beach, there's 2 aquatic plants in the foreground of the start area to break, a slightly out of reach green chest in the back area with a magic gauge extender, and 2 more aquatic plants in the back area. Those 2 plants where the spoon was found earlier can be broken now, and just above this there's a little alcove with a few items inside it that you can reach by completely retracting the grapple. At the top of the swings by the waterfall there's another green chest previously out of reach with another pot of life, and one last pot of life in this area and the blue chest on top of Wynn's Windmill. Skipping to the pipe area, there's a blue chest to the top right of the T-junction canopy with another magic gauge extender. And now, 4 stages into the game, we can finally take on our first evil pig battle. If you go to the area near the trolley stop, glide underneath the pipe, and before long the ghost evil pig's gate will appear. And the ominous music begins. Unlike the evil pigs in Tombi 1, we get a little cinematic and a good view of the arena before the boss shows up to taunt us. In the first game, the evil pigs were kinda cartoony and not generally much bigger than Tombi, but with the change in character design in this game, the evil pigs are bigger and significantly more detailed. The taunting here is about as corny as most of the ones from the first game, except the writing is much worse, and the voice acting for the bosses is especially bad.
Who's there? Who dares interrupt my sleep?
I once again want to give special mention to the Japanese version. The ghost evil pig in this version sounds more menacing than a generic ghost voice, and it even has a bit of reverb to it.
Now I see. You're full of hope. What a joke! Did you know that I eat people with hope for breakfast? A curse on all who opposes the evil pigs!
A curse on all! What is this? Same deal as the bosses in the first game. Evade their attacks, jump onto them when you get the chance, throw them into the bag. This one's a little awkward with the way it expects you to aim your throw towards the camera. You momentarily can't get a good look at where the bag is positioned after making a throw, but thankfully most of the boss fights don't do this. Just hit the bullseye and you're golden. Oh, right. Yeah, either the evil pigs in this continent are super powerful or the pig bags were made with weaker magic, because in this game the bosses need to be thrown into the pig bag 3 times before they're captured, like we're playing Pokemon or something. The boss arenas in this game are huge and look really nice. The ghost evil pig in particular I liked, with it being a derelict house flipped upside down. But they don't really take advantage of this because the pig bag stays in place and doesn't really encourage you to move around. You could stay around where you started and still be able to reach the pig bag most of the time. If the bag spawned in a different area after each failed attempt, that would at least liven things up a little. Now I'm not going to act like the boss fights in Tombi 1 were any good. On the contrary, they were lacking and not really all that fun for the most part. But these ones feel even worse with the strange perspectives and dragging it out with 3 captures, and the way the battle doesn't really incentivize you to move around the arena a little more with, say, the pig bag moving to a different point with every capture feels like a missed opportunity. Once you've managed 3 direct hits, the bag will swell up and disappear into the aether. First evil pig down. One new thing they added though is the evil pig robes. These are what that magic gauge you get from biting enemies is used for. Once equipped, you gain access to an evil pig spell to use out in the field. I'll be honest, I never really used any of these in regular play outside of the ice evil pig robe since it's needed for an event later. The rest of them just took up space in my inventory, really. The ghost pig robe is kind of interesting though, with how it captures the souls of enemies in sight and gives you health from them. The rest of them, however, aren't quite as unique. And rather than an FMV of the cursed area returning to normal, we get a still image of the cursed area transitioning back with a simple visual effect. It works for what it is, but I preferred the ones in the first game because they gave you a far bigger view of the level at large to show you everything that's changed. This game does take you back and show the gate breaking up, so that's something. This part is completely optional, but if you are going after all the bells, go to the coal mining town, and behind that fenced off area next to the cafeteria, you'll find the coal mine bell in the blue chest, just in case you get a little peckish on your travels. Returning to the Kujara Ranch, head into the cave in the lower area, and we can now use the grapple to break the aquatic plant in the snow. There's also a hidden area up here that's now accessible that we have the grapple, the only clue being the lack of ice on the roof and the snow firefly nest below. There's a little platform up here with a rock you can roll off the edge and use to break the nest below to release the fireflies, something I like to believe is a callback to the watchtower from the first game. Float down carefully to collect the 5 snow fireflies around, and that will bring the total to 19, so that means we've found all the ones out in the wild. Climbing up to the seesaw area with the red coca birds, there's a blue chest up here off to the right which contains a pot of life. This one can also be very easy to miss. Going up to the ranch summit, head to that back area where that frozen aquatic plant was, and we can finally collect the rare squid that was hiding within. With the aid of both the turbo pants and the grapple, we can also reach a green chest off to the left here with another pot of life inside, bringing us to 14. Only 4 more to go, and we still have 2 areas left of the main story. You can amass health a lot faster than you could in the first game if you know where to look. Off to the Donglin Forest again, and I love this place. Whether it's cursed or revived, the Donglin Forest is just a good looking level with fantastic music. But anyway, now that we have 19 snow fireflies, it's time to take them to the collector. Unlike the leaf butterfly collector in Tombi 1, this guy is a lot harder to get to. For reasons that will be clear soon enough, you need to get one of the ghost pigs to turn you invisible before you start ascending. Now we get to do one of the few remotely challenging platforming sections in this game. While you have the grapple to help you along the way, you can't rely on the flying squirrel clothes for this section. You need to swing and grapple your way as high as you had to when reaching Witch Mizuno's house, except this time we're going off to the left. After flipping the switch from the Switch with Donglin event, a lot of the plant platforms up here have been switched around, which is a necessity for reaching this guy without the ability to glide. Once you make your way to the collector, you won't be able to talk to him since being invisible prevents interacting with NPCs, but what you can do is walk through the ghost sticker over here to find a hidden item, the light cutting box. Use either a dried fish sandwich or clear fruit to lift the invisibility, and then talk to the collector.
What's with you little folk?
Not being suspicious or anything, but what exactly are you doing here?
We may look like this, but actually we're serious researchers.
Yet another guy saying we and us when it's just him. Is this a translation error, or is he using the royal we?
Oh, that looks different. Love to investigate that.
What?
Just a little joke. Actually, I'm not interested in anything but snow fireflies. You don't look like a resident of this forest. If you ever see snow fireflies on your travels, be sure and tell us. You have snow fireflies? Can I have them?
Ooh, pretty.
Now I have more bugs. With this many,
What? Ooh, that's bright.
Stronger than I expected.
Oh, chin up, man. This is still a better outcome than having the cage get carried away several towns over with you in it. Besides, the means of carrying all these fireflies was conveniently in the ghost sticker right over there. The concept of the light cutting box feels incredibly situational, but at the end of the day, this still makes more sense than the leaf butterflies carrying you off to a faraway village, gathering around a giant egg, and a golden butterfly emerging from that egg. And since he's given us his collection in a box, we already know this will come in handy for something later. Pass through to the deep forest to get the golden pig nose from the adventurer's chest, and then finally we can pass through the hole in the wall to the Circus Village. A hole in the wall blown up by a complete accident leads straight to a village in a seemingly natural way. I still can't get over that. Wynn's windmill leading into the pipe area was already a lot to swallow. Tombi 1 may have had some questionable connectivity with the 100-year-old man's hut leading straight to the dwarf forest via a tightrope, but this right here is just taking the piss. And oh goody, it's another one of these top-down areas. Walk over here and talk to the lady with the basket on her head and she'll fill you in. And it's time for my favorite game again. Guess what accent this VA is trying to do?
What? Visitors are a rare event around here. Well, long ago, this used to be the home of a wonderful circus. But as you can see, this village has been cursed by the evil pigs. All the villagers have been turned into pigs. Naturally, they can't speak human language anymore either.
What shall we do?
But if you could talk to the villagers, we could solve this problem. If you put on a pig suit, you'll be able to understand the pig language.
Tombi learned the dwarf language in the first game by biting a dwarf a few times. Surely he must have picked up pig language by now, right?
Look, there is a child wearing one now. That's a pig suit.
How could you possibly have seen that from here?
There are only 2 pig suits in this village. This is obviously one of them. Do you see the closet key hanging on the wall of that hut? That key opens the closet holding the pig suit.
I do wonder if she's been trying to throw this task at any other visitors who just come wandering into this village. If we walk back into this first house here, we meet yet another traveller inflicted with a status effect. This time it's invisibility. Yet in direct defiance of how it works when Tombi is invisible, you can still interact with him. And what's Tombi's excuse? Zippo does all the talking for him anyway. Give this guy one of your dried fish sandwiches and he'll be good to go.
What strange food. I hope I can handle this food in my current condition.
Why does his voice sound like that? He talks about the hidden towers like the rest, except there isn't a hidden tower anywhere in this town, so he doesn't really go into any more detail like the other 3 do. He's just like, yeah, the towers, they exist. Thanks, man. The Circus Village may be my least favourite part of this game. It's basically the coal mining town, but with even more tedious busy work. It feels like a roadblock, especially after what was arguably one of the best areas in the game. What the village areas in Tombi 1 did much better, and even the coal mining town to an extent, was that it served as a temporary hub area and still had you go into the surrounding areas to mix things up. It made the world feel much more connected. The Circus Village, on the other hand, feels like a jarring contrast to both the Donglin Forest and the next area after this. Like, I couldn't imagine any denizens of the Circus Village passing through Donglin for anything. It feels like it exists in its own pocket universe. If I can give it any credit, the camera here is a lot better than the coal mining town. The coal mining town had a layout that was a bit more omnidirectional, with houses oriented opposite from each other rather than all being adjacent, so the camera had to swing around and follow Tombi's movements to keep up. The Circus Village, on the other hand, is designed more in vein with the villages from the first game, so the camera does sway left to right a bit, but it's still very much oriented to the north because all the doors face the south. You could probably render the layout of this village in Tombi 1 and very little would have to change to make it work, and I think it's better off for it. But anyway, climb up the ladder next to the seesaw here and talk to the villager standing in the doorway brandishing a frying pan.
That's a place we just can't reach.
Well, we would be able to reach it if we weren't arbitrarily stuck in village view where we can't jump. You'll need something to knock that bird down to collect the triangle gear, so start making your way off to the left side of the village. On the way, we'll see another magic flower we can water with one of our 2 remaining water buckets. Thankfully, this is the second to last flower in the game. Continuing off to the left, we'll find a ball that was left laying around that we can push around using the same loose controls as the wheelbarrow in the coal mining town, though it's significantly better because the camera's not swaying around as much. Bring it over to the seesaw next to the ladder and use the hammer to bounce it up to the next level. Climb up the ladder to roll the ball over to the second seesaw and do the same to knock that cheeky parrot down from its perch. Even as a kid, it always bothered me how artificially restricted you were in villages in this game. You had to go through all those hoops where there could have easily been a prompt to throw your boomerang at Om. Sure, it wouldn't have exactly made it an engaging encounter, but neither is pushing a ball through the town. On another side note, talking to the villagers without the pig suit has them talk to you in stock pig grunts with the subtitle saying, "Huh? Huh?" And interestingly enough, the Japanese version doesn't actually use those stock sounds, and instead has proper line reads. Anyway, even though you still can't communicate with these guys properly yet, he sees that you've obtained the triangle gear and takes it off your hand so he can extend the bridge. I adore that little chest-beating dance Tombi does. Go over to the wall and pick up the key with circle, and then we can head off to the warehouse on the far left of the village. The wardrobe is right in the back corner opposite the pink elephant.
Let's see now. The pig suit. Here it is. This must be it.
Good lord, does that look ridiculous. Seeing Tombi's resting bitch face inside it is just the icing on the cake. As a little aside, there are two NPCs in the houses on the ground level that can offer some information. The one nearest to the warehouse will tell you where Charles is if you haven't already done his events, and the one to the right of the ladder will always give you a hint on where you can find the next rare life form on the list. Anyway, go back across the bridge and talk to the old man near the pig suit kid.
Ah, excuse the mess. I'm in the middle of cleanup here. You see, boy, the circus is closed right now.
No way, really? I wanted to see the circus.
I'm confused.
What's the matter?
It appears he came to this village to see the circus. But with all the villagers turned into pigs, we're just not set up to run a circus.
Have I mentioned that a lot of the dialogue feels really off in this game? It feels like most of the script needed a second draft or a proper translation. In a very Pokemon fashion, we have the road blocked by one person being really inconsiderate, and we need to do something for them to clear the way.
I understand how the kid feels, but even the clown has been turned into a pig and has no confidence.
I always loved how the clown takes a few seconds to snap from his idle animation to looking bummed out, like he missed his cue or something. It's hilariously jarring. Head on back down to the bottom and talk to the clown.
I guess it's too hard for one person to do. Hey, just what I need! You guys busy? Yeah, I'm sure. You just have that nothing to do look.
Once again, I'll give credit where it's due. The clown probably has one of the best voiceover jobs in the game. I listen to him talk and I actually buy his performance. Looking into the voice actors, I go out on a limb and say that Ian Reddick is probably the best one of the lineup. He voiced Win, Fam, the Cook, Santa, the Traveler in the Kujara Ranch, and the Clown, among others. The guy has some pretty decent range, which is more than I could say for most of the other VAs in this game.
I want to practice a new trick, but it's too dangerous for one person.
Actually, there's a boy who wants to see the clown circus.
What? I see. At any rate, I won't know what I can do until I try. But I can't do it in front of the others. All right, let's get started.
Pushy, fellow.
Ready? First, take this. I'm going to be practicing on this rope. If I fall, try to catch me on that mat. Ready? Here I go!
This pillow here also operates with the awkward wheelbarrow control, so don't feel too discouraged if you miss on your first attempt. The trick here is to not stay directly under the clown. The game will trigger him falling sooner if you're slightly off to the side. As soon as he stumbles and falls, move in to save him and you'll be all done.
Hey, I did it! This is it! The new trick I was trying for!
He can't have had that pig body for long, but he's still pretty dexterous considering he put on about 200 kilos. I'm impressed.
Oh, thank you! I got a little confidence back. Oh yeah, there's a child waiting for me, right?
Yes, the old man with him looked upset too.
I saw him from atop the rope. It looks like the pig tribe just doesn't get along well with the kid.
Pigs? Aren't they just people cursed by the evil pig to look like pigs?
Ah, that's true about us. but the pig tribe have always looked like pigs. They're smart and know a lot.
I've always wondered about the standing of pigs in this world. The evil pigs in both games are an invasive force that suddenly appeared and cursed the land, but you also see buildings and other people's personal effects embroidered with pig snouts, like pigs are also a deity or fashion trend of some sort. Despite that, regular pigs are never seen or mentioned in either game. Then you have the Pig Tribe, a small group of older anthropomorphic pigs who are clearly a force for good, but they don't seem to be a widespread group or anything since they're not seen or mentioned anywhere else in the game, except for one, which we'll get to later. I don't know, these games aren't super plot heavy, but it does feel like a big piece of crucial lore missing from the series that wouldn't go amiss from having a bit more explanation behind it. But hey, maybe that's just me. Head on back up and talk to the old man again. Thinking about it now, I am wondering where and how that random kid ended up getting his own pig suit. Not like it matters, we don't have to talk to him again after this point.
Great.
You did, huh? I can do that. Look!
Wow, great! Marvelous!
That's all I know right now. I know, a flying paeon. Want to see one?
Huh? A paeon's here? Yes, yes, let's go see it.
Hey, wait! You'll get lost! Kids! Thank you! A child's laughing face is better for me than any medicine.
You've really been a help. I've got to pay you back somehow.
Well, we want to ask a question about the evil pigs.
Okay, I understand. Let's go down to our pavilion. I'll tell you what I can there.
Pretty cool! It isn't often that the pig tribe invites others to their pavilion.
Mr. Clown, hurry up!
I'm coming! I'm on my way now! See you later!
Now that the roadblock is gone, we can move on to the next area, right? Right? Once in the pavilion, talk to the pig on the far end of the room.
I've been waiting for you. First, let me express my gratitude. Thank you. With your help, the village clown has regained his confidence.
You know, there's something incredibly surreal about a sagely figure thanking you for helping out a clown. Welcome to the Tombi experience.
Our dear friend was kidnapped by the evil pigs.
Flame, ice, ghost. I see you have already acquired 3 pig bags. As you know, you can't find an evil pig hiding place unless you own the right pig bag. If you don't know which evil pig kidnapped your friend, you'll have to fight them all. Do you understand? We understand. We have to get 2 more pig bags. Pig bags are always found in magically cursed places. In other words, one is in the village and one is in the Temple of Water.
How can we get there?
Well, you have to open the road to the Temple of Water.
The Water Temple.
That almost feels like Zippo correcting the voice actor. He's the only character who refers to the Water Temple as the Temple of Water.
Take this wooden statue and break it.
How can I break something so huge?
Actually, this wooden statue is made out of the oak tree. And we have been using our strength to protect it. Do you see that well over there? There's a book hidden in that well called the Carpenter Book, which you can use to break the wooden statue. The well is covered by a heavy alloy lid. Will you bring me the Carpenter Book? To do that, take this.
This?
This is what the flying peon likes. It's found in the circus warehouse.
I get it. You want to use the flying peon to pull off the lid.
That's right, but be careful. Lead him out. If you fail and he takes the peon grass, you can just come back here to me.
Okay, there's a lot to take in here. The pig tribe have been protecting a statue that clearly has a pig bag carved into it, so it must have only been here for as long as the evil pigs have occupied the land. How long that is exactly is very vague, but based on many accounts so far it seems to be a long time. Then you're asked to get a carpenter's book to break the statue? Is carpenter a mistranslation? And we're supposed to lure a not elephant over to the well to pull the lid off of it. How exactly did they get that lid on there in the first place? Whatever, we already know where this flying peon is. There was that pink elephant back at the warehouse.
You want to lift the lid from the well? We might be able to do it with the peon strength.
I'm really starting to think the localization team couldn't decide if they wanted to have regional accents in certain areas or not.
Don't grab or let go. Just lead carefully. I'll be waiting here by the well.
Okay, I've always hated this part. I've only ever actually failed it once from memory, but leading this thing around is such a chore. It only moves one stride at a time, and moving more than a meter ahead of it makes it freeze in place, which holds you up even more. The animations between these actions don't exactly feel fluid either, so it's just a painfully drawn out game of grandmother's footsteps. It's not fun and it's not challenging, it's just an asinine way to pad out playtime in this area. I just want to get this damn book so I can move on to the water temple, so let's skip ahead.
Okay, that's good enough. Now put the peon grass down there. We better get started. Go!
The peon must be pretty hardy if it can rip that thing off with just a rope attached to its tail. How are they planning on getting this book out of the well if Zippo wasn't here? Once again, have you guys heard of locks and keys?
You did it, Tombi!
Before heading back, go down this ladder just over here. In this room at the bottom, you'll find a villager who will give you a little something called the Get Well plant, yet another callback to Tombi 1. Although instead of bringing them to Baron, we're bringing them to this kid at the entrance of the village. Remember that woman from the coal mining town who was covered in bandages? This kid right here is her son. After handing him the plant, he'll run off back home, through the Donglin Forest route no less. I hope that kid has a grapple. We'll get back to them soon enough. Head back to the pig tribe leader near the statue and hand him the carpenter's book. Maybe he'll make a nice house with all of that wood.
Okay, we're ready. Let's start. Ancient life, one who protects the way. Spirits of the oak tree, open up your ancient duty. Show the way to us who have not lost hope.
Or you could just destroy it instead, that works too.
What a waste of good wood!
If you go down this path, you'll reach the Temple of Water. Well, it's time. Be careful.
And just like that, the Circus Village is done. What a pointless detour. Slide down the chain and collect the Earth Pig bag at the bottom. You know, part of me misses when you had to actually find most of the pig bags hidden in each level, rather than having them practically handed to you at the end of each area. With that done, it's time to go to the coal mining town to pay the mother and son a visit. They're in the first house on the left of the main staircase.
plant for me. Oh, thank you. Everything's healed just fine.
Thanks to you, my mother's injury is all healed. Thanks, Tomba.
Why is it that the son sounds so much older than his mother? As a reward, we do get the other half of the Spell of Courage, the first full spell we've managed to obtain. Though sadly, we still can't do the Tower of Courage yet for many reasons, so we'll have to come back to do that later. Next up, head to the Kujara Ranch and ascend to the area with the seesaws and the red cockabirds. The Earth Evil Pig Gate will spawn a bit further in the air between the two seesaws. Tilt one of them a bit to gain a little more height, and jump on through. Oh good lord. And here I thought the green evil pig from the first game was a big boy.
Bah! What's this? Some kid acting tough.
Oh cool, more really bad accents.
Look at you, been starving yourself in the world out there. You need more nutrition, like us. What? Still want to have with me? Okay, I'll tell you something about us. Don't be surprised now. We're 78% fat. Our fat content is 78%.
What's this weird business, matey? I've seen the other evil pigs and you're more like 98%. Now I thought this was mostly for the ghost evil pig due to his, well, ghostliness, but it seems like all of the other evil pigs in the Japanese version have a filter over their voices as well. Still not the voice I would have gone with, but it's better than whatever the hell the English version is trying to do.
Tell me truly, you were making fun of us, weren't you? I won't stand for it. Taste my fear. See how it goes down.
The Earth Pig's realm this time around is a big looping area with the pig bag floating in the center, so no more of that nonsense where you have to throw him inward towards the camera. There's a bit of interesting stage design involving collapsing bridges on one side and swinging poles and platforms on the other side. But once again, there's no reason nor incentive to traverse these areas because the boss isn't designed around it, and you can just as easily throw the boss into the pig bag from around the starting area. And good lord is it a miracle that these bags of holding are still able to contain this big lad. One thing that pretty much all the bosses in this game do that gets kind of irritating is teleporting right away as you try to bite them if you make the jump too early. Rather than having the bosses teleport between particular areas and expecting players to either dodge the attack or have really good timing to give them the jump before they can strike, the bosses in this game will just straight up disappear again if you don't give them enough time to at least start their attack animation. The only exception to this is when they appear just to laugh at you. That's pretty much just one big opening. The Earth Evil Pig's attacks consist of sending his staff into the air, which rains stalactites down on you, a dash move, and something he only does in his third phase where he splits into two, and you have to damage them both to get him to become whole again. Toss the hand planet into the bag 3 times and put an end to his jiggly reign of terror.
You did it, Tombi!
This robe is pretty much worthless as well. Moving on. With 2 evil pigs down, it's back off to the Circus Village. The pig suit is no longer needed here, and the circus music is now even more obnoxious. God, I hate this place. I just want to move on. Go down the chain to the waterway and we can finally make our way to the water temple. No more irritating circus music or mundane fetch quests for us. We're finally free to explore the water temple. And right off the bat we have AP gems galore, and even another one of those weird shaped cogs. I love the moody music here, it just oozes atmosphere. The water temple lives up to its namesake, given that we can't swim and there are many areas we can't actually access yet. In the area above the entrance, inside we see both the mermaid trapped in a giant aquatic plant, and the last traveller afflicted with an ailment. Though with no clear status effect, this guy is more similar to the thirsty traveller from the pipe area. He's hungry, and any food that you have on you will do the trick, be it another sandwich or the myriad of lunchboxes you've likely found in chests by now. Since I'm such a nice guy and barely even use these things, I'll give him the nicest looking lunchbox there is. Look at that bounty. Delicious. Like the rest of the travellers, he talks more about the 3 legendary towers, but unlike that one in Circus Village who is completely worthless, he does touch on how 2 halves of each spell will reveal the doors and open the doors respectively. So pretty much all the groundwork is laid out for you aside from their actual locations, but those with keen eyes would likely have picked out at least one of them at this point. It's the kind of thing that really makes me wish I could erase my memory and play this game for the first time again. But wait, there's more! The traveller realises he's misplaced his rucksack. We're not given any clues as to where it might be, but its actual location is certainly pretty out there. Among the wildlife in the water temple, there's these strange green balloon-like creatures. They're immune to all attacks except the grapple, and for some reason bursting them with the grapple makes stone platforms appear. It's certainly a memorable trait about them, I'll give them that. Carefully float down to this platform off to the right and talk to this guy here, and his voice is just fantastic.
Whoa! Ooh. What? Aren't you a water pig?
You scared me.
Oh, sorry. I thought that the water pigs had come raiding again.
Raiding? Did something happen?
They took my precious round cog and hid it somewhere. Now I can't open the water gate. It's the round cog! I thought it was gone forever.
Dude, it was like 20 meters left from here. You didn't look very far. I don't know what functional purpose that water gate is supposed to serve. It just makes getting through this area harder now.
That does it. And here, now the water gate's open. Have you seen the water tank in this room? It was made by our own crystal craftsman, and it's quite a piece of work.
You certainly are. I mean, nothing. We're lucky that cutscenes grant us immunity, because now this giant crab will rise from the water and start snipping at us. To take this thing out, simply jump on its back and remove its carapace, and then do that again when it comes back out of the water to rip its body off its legs in comedic fashion. And that crystal claw will soon be coming in handy. Go inside the room next to the crank, and in there we'll see a bit of a peculiar sight.
Excuse me, are you good at swimming?
Well, I was, but then this game decided that I wasn't.
The name implies mostly filled with water. And the evil pig magic has caused continual rain as well. It's making the current flow faster. If you can't swim, this is a truly dangerous place.
And it's been a little while, but right here we have another line that has a completely different take between versions. The PAL version is this.
I'm captured by the water pig.
While the NTSC version is this.
Were you captured by the water pigs?
And this is weird to me because we've pretty much established that the NTSC version is the most up-to-date build of the game, yet for some reason this line in particular used the correct take in the PAL version, and I can't possibly think why. That aside, I think this mermaid is probably the closest any of the English voice actors have come to emulating both the sound and inflections of the original Japanese voice.
この水の神殿は名前が示す通り、その大半が水面なの。それに、今はまぶたの魔法のせいで雨が降り続き。
Let's see. You can fill this water tank up to the brim and escape from the top. In order to do that, we need to fill this hole.
Tombi, there's a hole right here.
Yes, the water pigs left that hole. The water just drains back out.
So what do we do?
Just above the water temple entrance, there's a person who makes crystal for decorating the temple. I think he made this water tank. We should consult with him.
The room above the entrance. I found it.
A mermaid in a water tank is the longest event name in the game. I remember playing this on my CRT TV back in the day and thinking I needed to shift the screen position so that it wasn't cut off. As it is, it's so long that it gets cut off a bit, even with the full screen displayed on LCDs. The Crystal Artisan can be reached by gliding from one of the frames near the entrance. The door to his workshop is the one just below the door that leads to the Hungry Traveler. Now this guy here has one of the weirdest voices in the game.
I'm making the decorations for the water temple. The transparent decorations are particularly complicated. I use a special crystal, but it's really hard to get. If I just had some crystal, I could make something for you boys. Huh? You got one? You boys are amazing!
And then there's whatever this is.
Wait just a moment. Da 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 da.
Once again, what direction do you think was given for this scene? What was even in the script? Watching the Japanese version was still a strange experience, but some of the sounds at least more resemble the on-screen text in the English version than the dub did.
It's ready, and like I promised, this is for you, boys.
Thanks, you weirdo. With that, head on back to the mermaid in the water tank.
Excellent. That should block the hole. Then, you just ride the water up and out.
That's a funny way of saying step on that panel over there.
Thank you. You've really been a help. I want to give you something in return. What's this? You have a pig suit? Then I have the perfect thing to give you.
How oddly specific.
Through ancient wisdom, by the water spirit's protection, I give this suit new powers. Surprised that I just added more power to your pig suit? I gave you the power to swim.
Okay, this is something I've always hated. Having the ability to swim be relegated to a costume in this game is a baffling decision and a massive step backwards. Both the dwarf language and the ability to swim were passive abilities in the first game, so why did that have to change? The real kicker is that there's even less swimming sections in this game as well. It's the water temple and a bit of the Donglin Forest. That's it. Having to go into your inventory to switch to the pig suit every time you get to a swimming section or need to talk to a pig feels like the kind of inconvenience you phase out of a sequel, not retroactively introduce. The swimming isn't even as good as the first game either. You move a lot slower and the pig suit itself gives you a weird floaty jump that's not as heavy as regular movement. It just feels like an all-around downgrade. I get that it would have been a bit dumb to have the ability to swim while also wearing the flying squirrel clothes or something, given how the wings and fur would slow you down. But you know what else would slow down swimming? Having a parasol strapped to your back. But I digress. Go through the door next to the water tank room where that crab was and we'll find a huge clamshell waiting for us.
Who's there? Tell me.
Let me warn you, I'm really shy around people. I don't like talking to strangers.
If you have a scale,
Like that fisherman I once met long ago at the starting beach.
a mermaid was kidnapped by the pigs just a few days ago.
Oh, I was so frightened.
This is tied into one of the first events you cleared at the start of the game. The mermaid scale is the item you need to get the mermaid inside to trust you.
So go away, please.
That scale? Why do you... You got it from the fisherman.
Was that line meant for a mermaid?
I see. From her.
I think you may be confused there. We've barely started this area. How come there are so many errors in this dialogue? And believe me, this isn't the last of it.
Gave you that scale. Then I can trust you. Oh, please forgive me. I was rude. I apologize. I shall sing you a secret song sung by mermaids from ancient times.
And just like that, the second spell is complete. Just the spell of wisdom left to go. Onward to the next area, and there's yet another door. Inside of it is pitch black, but we're not alone in here. We're joined by another bad accent.
Hey, is anybody there? I stumbled into this room. It's pitch dark and I can't see.
Is it me, or does that sound a bit like the 4Kids Yu-Gi-Oh dub of Ryo Bakura?
Check his pulse, Yugi.
In case it weren't obvious, this is where that box of snow fireflies comes into use.
Whoa, too bright.
Too loud is more like it.
Yeah, that was right. So those were the famous snow fireflies.
Are you all right?
Yes, thanks so much. I thought I would never get out. I've come looking for the chest of wisdom, but it doesn't look like it's here either.
What's that under your foot? Isn't that it?
Huh? This is the chest of wisdom. It was here all along. It was so dark I completely missed it.
You're lucky you didn't trip over there, buddy.
Okay, let's try to open it.
There we go, now we have the first part of the spell of wisdom.
Whoa, I thought I heard something.
It's the sound of the ghost of wisdom. A strange tonal sound indeed. You should memorize that tone. This temple holds lots of other secrets. Climb aboard that other mechanism and you can get holy water. It stops flowing when you get off.
Holy water? Excellent, then we'll be prepared to deal with the next traveller who presumably has vampirism. But no, there's a bit more to it than that. Jump over to the other side of this waterfall and step on the switch on the ground. The switch activates a pig face fountain at the top of the nearby ladder, but it won't stay like that because it needs something to weigh it down. Zippo not so subtly mentions it looks like a plinth for a statue. Where might we be able to find a statue? I'll figure something out. Up next to the fountain is the last magic flower in the game, so use the remaining water bucket to help it bloom. We'll finally get to see the payoff for watering all these flowers. Fly off back to the Circus Village and head into the town square. Turns out all the flowers are linked to the blessed priest Bonds, who was stuck as a statue. It's yet another callback to Tombi 1, except freeing this one cherub thing from petrification is a lot more straightforward than going through all the hoops to get flower tears.
I feel good. Oh, it's been a long time since I felt like this.
Tombi, buddy, you're gonna wreck your neck if you do that for too long.
Thank you, thank you. Look, even the fountain is back.
Yeah.
What do you think? Surprised? If you're wounded while adventuring, please stop by.
Oh, well now that spa in the Kujara Ranch is obsolete, who wants to dip in hot water to rejuvenate themselves when you can have holy water pissed out of a cherub?
Just as I thought. It's no good. Been in that condition too long. You're pretty weak.
Been in that condition too long? You're pretty weak? What does any of this mean? Tombi jumped into the ocean and inexplicably lost his ability to swim, but he wasn't in a coma for a year or something. And this right here is what those seeds of strength from the trolley minigame are used for. For each one that gets dropped into the fountain, Bonds will give you a hint to where each evil pig gate is found, just like the fortune tellers in the first game. They're about as cryptic as the clues from Tombi 1 as well. I like the abstract interpretations, it makes the locations sound a lot cooler than they really are.
I can see the vapor of the evil ghost pig's power flowing under the road. The evil pig with the power of Earth. Looks like the red bird that lies around the Platinum World. The evil pig with the power of ice awaits the end of the world behind a massive waterfall. This is a strange place. The evil pig with the power of fire is hidden among the trees like a draining watercourse. Well, this is hard to explain. The evil pig with the power of water laughs loudly as it sits on top of two swelling plants. That's about all I understand. I leave everything else to you. My strength has returned. Thank you.
I thought you were saying my strength needed to return. Were you talking about yourself this whole time? Next up, it's back to the Kujara Ranch to see how Johnny the sculptor is doing with his statue. Wow, that's a lot of wasted ice considering how big that block was.
Finally, it's done! The Supreme Ice Sculpture has been completed.
Wow, it's really beautiful.
Of course it is. This is good enough to be displayed on the world's premier pedestal. It's been a while since I felt this good about work. Yeah, it would be nice to display it on a famous pedestal somewhere. Of course, if I did that, I'd be tempting the sculptor's fate.
Sculptor's fate is capitalized here, but is that some sort of superstition or phrase or just a mistranslation? Because looking it up gave me nothing. Zippo mentions the pedestal at the temple and this gets the sculptor excited. So we're given his statue. Head on back to the water temple and use it while standing on the switch to lay it down, keeping the water from the pig fountain flowing forever. We'll be filling up both of our buckets with this water, since we'll need 2, and only 2. The purpose of holy water isn't directly explained to you, but you do get a clue from the event Holy Tree that this is the water needed to fix things trapped in stone. We'll get to that soon enough. This upper area here has a waterfall that's powerful enough that it'll prevent you from walking through it without the pig suit. And waiting on the other side is the rare crab, the final rare life form. We also see that guy with the funny voice again, with one hell of a crank set up.
Hey, you're the boy who found my cog. We meet again. In looking at that cog, I remembered this big crank.
I saw 3 big holes somewhere. Oh, this cog is the one.
I don't know how many more times I can say some of the writing feels really strange in this game.
But as you can see, I need 3 more. Beneath us lies the Nanita Tunnel. Turning this crank pulls it up. That's what Win said anyway.
The Manita Tunnel? When?
It's a strange tunnel where the people who pass through shrink in size. Win made the mechanism for it, but forgot to make enough cogs. We have one here, but where are the others?
Now that this event has been triggered, the gears and cogs from all the previous machines can now be collected. Hopefully their owners won't be needing them again anytime soon, because we're taking them a lot further away than the last people who stole them. Climbing up to the higher area with the help of the green balloons, there's an area to the right hiding what should be the final aquatic plant. There's also a series of structures with holes in them. Examining these will automatically place the golden pig noses we've been collecting into them. The only problem is we've collected 4 so far, but there's still 1 hole left. And guess what? You won't find it in the water temple. On the raised platform to the left, there's a not-so-hidden entrance behind the waterfall. And behind the secret in the waterfall is the view of that hole we could see from the waterfall of the heavens. Secrets behind waterfalls are the best trope, and I won't hear anything to the contrary. There's no treasure back here, sadly, but we do get something else. What will likely be the first evil pig gate most people will find on a casual playthrough. Time for everyone's favorite game again. Guess the accent.
Hey, not nice. Trampling through my curtain like that? Look closely. Pink hair, eyebrows running together. Are you? Yes, of course. You're Tombi. That's a big bat. Came out of the blue. I see. You plan to capture me with that? How amusing. My powerful ice magic will freeze you into ice candy.
Ooh, I'm trembling. The Ice Evil Pigs arena is a big S-shaped trench with a seesaw in the middle. Just like every other one, very little reason to move around the arena when the pig bag is easily reachable from the starting area. This one and the Evil Earth Pig are probably the least interesting battles. The environment doesn't play as big a part in the battles as it does in Tombi 1, so the only thing that really shakes up the battle is the attacks and how the Evil Pig Bag is oriented. I wondered how the Evil Pig battles would work in the strictly 2D environments, but years after having played both, it's clear that it works a lot better in 2D. There's certainly the potential for it to be more challenging or interesting in 3D, but just not the way it's done here. The Ice Pig only has 2 unique attacks as well. The first is conjuring a snowball that will keep rolling through the trench until you break it or it hits the end, and an Ice Breath attack he uses on the 3rd phase, but never got a chance to use because I caught him too quickly. Throw him in the bag 3 times and put that hog on ice.
Stay cool.
The Ice Pig robe is unique in the fact that using its magic will transform any enemies on screen into items called ice candy. That strange threat the Ice Pig made near the start of the battle actually had some basis to it. We'll get to those soon enough. Hoo boy, we certainly will. That's 3 evil pigs down and 2 to go. In the area outside the waterfall, just to the left, there's a blue chest containing a piece of a harp, something that will come in handy for a story event later. But before continuing with the water temple, it's time for a few detours. First up, now that we have the holy water, we can go back to the Laughing and Crying Forest to use it on the statue of Baron. Baron is as happy to see us as you'd expect, complete with his awkward dialogue. Seriously, how did these guys even make dog noises sound unnatural? Baron functions the exact same way as he did in the first game. He could fly you anywhere you've been to as many times as you like, so magic wings are no longer required. While we're here, equip the pig suit again, because we're going for a swim. While the curse is still in effect in the forest, the water is contaminated enough that it will hurt you even with the pig suit on. Once the curse is lifted, however, it becomes pure enough to swim in. What you may have noticed the first time through is that there's a water tunnel connecting the first section of the forest to the second, and the area between those 2 tunnels hides the Fire Evil Pig Gate. Definitely one of the more well-hidden ones. This lava always looked like it had a strange colour and texture to me. It reminds me of some sort of gravy, or a card I remember from Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories. What was it? Liquid Beast? Whatever it is, it doesn't quite look like lava.
Krakatoa!
I'm Evil Flame Pig. Come forward. You're the fool who's trying to resist us evil pigs.
I'm done trying to guess what accents these guys are trying to do at this point.
Choose. Rare, medium, or well done. I'll roast you to whatever is to your taste.
Well, at least he's giving us options. What if people like their battles well done?
We ask them politely yet firmly to leave.
This is pretty much the only evil pig fight where the pig bag is actually doing something to make capturing require a bit more strategy, like the first game asked of you. It's constantly floating around the perimeter of the volcano, which only makes it possible to take aim when it's in the right place. While it's still entirely possible to catch the fire pig without moving from the starting area, this one actually gives a viable reason to move to other parts of the arena, being that it could be over faster if you make your way around the arena to get closer to the pig bag after it disappears behind the volcano. It's not much, but I appreciate the effort. The flame pig's 2 unique attacks are this. First is firing a spell into the volcano that makes it launch flaming rocks at you from the sky, basically a fire version of the Earth Pig's attack, and the 3rd phase attack is the regular old flame breath. Once again, not too much of a challenge. Lock the porker away and put an end to the underground mine's fiery blight. Zippo mentions that the flame pig robe is warm, so it could be used to protect you while on the cursed Kujara Ranch. But it begs the question, why would anyone wear this in favor of the flying squirrel clothes? That, and I highly doubt most players would have found this gate before they beat the evil ice pig. Next, it's off to the Kujara Ranch. Another thing I'll definitely give credit to Tombi 2 is for the revive stages. In Tombi 1, from a design standpoint, I always thought the curse stages looked a lot nicer, had a better sense of atmosphere, and had nicer music than the revive versions. This game, on the other hand, handles that a lot better, and doesn't make it feel like too jarring of a transition. The Kujara Ranch in particular I really like. Both the visual design and music complement each other to give this place a much warmer atmosphere, and it makes for a great juxtaposition from the cursed version. The Ranch Summit I especially like, because the music is basically a more upbeat version of the cursed music. Drop down into the collector's hut and hand over the last of the rare critters to him.
Ha ha ha! Look at all these animals! Now my collection is complete. Thanks for your cooperation. It appears that you brought in most of the life forms. I've got a present for you.
And with all the life forms present, he somehow does this. Is this what he was collecting them all for? And this talk of sampling the Forbidden World, I honestly don't know what the hell that's supposed to mean. Also, the buff you get from this is called Taboo State. That seems to come from the localization team translating Forbidden State, but I don't get the connection. What about it is so forbidden? They never really explain it.
You can run at amazing speeds here, but take care that you don't fall off any cliffs. Somewhere in this world, there's an item that lets you sample the Forbidden World anytime.
If I was some hack writer that made ruined childhood theories, I'd draw a parallel to drugs here, but that's just way too easy. Anyway, Taboo State is basically that power-up from Tombi 1 that turns you black and white. It increases your movement speed while active, and makes it so you're always using the animal dash. The big difference is that mushroom power-up in Tombi 1 only wears off if you die. The Taboo State, on the other hand, is lost as soon as you take damage, so it kind of forces you to be a bit more careful with it. But at the same time, it's easy to get rid of if you get sick of it. Try your best to maintain this state, because we're going to need it by the time we get to the Holy Tree. Thankfully, this isn't too difficult. If you use Baron to fly to the lower ranch, you can simply climb up the pole near the start and glide over to the hill. The only thing you need to pay any mind to is one hedgehog hanging by the lower area. When we get to the tree, we'll be able to use the bucket for the very last time to clear this petrification. Once you use the holy water, the tree has all its growth spurts at once and shoots into the sky. Jump onto it and Tombi will automatically climb to the top. I'm not even going to begin to act like I know how the geography works for all this, but here we have a huge jump to make. With both the flying squirrel clothes and the Taboo State, it'll be a cakewalk. There's a lot of gems and a few chests along the way. If you fall before reaching the end, you'll just spawn back at the bottom of the cliff where the rope used to be, so don't worry if you miss something. They're nice bonuses, but nothing necessary. I'd at least recommend doing it a few times over to give your AP a nice boost. Once you get over to the other side, you'll see the rucksack belonging to that traveler in the water temple. After dropping down, you'll see this big glowing box. Walk up to it, and thanks to the Taboo State, you'll be able to enter and collect the Taboo Fruit. As you'd expect, this one allows you to switch in and out of the Taboo State whenever you want. After you're done, jump down the ledge and you'll find that you've made your way all the way back to the water temple. Conveniently, right to the Traveler as well. I'd like to know how that guy made it all the way up there. Does he have his own flying squirrel clothes, or did he just climb the mountain? After handing off his rucksack, he tells us a secret he's been keeping in relation to the legendary towers. He gives us information alluding to a fourth hidden tower in the world, the Golden Tower. But since we've been to the area with the pig nose panels, we do already know about it. It's honestly the least hidden tower in the game, and also the easiest to gain access to if you ask me. The mermaid in this room is free as well, since we broke that last aquatic plant near the Golden Tower. As a reward, she gives us a little something called a mermaid bucket, which will give you an endless supply of hot or cold water. This is a great utility to have on a casual playthrough, but since we've done everything as efficiently as possible in this playthrough, there's no more places we'll be needing water. It also doesn't have the effects of holy water, so you'll still need to get that from the pig fountain. Now that our detour is complete, we can get back on the main path. Head into the back area here and start exploring the rest of the temple. Another function that the pig suit has is a butt bash move, which you can do by pressing the X button after jumping. It can be a decent way to hit the water pigs moving below, to avoid getting hit from being stuck in a buoyancy animation after falling back into the water. Like the first game, you can also tap square to swim faster and fight against the current. The next section has a few platforms with water jets below them. Just jump between them to avoid getting skewered at the top. On the other side is this waterfall that has a brief loading transition, which is weird to me, but I'm no programmer and I don't know how level streaming or loading works in this game, so I won't question it. Climb up the ladder and talk to this guy on the chest.
I was planning to use this raft to ship my cargo, but well, just look at this.
Is it just me, or does he sound a bit like Rodney Dangerfield?
Last week I told my wife we need a home improvement loan. She gave me $1,000 to move out.
That white platform is in the way, and I can't move forward.
He talks about a singular platform, even though there are 3.
Surely there is a mechanism nearby for lowering this platform.
Getting to the mechanism he mentions is easy. Simply climb the ladder, jump outward, and whack.
Wow, look how high up it's placed. I could never have done that myself.
Well, not with that attitude.
Now, at last, I'm ready to ship my cargo. All I have to do now is load it on the raft. This is way too heavy.
How did you get it here in the first place, then?
I've got it. For helping me, I'll give you this treasure chest. It just won't fit onto this raft anyway.
Oh, I guess it wasn't that important to you then.
So I'm on my way. Thanks.
He said, on my way, but where exactly was he going? There's a cave in that direction, isn't there?
Even the game has become self-aware of some of these weird lines. Except that's not a cave down there either, just a waterfall into a pit. The cargo in this chest that was apparently too heavy to lift was the white key, at last. All 4 keys are now in our possession. The white chest just above here contains the high-pitched pearl, yet another event item we'll be needing soon. There's another one right up here, but in a baffling design decision, it can't be collected on this plane, unlike that gem it's directly under. What we have to do is make our way to the top area and jump down the waterfall to collect it. Even stranger is that this orange gem is also apparently in the foreground. Why not just have the pearl sitting right at the top of the waterfall at that case? It's also the same with the gem on the adjacent waterfall. You'd think it'd be the same deal as the other pearl, but no. Head back up to the top and ascend the ladder, and we'll get a good look at the catch of the day.
Wow, that's one big fish, but it looks like it's sleeping.
Thank you. At last, I'm free.
May I ask you something?
What is it, dear?
You said this place was also cursed by evil pig magic. If so, there should be an evil pig back here somewhere. Do you know anything about this?
We'll need to wake the giant fish, the guardian deity of the water temple. Pretty hard task right now. To wake up the giant fish, I'll need my harp. But when the water pigs shut me away, they took that too. What? You aren't actually planning to go look for it, are you?
I've been doing everyone else's busy work so far. Why stop now?
But do be careful. When they took the harp from me, I watched them disassemble it into 4 parts. They took the harp's right side, the harp's left side, the high-pitched pearl, and the low-pitched pearl. They threw the pieces in the air and they landed somewhere within the area.
We already have 3 pieces of the harp, so where's the 4th? Frustratingly enough, even though the first 3 pieces could be obtained before making it here, the harp's left side doesn't spawn until we sat through this dialogue. Where is it exactly? Back in the water tank room where the mermaid was held captive. Did she not see this on her way out or something? Or while she was stuck in there? Clearly not, since it must have materialized right after she left. Head on back to the mermaid with the complete harp and she can play us the song of her people.
What a surprise! The harp is back in one piece. I'm so happy. Thank you. Okay, stand back. I'm going to wake the big fish.
I always found it hilarious how dead-eyed she looked during this. Now here's something I didn't appreciate until I played the Japanese version. The harp music was one of the compositions from the original soundtrack that Shina Ozawa did, and it's actually a sample of the background music that plays in the water temple in the Japanese version. I just thought that was neat.
Look at that! The fish is away! But now what do we do?
This is all I can do. Now all you have to do is see whether the big fish will notice you.
What?
Oh man, did I offend it or something?
Great! It appears that you've been noticed.
I don't know about you, lady, but where I come from, someone turning tail and disappearing like that means something else entirely. If you're playing this on a platform with an actual PlayStation controller, the vibration is absolutely crazy in this scene.
This is a great temple. Go see it with your own eyes.
It's not the Great Temple, just a Great Temple. In pretty good condition considering it's been under a waterfall for God knows how long. Head inside and talk to the man with the turquoise hair.
Welcome to my presence. You have been noticed by the big fish.
I don't know why I find that so funny.
My temple people. The reason for your coming is to search for the evil pig bag. First, look at this.
Is that the egg of a coca bird?
Is it just me, or does that line not sound like Zippo's usual voice actor? Even more curious is in the PAL version, this line is incorrectly read by the Temple Guardian.
Is that the egg of a coca bird?
This is at least better than that "thanks for all your help, Gran" line from the coal mining town, but this really does feel like a hasty edit. It just makes me wonder even more how the scripting and recording process worked for this game. Smash the egg open and inside it will be a familiar item.
What's this?
It's called the Mystery Reflector. It is part of the mechanism for opening the door holding the pig bag. For camouflage, I disguised the bird egg in a different shell. But that one was destroyed. The coca bird took one other egg away with it.
What I'm wondering is how a coca bird got in here. Does the temple periodically come out of the waterfall and open itself to the public? If the pig bag was being locked away, wouldn't it be better to store the reflectors somewhere else? I don't understand how this place functions. Also, I have to mention that this guy's voice is weirdly stern in the English version, where in the Japanese version he sounds a bit more like a gentle old man.
国家がもう一つの卵を持ち去ってしまったのです。
本物の卵と間違えたんだ。
その通りです。しかし国家がどこへ持ち去ってしまったのか。
Exactly. But where did the coca bird take it? To operate this mechanism, we need two mystery reflectors. Without both of them together, it's useless.
We already found that mystery reflector tucked away in that cave in the Kujara Ranch, so head down to the lower pedestal and talk to the Guardian again.
Absolutely. This is the reflector. Now set it on the pedestal. Next, open up the skylight. Whoever gets the pig bag, make sure you don't look into the light.
What is it, like the Ark of the Covenant or something? What does that even mean? Walk into the newly opened room and collect the pig bag. At the risk of making another reference to Indiana Jones, removing the pig bag lowers the pedestal and the door on the other side of the room slides or it falls over. Can't say that's what I was expecting. Well, now we have the last evil pig bag and we're rather anticlimactically at the end of the water temple. Walk into the new pathway that opened up. It's time for...
Up and down and all around.
Turns out that back door from the water temple leads all the way back here. Strange choice, but still not the most bizarre example of interconnected routes seen in these games. This part is also going to be kind of all over the place, so I apologise in advance. Since we're back at the Waterfall of the Heavens, we're really close to the Water Evil Pig Gate. Before that though, jump up past these platforms in the cliff and head towards that little alcove that precedes the waterfall. If you glide off to the right, you can find a hidden white chest that contains another pot of life. Back to the left side of this alcove is where the Water Evil Pig's Gate is hiding. Another one that's pretty easy to find. It's probably my bias for water as an aesthetic focal point, but this is definitely my favourite evil pig realm in the game. I love how this place looks. Like the Navy evil pig from the first game, the water evil pig is the one token female evil pig of the bunch.
The evil water pig makes her grand entrance.
Oh. All of the evil pigs are voiced by the same guy, aren't they? Yep, yeah, that's what I thought. I guess they thought it would be good for a laugh to have Peter Kepler put on different voices for all of the evil pigs. It's not like men playing or voicing female characters isn't something that's particularly unheard of, but I just kind of expect that at least put on a voice to the effect of, I don't know, Miss Piggy, or the old ladies from the Monty Python skits. You know, not this.
Oh, don't make me laugh. My jaw's about to fall off.
At the risk of sounding like a broken record, the Japanese version had an actual woman playing the water pig, and at least the obnoxious laughter felt more in character here. I'm still not entirely convinced putting reverb on all their voices was a great idea though, that's very hard to listen to. It worked for the ghost pig, but the rest of them can be a bit difficult to understand.
I can't stand it.
Yeah, neither can I. I'm sure Peter Kepler's a nice guy in real life, but every single one of the voices he's done in this game is just utterly grating to me. Just to repeat what I've said about every other boss arena, there's no real reason to move around this place. Although this arena doesn't really have much to it in the first place, so it doesn't really feel like a waste. And these little platforms have tiny trampolines inside of them, so there's that. One thing that is rather interesting though is that after the first two captures, the waterfall starts closing in and effectively destroys half of the stage. This doesn't really affect the battle in any way, but this is interesting because this is the only battle in the game that has the arena do something like this, and it feels like yet more missed potential. Imagine if in the Ghost Pig battle, the final phase would have it protected by 3 flames like that ghost wall in the Donglin Forest, and you had to bite a few yellow ghosts spread around the arena to lift it and capture him. Or if the Earth Pig slammed down 2 huge stalactites on either side of you, and you'd have to ascend it as he waited at the top assaulting you with attacks until you could make it up there and throw him into the bag. Or the Ice Pig. Maybe he could whip up a violent blizzard that would send you flying back to the end of the stage, and you'd have to work your way to him on the other side as he sends giant snowballs of varying sizes and speeds rolling your way before you make it to him and throw him into the bag. Or the Flame Pig stage, having the volcano go nuts and flood the ground area with lava so you have to rely on jumping between the chains and the elevated bits of rock. Just stuff like that. It might not have made the fights more fun, but it would have at least made them a bit more interesting than doing the exact same thing 3 captures in a row with nothing about the battle changing, except for a single new attack. These aren't the worst bosses I've ever faced. I just feel like the first game handled them a bit better, and there was a lot of untapped potential to them. Throw her away one last time, and that's all 5 of the evil pigs under wraps. Blah blah blah, this robe is useless too. Skip! Oh, right. You're in this game.
How amusing! All my compatriots have been captured. You're looking for Tabby, aren't you?
Whoa, someone applied the reverb a little too thick on that one line.
Be warned, I'm different from those other 5. Your tactics won't work on me.
Oh, is that so? Yeah, spoiler alert, yes they will.
Enter into my dark quarters, if you dare.
Yeah, I'll get to it. Eventually. Okay, now that the evil pigs are all sorted out aside from the disco ball, we can focus on the remaining events before moving on to the endgame. First up, we'll be grabbing all the gears and cogs from each of the cranks around the continent. The star-shaped cog from the starting beach, the hexagon gear from the Kujara Ranch summit, and the triangle gear from the Circus Village. Take them all to that man with the funny voice at the right side of the water temple, and he'll activate the crank and raise the Manita Tunnel, a strange device that can shrink you down to a fraction of your size. The game will instantly walk you into a mouse on the other side of the tunnel. He talks about how he's never talked to anyone but other mice before, but surely there must have been someone who's used this tunnel before long ago. The guy outside alluded to Wynn building that crank, but what about the tunnel itself? Don't know, never explained. The mouse in this tunnel gives you a bell to return here. Its real purpose is the same as the ghost stickers, so you can't fly anywhere in mini-state and get yourself stuck like the invisibility could. But for story progression, we'll only really need to use it 2 more times. Just like invisibility, mini-status will remove any special clothing you have on, and you won't be able to use any weapons either. So resize briefly by going back through the tunnel so you can pop the green balloons with the grapple. We'll need them high enough to make it to the upper area as mini Tombi. When that's all sorted, go to the upper left area and we can walk through the little entrance in this barred area that leads into a smaller temple. Talk to the mouse inside once you're there. He talks about how Nishiki birds were once guardians of this temple, and how they need them to return to watch over this temple again. And if you pay attention here, you can actually hear the voice actor flubbing his line.
If you find the Nishiki... Okay, here we go, there we go, alright. If you find the Nishiki birds, please use these wings.
And they actually kept that failed take in the game. Good job, fellas. I haven't heard a voice acting goof like that since, God, Sonic 06.
E123 Omega has engaged metals. Head to the Wave Ocean, head to Wave Ocean. Agent Shadow, E123 Omega has engaged metals. Head to Wave Ocean immediately.
Now we get another callback to a very early event in the game. Those 2 chicks we brought to the nest in the starting beach are actually the Nishiki birds we're after. Baron also isn't usable while we're shrunk down, so use some magic wings to fly back to the beach and climb up the tree to get to the chicks. The Nishiki wing that the Guardian gave to you will activate automatically. The manual lists down the big white Nishiki birds as evil seagull. Kinda devalues its presence as a unique creature in this world, likening it to tiny vultures that crowd around you when you're just trying to enjoy fish and chips at the beach. Once we're back at the temple, talk to the mouse again. An interesting detail to this event is that the servant mouse you have to retrieve here changes depending on the color combination of the chicks you hatch. There's a tiny mouse house in each area, and each mouse has a different colored tail, so only one of them is the one you're looking for.
Come tell us if you find a set of Nishiki birds.
Now that line shouldn't be there. Once again, proofreading, guys. As I said way earlier on, since I've done 3 playthroughs for this video, I have 2 blue birds for the NTSC version, a blue and red bird for the PAL version, and 2 red birds in the Japanese version, just to demonstrate the different servant mice you need to find. If you have 2 different colours, you'll want Whitey, found in the final area of the Donglin Forest before the treasure room. If you have 2 blue birds, you'll want Bluey, found in the Circus Village next to the ladder to the Pig Tribe's pavilion. If you have 2 red birds, you'll want Reddy, who is in the Kujara Ranch just below the entrance to the left in the potato spawn. Once the required mouse servant has been informed, use the Manita bell to head back to the mouse temple the same way as before.
Hey, you've come to the right place. Alright, everybody quiet.
Once again, what accent are you even trying to do here? Oh blimey, this place is so old it's falling apart.
Okay, you're a servant too. The temple's counting on you. And you, thanks so much for helping. Something wonderful is about to happen. Ask the new servants for the details.
I bet he's probably been waiting years to bail on this place. Now here's something I always thought was really cool. If you have a save file from Tombi 1, you'll be given access to up to 4 hidden events depending on which events you cleared in the original game. Specifically, these are the 100-year-old wise man, hide and go seek, a lost child, and the cute witch. You'll get 4 hints relating to each of these, similar to the clues you get for the evil pig locations. While I'm sure it's far from the first game to do something like this was among the first exposure I had to a feature like this. I hadn't really seen anything else like it except maybe how Ratchet & Clank 2 and 3 give you access to old weapons for free if you have save files from prior games. We'll get to these a bit later. Next up on the agenda, we're going to go to the other main attraction involving the tiny mice, the Mouse Village back in the starting beach. The final adventurer's chest can be found in here as well. If you've done just about everything up to this point, collected almost every gem in sight, and beaten all the evil pigs, you should easily have the 2 million AP requirement to open this chest. And just like that, AP is no longer needed for anything else. Next, talk to the mouse in the top left corner of the room.
Would you like to know what we're doing? We're gathering tasty berry nuts here. Berry nuts pop out of the ground whenever a quake hits. It's tough gathering them because the earth closes up quickly.
This guy's voice and inflection sound like if Fozzie Bear huffed helium. I actually kinda love it. He mentions berry nuts that periodically appear that they collect for a harvest and offers you the chance to help them out. Talk to him again and he'll call over one of his friends to give you a ride.
Hey! Well then, climb on his back. Before the berry nuts disappear, I want you to get 100 of them.
Oh boy, time for yet another minigame. The trolley was aggravating, the Kujara wash was mind-numbingly drawn out, and the berry nut harvest is pretty fun actually. No joke, I actually really like this one. I get there are definitely some people out there that hate this one as much as the other two, but honestly this is the only minigame I actually come back to play again after I finished it, just for the sake of aiming for a new high score. And the best part? The time limit isn't excruciatingly tight when it comes to reaching the goal. The first challenge, you're given 1 minute to collect 100 berry nuts. Even if you completely miss most of the speed boosting nuts, this is easily doable in under a minute with time to spare. You'd have to be actively avoiding the berries to not finish this round, honestly. I can do it within 20 seconds most of the time. Once that's over, they'll start shipping out the harvest to some of their friends and you'll be handed the Manita mushroom, which will allow you to switch in and out of mini-state anytime you want. Just like that, the Manita tunnel is completely obsolete. Before getting into the second minigame, we're posed with another obstacle, a mushroom, or mushrooms. This script really seems to have issues with use of singular and plural nouns and pronouns. This does give us some payoff for an item found really early in the game though. Our makeshift shovel is the spoon that was stuck between those two aquatic plants. In my experience with mushrooms in the wild, most of them break apart if you look at them funny. Surely it couldn't have been that bad.
There are others here, so you've got to gather quite a lot of stuff. It's tough, I know, but hang in there. When you're ready, give us a call.
Tough, he says. It's really not. Despite being in a different door, the layout here is identical to the first area. They never specify how many berry nuts you need to pass this one, but I'm pretty sure it's around 200. Now imagine if it was actually possible to beat the trolley minigame with like 30 seconds to spare. That's what this one is like, and I'm not complaining at all. If the criteria for passing this one was 300, then maybe it would be as tight of a criteria to meet as the trolley. But even then, I would much rather replay this one 20 times than do the trolley more than twice. Over 300 is very doable as well. I managed to get 326 on my trial run on the PS Vita. The best method is to approach straight lines and turn as little as possible, though you'll get a little practice turning once you head off to the big rings of berry nuts in one corner of the arena. My biggest gripe with this minigame is that the turning is incredibly sensitive. Just tapping left or right will send you off in one direction far more than you'd like. And Tombi 2 isn't fully optimized for the analog sticks either, so tilting the sticks slightly will still move you as much as the D-pad. And hey, look at that, even on this playthrough I got nearly 300. Once that's over and the mice are chowing down on their massive haul, we're gifted with the third and final golden item, the Golden Star. This was the only golden item I was able to get in my first playthrough, because 8-year-old me hated the trolley and Kujara wash way too much to bother trying to finish them. Next up on the list, we'll be grabbing 2 more vital items. Fly to the Donglin Forest to obtain a crying state, and then fly to the Kujara Ranch summit. I didn't touch on this earlier when I was in the summit, but god damn, I love the skybox here. That right there is just a thing of beauty. Anyway, head over to the crying door on the other side of the wall. Inside of this room is a blue chest containing the mystery mushroom, which is functionally identical to the mysterious mushroom from the first game, and lets you switch between the laughing and crying state by using it from the menu. Next up is its sister item. Fly off to the trolley stop and use the mysterious mushroom to switch to laughing state so you can enter the door just above the entrance. Inside the white chest in here is the normal fruit, this game's version of the ordinary mushroom, which will cure laughing and crying. Also, are the things in this game fruit or mushrooms, because they can't seem to decide. Another aside, if you go to the tiny mouse house near the start of the area, inside is the most insidiously hidden pot of life in the game. If you ever find you're still missing one of these things, it's probably either this one or that one you need the snowball to get to in the Kujara Ranch. You know what time it is now? We're going after the first of the legendary towers. These towers are honestly my favorite part of this game. The way you have to track down 2 halves of a spell held by people in different places of the world, and even after you get the complete spell, you still don't get any clues as to where the tower is hidden, just the actual area it's in. In my first playthrough, I was under the impression that the tower would spawn from the ground if you played the spell in the right place, but what you actually have to look out for is patches of bricks in the wall. This one in particular sticks out because of this tiny platform with no real purpose. Finding this tower for the first time was an incredibly satisfying aha moment for me. You can make the doorway appear even even if you have only the first half of the spell, but you need the second half for it to actually unlock. We unfortunately don't get a great first impression with the Tower of Courage though. This one is not only the most tedious to complete, but it's also visually the least interesting. The puzzle here is basically trial and error by way of picking the right doors on each floor to keep ascending. Pick the wrong one and you're back to the first floor. This wouldn't be as bad if it weren't for the fact it was a collection of laughing and crying doors. So on top of needing to deduce the right way forward, you need to keep going into the menu to select the mysterious mushroom and sit through the animations again and again. It becomes irritating after a while. This tower is generally the easiest to access in terms of criteria to earn both of the spells. However, it also can't be completed without both the mysterious mushroom and the Manita mushroom, so it has the lowest bar to entry but the highest bar to completion. For the sake of ease, here's the right sequence to get right to the top. First floor, crying door. Second floor, laughing door. Third floor, crying door. Fourth floor, mini door. Fifth floor, laughing door. And the chest at the top contains your prize, one of the 3 legendary weapons, the Glacier Boomerang. Despite what it takes to get up here, I think this is the most useless of the 3 legendary weapons. It's the Ice Boomerang, except it's a one-hit kill on most standard enemies. Gonna be honest, I almost never use this one. Head to the coal mining town for the next event on the list. To the right of the main staircase is this gentleman here who gives you one of the most infamous and elusive events in the game, Precious Ring. Now, I finished Tombi 1 in its entirety without a guide or outside help. The same cannot be said for Tombi 2, all because of this event. This has to be one of the most god-dang-it moments I've ever experienced in a video game. This miner says he dropped his ring when he was out on the pipes in the pipe area, and it's your task to find it. The thing is, this could mean just about anywhere. You could check over and under every pipe, but you won't find it anywhere. You can check the system of tunnels below the pipes, which can now be accessed now that the curse is lifted by sliding down the bottom of the chains. You could search every inch of the place and still turn up nothing. Neither of these are correct. No, the solution is to go to this T-junction balcony, grapple your way under the pipes until you're directly below that balcony, and then fall into the abyss. Something that in any other situation would likely lead to your death. And you'll find a small isolated room that you can't access with any other method, with a tiny clump of mud sitting to the right. Use the hammer to launch yourself back out, clean the small clump of mud in the washing machine, and voila, there's the ring. How on earth is anyone expected to find this by themselves? I only learned about this through the older brother of a school friend, and I highly doubt he deduced that himself either. The only clue you're given about this is that he dropped it under the pipes. That's it. We take it for granted because these days the answer to anything you may be wondering about a game will be on the internet within days of release. But this was an era where a lot of games had deliberately esoteric stuff like this almost entirely to sell strategy guides, and this is always my go-to example. A handful of these late game side events don't really have actual rewards for you, so they just give you a large diamond worth 100,000 AP. Something that would be fantastic if we hadn't cleared all those adventurers' chests already. Next up, we're back at the Kujara Ranch. Climb up to the grassy hill area, and right up the top there'll be a large seed waiting for us. Seems kinda familiar, doesn't it? Drop into Santa's house and we'll see 2 familiar faces. It's the dwarf child and his father from the first game. This is the first of the special events you get from reading a Tombi 1 save game. Despite being rendered in 3D, they're clearly based on the original Fujiwara artwork from the first game, so they look ever so slightly out of place with the rest of the character designs. I can at least appreciate they don't use the same stock talking animations as many of the other characters though. They mention needing a flower box to help the seed bloom, which may seem like a far-fetched thing to look for, but thankfully I knew where this was immediately, because this was one of the mysteries that haunted me through my first playthrough. Fly off to the Circus Village. There's a flower box up in the second tier area, and since I didn't know about the extra Tombi 1 events at the time, I racked my brain wondering what purpose this thing served. The NPC mentioned planting seeds in it, but nothing in the core game fit the bill. That's where this seed comes in. Plant it in the box and it'll grow into... Oh god! Oh god, no! It's one of those satanic flowers from the first game. Burn it! Burn it!
Do you want this flower?
No! Get rid of it before it uproots itself and starts jumping around! Oh fine, I'll take it. It'll be the dwarf's problem instead. Before heading back to the ranch, there's actually another Tombi 1 event hidden in this village. Remember the prompt? A laughing pillar, and I see a ninja. That's a reference to the laughing door found on the left side of the village. Who's the ninja the mouse mentioned? It's none other than our banana skin haired pal, Yan of the Hidden Village. Oh no. His model is based on that awful looking concept art and not his more cuter in-game sprite. That and the guy voicing him sounds way too old for him.
Still never expected to meet you in a place like this.
Man, what a letdown. Yan gives you an item called Yan's Proof. It doesn't really serve a purpose outside of saying you beat the event, but it does come with a hefty extra 100,000 AP, which we don't need at this point.
Well, we're going home. Tomba, keep up the adventuring. See ya.
Again, what's with this we business? There's only one of you. Unless all those different hiding spots in the first game were occupied by different Yan clones? Yeah, no, that's stupid. Head on back to the chimney shed and we can deliver this abomination of a plant to our vertically challenged friends.
What's this?
This flower is from the large flower seed. I'd love to see flowers again.
Once again, the dialogue in this game just always feels so off. On top of the weird stilted dialogue, there's so many moments where it feels like lines have just been misplaced. How does this happen so much? You get the dwarf's proof for the collection and our job here is done. Next up, climb up to the seesaws in the upper area and run over to the wooden platform built into the cliff. There are some bits of brick, so you already know what comes next. Break out the spell of strength. The Tower of Strength is one big cylindrical maze you have to navigate. If you ever see these big cracked brown blocks among the grey ones, these are your goal. You'll catch a glimpse of them as you move around. For the sake of ease, this is the route to take. Once we get to the top, we'll find the torch hammer. It's basically a more powerful fire hammer, but on top of being able to one-hit kill most enemies, it can also do this. Haha, awesome. Head up to the ranch summit because here we'll really get to put it to use. You may remember amongst all the huge blocks of ice on the summit, there's also these big stone blocks that couldn't be moved or broken. And then along comes the torch hammer. Most of the ones in the lower area contain gems to pump up your AP a little more. Not really any crucial items in these ones though. Also, right near the entrance to the wash, there's another white chest far off to the left that contains a magic gauge extender. In the back area on the wall, there's another block containing a pot of life, and this weird looking block of ice that wasn't here before. And when broken, it has a mirror inside it. Those of you who remember the first game will no doubt already know where this is going. And trapped underneath the other block over here is a white chest containing the very last pot of life in the game, finally bringing our health to a nice full 16 hit points. Once that's all done, head to Fam's shed at the summit and talk to the man himself.
Hey, boys! Did you see it? The ranch! The evil pig's magic has been dispelled. You boys beat him, didn't you? Wow, that's amazing. But there's just one little problem that's happened.
What?
I'm really happy that you boys dispelled the evil pig's magic. But now that it's gotten warm outside, I have to clip the hair on the Kujara.
Clip the hair on the Kujara?
Yes, their hair grew out during the cold spell, but while I was clipping the first two, the other three ran off and I am at wit's end.
Yep, as a little callback to the first run-through of this area, we need to track down 3 Kujara and bring them to Fam. Probably the same 3 rascals from last time as well. Fam said he was at his wit's end, but aside from the whole being frozen part, they're in the exact same places as last time. I want to criticize this for just being a copy-paste of an earlier event with very little to change it up, but at least in context this makes sense. And hey, this is still better than the Kujara Wash minigame. I do enjoy the idea of more events becoming available after the curses in each area have been lifted though. It just gives you more of a sense of how people's lives were affected by the curses. Unfortunately, they don't really explore this nearly as much as I'd like them to. Take Tombi's fancy hat back to Fam and he'll clip them all one at a time. I always loved how goofy the trimmed Kujara look in stark contrast to their fluffier counterparts. They're like bouncy chicken tenders. As a reward for returning them, Fam will give us the second half of the Spell of Wisdom. Finally. As another little detail, I love the way you could chase around this Kujara in the foreground. Anyway, onward to the Donglin Forest. That mirror we found in the Kujara Ranch? I'm not sure if it's the exact same as the dirty mirror from the first game, but either way, we're going to Witch Mizuno's house. Climb up the trees and use the mystery mushroom to get yourself laughing to get inside.
Oh, it's my mirror. Oh, I can't live without it. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, you've put me in your debt again. You've proven to be reliable.
It seems weird that only now Mizuno is acknowledging that she knew us originally, like that mirror jogged her memory again or something. One more proof for the collection, one to go. Head off to the deep forest next, into that little area to the far left where the rock crab and the adventurer's chest were. This right here is where we find the Tower of Wisdom. Visually probably the hardest tower to point out given the entire wall is made of bricks. The Spell of Wisdom is probably my favourite tune of the three as well. This tower is basically a big climb to the top. You're going to be needing the grapple for this one. I would say this is definitely the easiest one to finish. Just keep ascending until you come across another one of these giant blocks that were seen in the Tower of Strength. Inside it is a chest containing the third and final legendary weapon, the Doka Pin. As the icon suggests, it's a combination of the grapple and blackjack, which functions like the grapple but still allows you to actually damage foes. It's basically the grapplejack from the first game, except the Doka Pin is a bit slower and has significantly less reach. Regardless, it's still easily the best weapon in the game, and you'd really need to switch it for anything else unless you're breaking blocks, activating hammer switches, or trying to snag an out-of-reach gem. Next up is the Circus Village. Go into the hut next to the flower bed and we'll find this fellow with an ice block stand. Set up indoors with no exterior advertising. How's that business working for you?
Welcome! Have some cold ice candy! I'd like to sell you some, but with the evil pigs all over, I can't sell a thing. I want to join the circus, but I don't know any tricks, so I sell candy just to be of some service. Where can I get some of that ice candy?
Yep, he's not only set up out of the way, but he doesn't even have any stock, so he's just getting some kid to fetch them for him. Okay, next to the trolley and Kujara Wash minigames, this has to be one of the most tedious events in the entire game. To get the ice candy, you need to equip the evil ice pig robe and use magic in the vicinity of enemies by holding down the D-pad and pressing circle. This will affect any standard fodder on screen, including any in the foreground or background areas. These ice candy will disappear after a few seconds though, so don't fool around for too long. Also, don't expect to be able to reach a background area in time to get a bar that has appeared too far away. In my experience, one of the best spots in the game to grind ice candy is in the Kujara Ranch summit. There are 3 Torodako in the area just outside the collector's hut and 3 more in the background area nearby. Doing 2 different casts of the spell, you can get 6 candy at a time. To make them respawn, walk into the door here that leads into the pipe area tunnels, and go back out again to make the Torodako respawn. Rinse and repeat until you have at least 30 ice candy. Wow, that was only 5 minutes? It felt like a lot longer when I was actually playing it. Being bored will do that to you, I guess. Return to the vendor in the Circus Village and bring him the candy.
Oh, ice candy! Thank you! You brought some for me! I need some more!
Excuse me? Yeah, that's what I thought. Now we get the final hidden weapon in the game and probably the strangest of the lot, the pig ball. This event is a sort of callback to the Peach Flower Gas event from Tombi 1. You have to go to each area of the game with evil pig grunts present, and hit them with the ball to shrink them down and collect the baby pig variant. After the tiny pig has been collected, the pig ball becomes a one-hit kill on any pigs and is completely useless against anything else. This is easy enough. A flying pig from the starting beach, a flame pig from the pipe area, an ice pig from the Kujara Ranch, a ghost pig from the Donglin Forest, and a water pig from the water temple. Once they're all collected, return to the vendor with your tiny captives. Infuriatingly enough, the game makes you manually pick out each pig and sit through the dialogue each time. Why couldn't they just be pink items and get handed out automatically like the rare life forms? He doesn't have anything interesting to say, and the order in which you give them to him changes nothing. It's the exact same problem as the Witch Mizuno events with the anemone trigs. Eventually, after we've broken through his wall of redundant dialogue and clear the event, he decides to show us his little trick. Even after losing all that pig weight, the villagers still walk around with their arms awkwardly hovering to the side. I guess it's become a habit at this point. He gives us a giant diamond for our troubles and heads out to show everyone else his routine. I don't know, having living organisms for a juggling act sounds like an accident waiting to happen. Next up, off to the water temple for the last couple of side events. Climb up the ladder into the background area, and off to the left near the waterfall there's an amulet you can just barely see submerged in the water. The event trigger and the item tells us immediately that this belongs to the 100-year-old man. The description we're given at the mouse temple was that an old man fell into the water, but that isn't exactly the case here because we'll find the 100-year-old man inside the crying door right next to where that raft guy was. Use the mysterious mushroom twice to get a crying state and walk inside.
Oh, Tomba, just who I wanted to see. Actually, I lost my protective amulet in the water.
That greeting feels a bit rushed, especially considering how far from home both of them are.
Help me look for it. You found my amulet?
Oh, this, my amulet. All right, wonderful Tomba. This powerful evil-warding amulet came to me from Kainin. Kainin is far senior to any of us old folks.
Even older than the million-year-old man? Do people even die of old age in this world? Alright, final stop on the event cleanup list, the Golden Tower. You can use the Manita Bell as a shortcut to get here faster. With the final Pignose panel in place, the wall will open up and the Golden Tower will appear before us. Kind of built behind the wall and hidden away for some reason. I don't think the ancient civilizations who built these towers seem to understand how towers work. For the sake of your sanity, remove the pig suit for this tower. It's a long way up, 21 steps to be exact, and not wearing anything makes Tombi's jumps a lot less floaty. Like the Flower Tower from the first game, this is one of the last events most players will complete, because it requires having the 3 legendary weapons and the 3 golden items in your possession. Basically all the events in the game that require the most effort to complete. Once we get to the top, there's another elder pig waiting for us, so we need to switch to the pig suit again to talk to him, which wouldn't be a problem if the pig language was just a passive skill, but I've already danced this dance enough.
Oh, has a human called upon this tower? You, what is your purpose?
We're journeying to find our friend who was kidnapped by the evil pigs.
Humans and evil pigs? That's a pretty absurd matchup.
Is it really? Who else is going to fight back against them? The tiny mice?
You don't seem like deceivers. Quite an adventure, I'd say. Show me your adventure notes.
I do like how he makes you take out the adventure journal though. It's the only time since the start of the game where it's physically seen, and it really makes it feel like a culmination of all your efforts up to this point. The Flower Tower in the first game gave us a special fish that increased our movement speed, utterly useless if you already have the best pants in the game. The Golden Tower, however, gives us the Golden Powder, an equip item that makes you completely invincible and never runs out. Now an already not particularly hard game becomes a complete cakewalk. At least it would be, if not for the fact that all that's left to be done is the endgame. The whereabouts of the last evil pig are never given, but you would have already covered pretty much the whole continent at this point, so that just leaves one frontier left unexplored, the tunnels beneath the pipe area. It can't be accessed just by wandering through the tunnel system though. This entrance is an isolated one accessible by climbing down only one chain, and that's the second chain beneath the drawbridge that leads to the hot water pool. Oh hey, it's Kainin. What on earth is he wearing?
Kainin, what are you doing here?
Oh, yo-ho. I was looking at the evil pig book. Something was bothering me.
Something bothering you? What was that?
About the last remaining evil pig.
We're looking for that last evil pig. Do you know anything about him?
Don't get so panicky. The gate of the last evil pig is probably right here in this room. And you'll probably need this to open the gate.
What? What happened?
It was hidden in the mud, as if it was left there. It's up to you whether to go or not to go, but I feel a strange power emanating from this room. Something terrible is going to happen. I can feel a foreboding.
Geez, spoilers, man.
If you have anything left to redo, you still cannot enter here.
That line makes it sound a lot more restrictive than it is. Going through that door is the point of no return, but the only criteria to go through is to have captured all the other evil pigs. You could have missed most of the other events in the game and you'd still be able to enter it. Being given the last evil pig bag gives you infinite magic power, but I still can't fathom why anyone would bother with it outside of the Ice Candy event. Talk to Kainin again and he'll break the lock.
Okay, let's open the door. Ha! This should have let you enter. And it was written in the evil pig book. In front of the last evil pig gate stand 5 stone evil pig statues. 4 of the statues guard the gate, and 1 guards the exit. To escape these 5 stone statues, you need to crush the 5 evil pig plates. Use evil pig magic to crush the evil pig plates. What does it mean?
Going through the door here marks the point of no return, so if you have anything else left that you need to do, save your game and do it now. If you're at 130 out of 132 events, you're all up to speed. Well, here goes nothing. As I expressed in my first video, I found Tombi 1's endgame to be incredibly lackluster. You had to wander around the world trying to find 7 friends, basically a bunch of NPCs that had no contribution to the plot, to weigh down the podiums and gain access to the final boss. As well as that, the final boss itself was an absolute joke. So that begs the question, is Tombi 2's endgame any better? Sort of, but also not really. See for yourself.
As your reward for struggling to get this far, my best magic spell. To everyone sleeping deeply on this continent. Well, what will you do now? Time has stopped for everyone in the world, except for you and me. Nothing moves. Nobody talks. Even color is gone. A new world! Ah, I forgot to mention, most of the stuff you have won't work in this world. Is there anything you can do at all?
There's some parallels that can be drawn here to the original game, with the way the last evil pig is being locked behind a gate with statues of the other evil pigs guarding the way, only this time you have to travel around the world finding the plates correlating to each of the statues and destroying them with magic, marking the only time I imagine most players ever use these things. A big difference here is that in Tombi 1, you had to run around each area tracking down people to help you by weighing down the statue podiums, because the spirits of the other 7 evil pigs flew away. This time, the statues being there is what's keeping the gate closed, and the means to destroy them are basically handed to you. Tombi 1's endgame was lackluster, but at least from a story standpoint, having people from different areas Tombi helped coming together to help him reach the boss made more sense than the boss basically handing you the way to get into his realm. One place where Tombi 2's endgame does excel, though, is with the concept of the frozen continent. Tombi 1's endgame had no real sense of urgency because all the curses had been lifted, and the final boss was essentially cowering in his realm waiting for you. This time around, the last evil pig has cast a curse more powerful than any of the previous ones that has affected the entire continent and possibly even the world. Everything is monochromatic, lifeless, and dark. Kynan is frozen in time and every other NPC has vanished, giving you the feeling that you are truly alone with no one there to help you. And most of all, in contrast to the bouncy and vibrant soundtrack the rest of the game has, you get this haunting track everywhere you go. I was 8 years old when I first played this game, so it didn't really faze me, but I could see a lot of younger kids being terrified by this. Anyway, hunting for the plates is very simple. While the last evil pig says a lot of your items are restricted, you still have access to Baron and Magic Wings, so you just need to travel to the remaining 4 areas to find the corresponding plates and destroy them with magic from the evil pig robes. The Ice Pig plate is in the ranch summit where the rare squid was found, the Ghost Pig plate is in the Laughing and Crying Forest near the ladder leading to the librarian's hut, and the Earth Pig plate is right in plain sight as you enter the Circus Village. The Water Pig plate is a bit different though. You're not able to directly fly to the Water Temple, so you need to make your way through the underground tunnel system and locate the door that leads to the Water Temple. It's actually really close by if you access the underground from the entrance in the Circus Village. Just keep going left and through the passageway. The Water Temple door will be the first one through here. Thankfully, time being frozen allows you to walk on water, so you won't have to do another song and dance switching out of the pig suit. Head to the right and the final plate will be down near the Crying Door. I do think it's a nice touch that everywhere you go is accessible through the underground tunnels, so even if you never rescued Baron or somehow managed to run out of magic wings, you won't be trapped anywhere. Tombi 2 has 137 events in total compared to Tombi 1's 130, but I still don't know why destroying all the plates couldn't have just been one event rather than 5 different ones. The game is already longer than the first. Did they just feel the need to pad out the event count to make it seem bigger so they can slap it on the back of the box? Who knows? All that matters is that every plate has been destroyed and we can finally take on the last evil pig. The evil pig's magic power in Tombi 1 came from gold, so looking at it now I'm wondering if that radiating mass behind the pig gate is supposed to be a gold vein or something. Well, here we go.
What's so funny? Nothing, I guess.
I thought I told you already. Forget about her. Well, I suppose it's much more interesting to meet with some resistance.
Resistance to what? I genuinely don't know what the end goal for the evil pigs is in this game. In the first game, they were terrorizing different areas of the continent and stealing gold because it was the source of their evil magic. It's not much, but at least it was some form of motivation. In this game, they kidnapped Tabby because they wanted her necklace, but she refused to let them take it, so they took her instead? To what end exactly? Because it's made of gold? They never explicitly mentioned that they're collecting gold in this game, so for all we know, they're cursing the land and kidnapping people just because they're being dicks. They put so much more effort into the cinematic presentation in this game, yet from a story front, they had no motivation for their antagonists outside of a Bowser kidnaps Peach scenario. Did you eat a red mushroom or something? Why are you laughing so much? Now we get a glimpse at the last evil pig's true form, and his voice sounds even less credibly threatening without the reverb. It was also at this point in the Japanese playthrough that I did come to an interesting realization. The reason his voice sounded so strange with the filter was because his real voice was significantly less intimidating, and he was just putting on a front. It's hard to see from some angles, but his chubby cheeks, his small stature, his kiddie voice and childlike dialogue, his magic spell based around stopping time, this is the same final evil pig from the first game. That's probably a big reason why we're shown the recreation of the final boss in the opening FMV, and the English version of the game makes no hints or references to this at all. The only thing they really retain was some of the childlike dialogue. 20 years after I first played this game and I'm still finding out new things about it.
So, Tombi, come play with me, in my space forevermore.
Okay, despite all the horrible things I've said, I'll give credit where it's due. Compared to Tombi 1, at least the final boss in this game is an actual boss and not a glorified game of cat and mouse. They make an effort to go all out with this one. The arena has a lot of verticality to it. It does the ghost evil pig thing again with the aim for the pig bag being inverted. He gets a pretty cool unique attack where he can strike you with a replica of whatever weapon you have equipped, and it takes 5 throws for him to be captured rather than the usual 3. The music also has the closest thing to a loop on the whole soundtrack, where it kinda cuts out and then comes back in. The only problem is that this fight is still a total cakewalk and can be completed from where you start. And even though it takes 5 throws, the bag in the center of the arena is very close to the sides, so it's incredibly easy to get him in there even with the flipped camera. Also, I swear he teleports away so much more often than all the other bosses. It's obnoxious. It's an improvement on the first game's final boss at least, but I'd still go so far as to say it's among the easier battles in this game, which isn't really saying much because I wouldn't say any of them are remotely challenging. I do like this arena though, it kinda reminds me of Cooler World. Toss him in 5 times and we can finally put an end to this. There's 2 very different takes for this first line here as well.
No, you beat me, Tomba. That's impossible. No, you beat me, Tombi. That's impossible.
The take in the NTSC version almost sounds bored.
But remember, we never really die. Someday, somewhere, We'll play again, right, Tombi?
Sure. I'll see you when I replay this game again a year or two from now. Oh crap, I don't have any more holy water. Oh, never mind.
Oh. What? Where? I was taken by the evil pigs and then... Tombi!
You're all right, Tabby.
You've come to rescue me! Oh, thank you. I wanted to see you so much, Tombi.
Look out! The evil pig's face is breaking up.
Baron, you're all right too. Oh, wonderful.
On one playthrough, I actually made an effort to make it here without freeing Baron to see if the cutscene was still the same. Sure enough, it was. Tabby being freed from her stone prison seems to imply that the last evil pig being captured breaks the petrification spells. But even then, Baron must have quite the intuition to find his way here in that case. It seems like a weird choice to only show 2 locations being freed from the last evil pig's curse. I figured they'd have a faster compilation or at least some artwork of the whole continent. Man, you can really tell when the compositions from the original soundtrack show up, because they sound so much different from all the Ashif Hakik tracks.
Eat to your heart's delight.
Ah, so good. Yep, Tabby makes the best meals.
Oh, Charles, you're so smooth. You come out at times like this and pretend to have done it all.
What do you say? We work too, you know, behind the scenes.
Behind the scenes? How ridiculous. You have no idea what we've been through. Right, Tombi?
Uh-huh, you two haven't changed a bit.
You put out a fire, kicked away a big rock, and another time fought a ghost.
Rode a crappy minecart, washed Kujara, helped a clown get his confidence back.
What? Was that what you heard?
Anyway, Tombi, I truly had a good time adventuring with you. You brought Tabby back safe and sound, and you put the continent back to normal. Everyone's grateful. All because of you.
Tombi, thank you for coming to help us.
Oh, ah!
I'm still not entirely sure what that interaction with Zippo and Charles there is all about.
Will you come running? Oh, well, if that's the way you feel, I'll never make you dinner again.
Ooh, oh, please, not that.
I'm kidding. I'll study and give you a dish that'll really surprise you.
Oh, thank heaven. Well, Tombi, I'm plumb full. Maybe I should be getting on home.
Will you come back again sometime?
Thanks again.
Man, that almost sounds sarcastic.
Tombi!
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 I did it! I saved the world!
As a follow-up to the ending, Kynan greets us in this endless void and grades us on how many events we completed in the game. There's 3 different results you can get here. The game just cuts to credits afterwards if you haven't finished everything. If you do all 133 of the main game events, you get a black tuxedo and unlock the epilogue ending. If you do it for all 137 events, including the Tombi 1 bonuses, you get the exact same epilogue except the tuxedo was red this time. It's all the same regardless. The gang's all here to give Tombi his send-off, and sadly you don't get to keep the tuxedo as an in-game equipable item or something. Not like there's exactly anything left to do anyway. A nudist to the very end. Among all these characters here seeing Tombi and Charles off, why is Baron staying behind? Even if he didn't technically stay with Tombi at the end of the first game, this isn't even his homeland. And they were never seen again. Now we get the second FMV of the game, but rather than it showing Tombi returning home, we just get a really low quality compilation of moments from the game. And that's it, that was Tombi 2, Whoopee Camp's second and final game. I was going to have a section of this video dedicated to the Japanese version like I did with the first game, but honestly there wasn't much to talk about this time around. Most of the version differences I already covered in the main portion of the video because pretty much all of them come down to differences in dialogue and voice acting. It just goes to show Tombi 2 had a bit more of a vision set in stone than the first game did, so very little had to change during the localization process. I'll briefly touch on a bit of cut content though. Overall, there is very little in the way of known cut content for Tombi 2, especially compared to the first game. After finishing all 3 playthroughs, I got a hold of the demo to see for myself if there were any things worth noting. First of all, I just want to say, this demo sucks. As far as I'm concerned, Tombi 1 still has one of the best demos I've ever played. The village of all beginnings all the way up to the Dwarf Elder with nothing cut out or blocked off along the way. Just 30 to 60 minutes of unrestricted gameplay completely free of charge. Way more bang for your buck than you'd get from most demos, even at the time. Tombi 2's demo? A fraction of the starting beach that's blocked off by a rock after the net bridge, with a 15-minute time limit no less. This is 7 to 8 minutes worth of gameplay at most if you do absolutely everything here. That would be like if the Tombi 1 demo ended before you could even get to the 100-year-old man's hut. Tombi 1's English demo does appear to be built off the final version of the game though, because there's no differences to speak of. Tombi 2's demo on the other hand is very different. The conversation music is still the same as the Japanese version, there's no voice dialogue at all, a lot of the event names are different and not properly capitalized, and the font that appears on screen when AP is received is a bit different. Going into your inventory also shows a couple of differences. Right off the bat you have the turbo pants available, except they're coloured white like the dashing pants from the first game, which implies that the pants may have been more true to the original game at some point. The bird clothes are also already here since we can't get to the fisherman at the waterfall, and they're named Coca clothes instead. I'm guessing this was changed because most new players wouldn't know what a Coca bird is, even though they're still in this game. The hammer and flying squirrel clothes are also here, most likely because they featured so prominently in the marketing. And yeah, after raising the bridge with the star-shaped cog you still can't progress because that big rock is in the way. Nothing can break it and there's an invisible barrier up above it, so you just get to sit around and pick your nose until the rest of your time is up. There was also a promo video on the Japanese demo though, and while the quality isn't exactly great, there are a few small differences of note. The flying squirrel clothes don't seem to give you as much distance in a glide, and Tombi falls a lot faster. Tombi can be seen here swimming in a regular unencharted pig suit. The purple jumping pants can be seen in the pipe area, lending more to the theory that the pants in this game were originally the same as the ones in the first. The chest containing the coal mine bell was red instead of blue. The collectibles in the trolley minigame appear to be 7 coins rather than 5 seeds of strength. And the pig bags during boss fights seem to have a slight bottleneck shape near the opening, similar to how they are when they're found in the overworld. The only other things that have been uncovered from data mining so far have been the beta design for the magic flowers and this fat-shaved Kujara that's not seen anywhere in the game. At time of writing, all the community efforts have been put into unearthing the treasure trove of cut content found in the various builds of Tombi 1. Tombi 2 may get its day eventually, but for now, this is all we have to go off. Oh, good lord, did this take a long time to make. Now I've covered both games in excessive detail, where do I stand? Which one do I like more? Over the 20 plus years I've been playing these games, my preferences and overall opinions have shifted many times, and never have they changed more than during the time I spent working on these videos. The short answer is, personally I still prefer the first game by quite a lot, but I will go into more detail because it's not quite that simple. There are aspects of both that I've come to appreciate more, but also look at much more critically since making these videos. The first point, and my biggest takeaway from all this, Tombi 1 was a game that had some huge ambitions behind it that it was absolutely not able to come close to achieving as the debut product product of a rookie studio. The amount of cut areas, events, enemies, animations, and more that are still being uncovered to this day give us a glimpse at what was at some point supposed to be much bigger than the game we got. And looking over even the retail release with a fine-tooth comb, there are scars everywhere that indicate compromises had to be made on almost every front. As it stands, it's a miracle that the international version had the level of polish that it did, considering the very unfinished state that the Japanese version released in. Tombi 2, on the other hand, does not give this impression at all. It doesn't matter what version of the game you play, it feels like it's complete. There's almost nothing in this game I could point to and say, there was something more to this at some stage. They likely learned their lesson from the development of the first game, had a production roadmap laid out from the start and stuck to it. Everything was planned, everything went through accordingly. Anything that had to be cut or changed would not be major enough that entire sections would have to be revised. And considering this game clearly had a much higher budget behind it, screw-ups like that would be things they really couldn't afford. On the other hand, even though the original version of the game had to be severely revised, Tombi 1's world and level design is significantly more interesting than Tombi 2. As early as the Dwarf Forest, the world opens up and branches off into many different directions that make exploring fun. You can go to side areas of the forest that connect back in on each other. You could go to the Mushroom Forest, which itself extends off to the seaside path that takes you back to the Village of All Beginnings, or the road to Phoenix Mountain. And both of those connect back, with the entrance to Bacchus Village leading back to the start of the mountain, and a path in the Haunted Mansion connecting back to the Mushroom Forest. And so on and so forth. It made the world feel more connected and lived in. Tombi 2, on the other hand, is almost completely linear, being a great big circle that loops back in on itself. Sure, you unlock the passageways in the underground mine later in the game that connect back to most major locations throughout the game, but that's it. The only off-the-beaten-path passageway that leads you somewhere far away is that ladder at the end of the glide in the Kujara Ranch that takes you to the Water Temple. Beyond that, there's that door at the end of the Water Temple that loops you back to the starting beach, and that's pretty much it. This right here is exactly why Tombi 2 has magic wings coming out of the goddamn plumbing, and very rarely has events that require you to wander between areas until much later in the game, because the level layout doesn't facilitate this at all, and it makes exploration feel inorganic. Tombi 1 still has charity wings as a shortcut for getting around, but they're a very finite resource that are better off saved for making long journeys sparingly. Tombi 2, on the other hand, showers you with magic wings in such large quantities because it's the only convenient method of travel available to you. As many others have stressed time and again, there's nothing inherently wrong with linearity in games. By the same token, many games have adopted more open-ended or sandbox designs because it's a trendy thing to do, but generally fail to do anything compelling with them and just serve as a means to pad out the playtime and little else, like Mirror's Edge Catalyst, Metal Gear Solid 5, and Jak 2. Haven City sucks and I will die on this hill. Tombi is a platformer at heart, but it's also half RPG, and Tombi 2's more linear design really holds back the sense of freedom that made Tombi 1's world and events so much fun to explore and complete. From a fundamental design standpoint, Tombi 1 feels like a game that could have easily been designed during the 16-bit era, save for the whole 3D integration part. The HUD is on screen at all times, throwing enemies has hilarious off-screen animations, punchy sound effects and little bubbles popping up to indicate the AP you earn, it uses a live system, the presentation is charmingly simple, a lot about it just feels particularly arcadey in general. It all makes sense considering the planning for this game likely began as early as 1995 to 1996, when the 5th console generation was just kicking off, and the industry was still figuring out where it was going with more and more developers making the jump to full 3D. Tombi 2 feels like a product of the later half of this generation, and embodies development mindsets that became much more prevalent by the turn of the millennium. Despite still controlling along a 2D plane for the most part, it's now in full 3D, having more of an emphasis on cinematic presentation with dynamic camera angles, in-engine set pieces, and the addition of fully voice-acted dialogue. The HUD is much more minimalistic, with only the weapon icon on screen at all times, the hit point gauge being hidden while Tombi's at full health, AP isn't even shown to you outside of the menu, and the live system has been removed altogether. Even though I grew up in an era where most games had lives, I always thought it was a very pointless system that should have stuck to arcades. The live system in Tombi 1 in particular wasn't great. Very few one-ups were found out in the field, and lives were mostly gained from reaching AP milestones, something the game doesn't really draw attention to and will eventually stop because there's only so many events and AP gems in the world. The game would not be worse off for it if it got rid of them entirely. Tombi 2 made the right decision to just have death give you a game over and kick you back to the last checkpoint. With that said, the difference in difficulty between these games is like night and day. Tombi 1 isn't nearly as hard as many of the other games Tokuro Fujiwara has worked on, considering the man was behind Ghosts and Goblins and was heavily involved in a good portion of the old Mega Man games. But for the uninitiated, Tombi can absolutely kick your ass. It eases you in with the first couple of areas, but from the Mushroom Forest onward, things start to get rough. Bottomless pits, enemy knockback, tight platforming while the wind is blowing, hazards that can take off multiple hit points in one go, instant death traps, etc. Tombi 1 can be tougher than many people gave it credit for. Tombi 2 by comparison is a complete breeze. and the only way I could really think that the game makes itself more challenging is the frequency of enemies. That and dealing with the swimming controls in the water temple with said increase of enemies. Bottomless pits are significantly less common, platforming challenges are almost non-existent, and go completely out the window once you have the flying squirrel clothes. And I can't think of a single hazard in this entire game that deals more than 1 point of damage at a time, not even the bosses. I died a few times over the course of recording Tombi 1 for the first video, because I always do. Tombi 2, I played this game 4 times for this video, once on the Vita for taking notes, and 3 more times for footage of each version. I died once in all of those playthroughs, and that was entirely for showing off that missing collision in that hidden room in the Donglin Forest. Tombi 1 does have its fair share of bullshit, but Tombi 2 goes too far in the opposite direction by making the difficulty almost trivial. Tombi 1 has a difficulty curve, while Tombi 2 is more of a difficulty gentle incline. One other thing I've observed is that Tombi 1 starts out strong but kind of trails off into a lack of structure after Phoenix Mountain. The Village of All Beginnings and the Dwarf Forest were the focal point of every demo, and therefore had the most polish focused on them, and it shows. I always found Tombi 2 comparatively starts out incredibly weak. Now while this is very much a subjective point of view, I've never been that fond of the first hour or two spent in the starting beach and the underground mine. Not for lack of content, but just the stuff that was there was always kind of dull to me. And it never really picks up for me until the Kujara Ranch. From then on I find it's fantastic, save for the Circus Village. It's just that every time I go back to replay it, it feels like there's a wall there that I need to break through before I start having a good time. And then I remember, yeah, there is definitely a lot to like about this game. Quality of life is a term that gets thrown around a lot to the point of meaninglessness, but Tombi 2 does change things up a bit in its established formula, and even basic functionality that make playing it a much smoother experience. Opening the inventory and navigating menus, for instance, is incredibly fast compared to the first game. I didn't show it off in my first video for the sake of trying to trim down the runtime and editing, but opening the inventory and using items in Tombi 1 has a 2 to 3 second transition between the menu and gameplay that can really trip up the pacing and stacks up after a while. On top of that fix, Tombi 2 has a much larger arsenal of weapons, having 10 while Tombi 1 only has 6. While they can be selected from the menu, being able to switch between weapons on the fly with the L1 and R1 buttons comes in handy during many sections, and is the best kind of streamlining you can have. The menus are a lot easier to navigate, and the way items are organized is cleaner and has a much more coherent color scheme for different item types than the first game did. But then we have the pig suit, whose entire existence spits in the face of the very idea of streamlining and takes us 2 steps backwards. Passive abilities including the animal dash, dwarf language, swimming, and diving are learned during the course of the game and become part of Tombi's default build. In Tombi 2, however, while the animal dash remains unlocked right from the get-go, both swimming and the one language required to progress with the story are relegated to an equip item that is useful in only a handful of areas in the game. Pig language I could almost overlook since friendly pig NPCs are few and far between compared to all the dwarves in the first game. Relegating swimming to the pig suit, however, is a decision that I just can't get behind. The ability to swim itself is already much slower and less frequently used than it was in the first game, plus diving has been removed altogether. Reintroducing an old mechanic into the sequel and making it considerably worse is not my idea of progress. And now on the topic of minigames. No, that was it. As I said near the start of the video, Tombi 2 is a good game, a great game even, but in many ways I still find myself wanting to revisit the first game more. I guess whether you prefer one or the other is entirely down to what you want out of each one, like Tombi 1 having faster and more fluid gameplay and a more open-ended world, or preferring Tombi 2 for being more streamlined and feeling more complete. Both games have their fans, and their popularity, however small, has persisted this long for a reason. There's merit in both of them, and I'd absolutely recommend checking both of them out if you haven't already. Emulate them if you have to, because physical copies aren't getting any cheaper, and at time of writing, the future of the PS3 and Vita digital storefronts are being called into question. Remember kids, if the developers, publishers, and storefronts are making no effort to have games available and aren't making money off of it, there is nothing immoral about emulation. I own discontinued games worth hundreds of dollars and I wouldn't wish secondhand sales like that on anyone. Sadly, as many know, the tale of Whoopee Camp does not have a happy ending. Tombi 1 and 2 were both positively received between both fans and critics, but the lackluster sales meant the studio wasn't able to stay afloat and closed its doors shortly after Tombi 2's release. Many of the Whoopee Camp alumni moved on to form Deep Space, who produced the PS2 survival horror game Extermination, and later Access Games, a studio that among their back catalogue went on to make 3 more games that would become cult classics in their own right, namely Swery 65's Deadly Premonition and D4 Dark Dreams Don't Die, and Yoko Taro's Drakengard 3. As for Takuro Fujiwara, he eventually returned to Capcom and aided in the development of games including Bionic Commando Rearmed and Platinum Games' Mad World. More recently, he returned to the director's seat for the remake of his old game, Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection, and he even included Whoopee Camp in the credits as his production company, the first time that logo has been seen on a retail release in over 20 years. These two games hold a special place in the hearts of many, however small that circle may be in the grand scheme of things, and I was happy to spend this much time covering both of them. Sadly, this is where the journey ends. At the very least, even 20 years later, we still have the hardworking folks in this community picking the games apart and finding all sorts of development secrets lost to time, which in its own way feels like exciting new content. On top of that, indie developer Right Stick Studios have been working on a game called Double Shake, a 2.5D platformer they've directly cited as being inspired by Tombi and Klonoa, among other things. And they're two of my favourite Dead franchises, so that's definitely got me interested. Just a little something worth keeping an eye on. I also love how a lot of retro revivals have moved on from the 16-bit era onto the mid to late 90s low-res 3D now. I'm not gonna act like I'm fully immune to nostalgic pandering, this stuff was my childhood, man. And while it's extremely unlikely, we are living in an age of old IPs getting revivals and remakes left and right, even incredibly niche ones like Wonder Boy, The Dragon's Trap, or Legend of K. Seriously, what is this? And hey, Fujiwara was fully involved with Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection, and Tombi was self-published by Whoopee Camp in Japan, so he probably still holds the IP rights. I don't know, it's wishful thinking, but then again, stranger things have happened. If you're still here after all that, thank you for listening to me ramble for a few hours. It was months of hard work, but something I've wanted to do for a long time now. I don't know what's next from here, but until then, thank you for joining me on this journey. Take care.